Hello all. Thanks for being here. If you're here. And we'll do the every round table just a moment. It'll be great. Alright. Okay, alright. Looks like we got some people. Go talk to them. Yeah, hope you guys are having a great weekend. Okay. Great. Jump in. Conversation.
The United States of Palestine, because that's what it would be, like straight up, like the United States of Palestine. You literally, hell, fucking rename it Judea if you wanted to, right? The problem is that at no point do these people agree with the identity of what this nation would do. And like this is where like you still have people who are like, hey, I am an Israeli Palestinian, and you know I think Israel's pretty fucking awesome, but they still know that they're second class citizens. They know that.
So I mean, almost like what's like. So you're a big fan of like the Roman Empire. I mean, what's the difference between that and like when they had the auxiliaries that they gave for citizenship too? You know.
Are we about to get pulled?
I think we're about to get pulled. We'll debate that later. Later. Yeah.
Oh, we already pulled? Okay.
We'll
wow, later. That was fucking amazing. Yeah, so like I'm kind of a fan of the Romans in that they made one of the most successful institutions in the world. Remind you, by most of our ethical measures today, we would despise the Romans, right? Like pro-slavery, like literally made it where war was profitable. Fucking absolutely like would not stand up in a modern state, right?
Maybe.
Like there's just levels to where this conversation just gets wild really quickly, because like the Roman analog to the modern day is pretty much the United States.
Interesting.
Less gladiators, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? Unfortunately,
less oiled men.
I'm actually joking, but Lack would have
okay, fair enough.
that.
I'm okay with gladiators if they get paid enough and they sign a waiver.
No, I am not okay. I mean, if you know my stance on football, I can't imagine you think I'd be okay with gladiators.
Yeah, I'm cool with football. Like the UFC is like right on that fucking gray zone where I'm like, this is fucking cringe to some degree. I'm not gonna act like it's not.
I actually beat the guy. So I did MMA for like 10 years and wrestled like before that. I actually beat the guy, Mike Jackson, that beat CM Punk. And I was like, yeah, I'm going to the UFC. Then I blew out my knee. So I could have been one of these guys you're talking about.
Didn't CM Punk like perform notoriously bad in?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It could have been me knocking him out. I could have been famous because he was a scrub.
Oh, could have been famous for beating a scrub.
Hey, whatever. He's a famous scrub. That's all that matters. Can crushing like Floyd Mayweather. Man. Let's go. I would have been a scrub.
Yeah, how's everyone doing? Great to see you, Prime.
Oh, great to see you as well.
Yeah, thanks for having me back as always, Prime.
Of course, Gibbs. I like I say, I really do value Gibbs. Like we don't. Here's the thing, keeping conservatives around is difficult, and guys tend to act like divas.
Well, this space kind of are.
But we show up on time, right? I mean, I'm just saying.
Wait. As a
you are the one exception.
Yeah. Well, someone has to, put up a good front.
Fair enough. Yeah.
There's a little right winger with him, and I can feel it.
Yeah, we figured out last time I was on here that Corey is secretly a right winger. He's secretly.
Well, no, you agreed with me, Gibbs.
You were trying to audit the government, trying to find out where our taxes are going. I'm all on board with that.
Transparency is a left-wing idea. Absolutely.
Is it though?
Yes, absolutely.
You notice all the beards are on the conservative side today so far.
Just ask the Catholic Church if they're transparent.
Oh, well, that's religious conservative.
That's pretty much right wing. They're one and the same, essentially.
Okay, great.
What were you
So
talking about?
Ty was saying something inflammatory when I walked in about Palestine. I didn't hear enough of it to properly direct my anger at whoever needs to be yelled at. But
Oh, 1 second, sorry.
So y'all be proud of me. I feel like every group of people has a piece of knowledge that they need to know, right? And so I was talking to this African American girl. She told me I was looking ashy today, so I went and bought lotion, and man, it is wonderful. I've never bought lotion before, but Lord,
What brand?
I'm
What brand did you
feeling
buy?
good. I don't know. Daily Results Intensive Moisturizer. Man, my skin is luscious today, baby. I love it. Everybody
It
got a
isn't
piece
like
of
you just
fire.
like discovered fire.
Now
I
you're
feel it.
definitely
No, I
now
didn't Columbus it. I didn't Columbus it. I said they had y'all had the piece of the pie there.
you're
Y'all Columbus.
definitely on the left now. If you moisturize, you're on the left.
Hey, listen.
Well, now we have to ask the only other person. Oh, actually, no, we got two of them. We have to ask the other white men of the room. Did you guys know what lotion was before this very moment?
Lotion? Is that like a...
It's like, what language is this?
LOSHUN.
Is that like AAVE for something? I don't know.
Right.
What about you, Ty?
I'm so sorry. I was replying to some angry emails.
Yeah, he's never heard of it.
Please.
No clue.
Wait, what's the question? Do I know what lotion is?
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's the
Yeah.
dick beating juice. That's what you know.
The dick beating juice.
It's
Yeah,
wonderful.
like, I know what lotion is. Like I've had girlfriends. Like I'm not that much of a loser. Okay.
I've been married and I didn't know what lotion was. What you talking about, Papa? What you talking about?
Have you used it, Lactoid? Are you slathered in it at this moment?
I am not slathered in lotion at this moment. Sorry.
You're missing
You're
out.
missing
I'll
out.
tell you.
I can tell you right now,
It's-
you're missing out.
Oh, but
I
all
have
jokes
some
aside,
like scent reducing lotion that I use before hunting, but that's about it.
but y'all
Oh,
about to
really?
say all jokes
Oh.
aside, like y'all, you can just get up and like leave, like just your house. You don't. It's not like a daily thing. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
in the driest
That's
air,
crazy.
we just get up, we just walk out. It's great. It
What
blends in.
you- It's like a superpower for y'all.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm Hispanic.
And then if it's summer, we
I'm
get burned.
white. You just want to go out there saying
Oh.
that. I don't know if that
Yeah.
counts. I'm white passing. If the Nazis ever take over, they're getting
I
me
think it's
around
worse.
too.
I think the Hispanics are more on top of this, actually.
Probably so. When did Canada discover lotion?
Me?
I did not cover that in my.
Oh crap! We got
Canadian
3 Canadians. We got like your
Oh.
people are here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm ready to
Colorado.
argue with Mooncake more about Texas law versus Canada law today. Yeah, that's what we're gonna argue about already. I already know.
I'm the only real Canadian here as a Quebecer. Just to make that clear.
As a Quebecer, people in
real-
Quebec are kind of mean. They're like a little mean.
No,
Do y'all
that's
ever, like, see each
totally
other?
Corey. Corey's super
we're
fucking
yeah,
mean.
exactly. Because we're the real Canadians.
I feel like there's like 1,000 miles
Hey,
between each Canadian
Can
city.
we annex
Like, I feel
all
like
of
y'all can see
Canada
each other
except
at
for
all.
Quebec?
Quebec
Yeah.
to Vancouver is like how much would that be? Like 3,800 kilometers, something like that.
Kilometers. God.
Well, that'd be in miles.
I think it's about 3,000 miles. I know across the United States it's about 3,000 miles, I believe. So
Yeah,
roughly equivalent
around
to
there.
that.
Like I was
Probably
watching this this Canadian high school football team, and they had to like charter a flight like to go to games. Like it was crazy. I was like, this is
Hey, we have the
ridiculous.
CFL up here. We have the Canadian
Yeah.
Football League.
Yeah, and you made the field bigger for some reason. The football field was perfectly sized. They're like, you know what? We're just gonna make it a little bit bigger.
I had Johnny Manziel in 2 classes, and let me tell you something. That was wild stuff. Wild stuff.
You went to A&M?
Yeah, I did go to A&M.
Oh, okay.
Woo! Thanks to Gig'em.
Right.
That's a crazy school.
It's a great school.
We are just waiting on a few other people to
Except for them
arrive.
firing
and
Kevin Sutherland for Jimbo Fisher. He's
One-
terrible.
One
Terrible.
second.
Jimbo.
Gonna grab something.
we're just gonna waiting for a few people to arrive, and then we'll get started.
Fucking SDL making the leftist dream wait again.
Yeah. So hopefully they'll be
Yeah,
here in a
guys.
second. SDL, we can hear you.
Yeah, I'll just hop in the StreamYards.
Okay.
wait.
Oh, wait.
Do you
Yeah.
think that Never mind. That's a dumb question. Just
Okay.
ignore it.
Aw.
Let's just not let that happen.
Okay. That's
I
fair.
never ask dumb questions. But that's why I recognize ahead of time. Wait a minute, that was not
I
funny.
love it.
That's a
Fucking
good
love
joke,
it.
Bam. Great.
Says that
Hilarious.
with such a straight face. Hey, even I I try to ask the best questions I can, but even I have to ask dumb questions, right?
My man Gambit would like to disagree with you on that point.
Actually, Tiberius, you were mean to me in the last panel. Don't think I forgot.
I have
Your
no idea who
message?
you are.
You,
Damn.
oh, really?
Man, we still
The
know.
streak
We still know
continues.
Like,
strong.
wait, what? I was mean to you? Like I usually wouldn't forget a face, and I
No,
seriously
I-
don't believe I've
He's-
ever been
But
with
your
you.
face is
He just
forgettable.
Thanos
I
you, bro. He
especially
just
when
Thanos
I forget a
you.
black
I don't
one.
even know
That's
who you
right. That's what
are.
Tiberius just said.
Look,
not
like
even worthy.
somebody send me the VOD. Like if I need to make
No,
apologies, I will 100% do so. I don't.
I was in the comments on
Oh, that doesn't
Wix,
count.
thing.
Look,
That kind of counts.
look. I'm gonna be for real here. When you're on panel, it's a different game. When you're in the chat, fuck chat. Like you're free range. All right. Like seriously, like y'all chatters, I don't respect you until you get on fucking panel. Like y'all are cringe as shit.
Put your face on the screen.
You
Yeah.
goddamn
Stay
right.
with chat. Stay with
Look,
chat.
look, if you have to voice chat with us because you're doing your like 8 to 3 or whatever else, 100%. Like I fully support that. I've done that on Wix panel before. But like for real, like I want you to have a real conversation with me, not fucking 200 characters of bullshit.
I think that it seemed like you didn't take like criticism well. Because I didn't say anything offensive or anything. I just think maybe the criticism you didn't like.
Little snowflake tie, typical.
And look, I am a sensitive man. Okay, like okay, memes aside, I'm cool with criticism. The problem is, criticism through text is fucking weird because it's either like it comes off as completely dense, or it comes off to me as just like, oh, you don't agree with me, so fuck you. And it like if you have criticism of me, I'm all about it. What is it? What do you got?
No, it was the I think you guys were discussing. I think Wix said something along the lines of like, do you have to pick a side? Sorry, let me show off something on my phone. And I said, if you refuse to pick a side, that makes you a coward. And I think that's what you may have taken offense to.
Oh yeah, I won't take offense to that.
Yeah,
Fuck off
tell
with
him.
that.
Tell him.
Like sometimes doing nothing is still its own. It's still its own action. It's still its own consequence. And like, if someone's gonna call me a coward because I can say, "Hey, as a rational actor, I don't want to be involved in your fucking bullshit." Quite frankly, that's entitlement in its purest form, and you can fuck on off with that.
That's what we call a weak answer right there, my son.
Yeah, I think.
I'll take you back on that one. Weak. Pick a side. Pick a side.
It's like, yeah, pick a side. I'm like, nah, base centrism. Fuck off. That's true centrism. Okay.
I don't think centrists work in every scenario, but fair enough. If you
I'm aiming a little bit on that.
Centrists work in no scenarios. Like,
Yeah,
they
so-
really are.
So
the
there
worst.
is levels to where even saying I'm not taking a side is a side into itself, and you can say it's like the third way, which has seriously cringe connotations now that I think about it. But there is levels to where you can say to two people, "Hey, y'all are fucking dumbasses, and I don't like either of you." I think that's a completely rational.
There's absolutely
conclusion to make.
conversations where two people are wrong. Like it's okay to acknowledge that. You don't have to like,
It's like I have to take the side between communists and fascists. How about no? How about you both suck?
I'll agree with that. Like, I hate whenever like you go on some of these panels and like your
But that's
ally.
not a centrist position, though. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not what you just
yeah,
said. is not a
if you
centrist
said like
position.
compromise, yeah, that would be the thing. Like, hey, there's
Oh,
think
well,
both of these
I
guys
think
have a
that's
point.
Yeah.
Look, here's the thing. I think that's actually the problem of centrists, modern centrists, is that they are innately conservative because they want to preserve like some level of the status quo. They might move a little bit here or there, but like the where the rubber hits the road for them is they don't want to actually move. Their game is compromise because they're trying to continue the system that it is. The problem is that they don't act like radicals sometimes to where you're like, hey, I got to beat that ass. I'm not going to work with you. I don't like you. Like I don't want to involve with you. Like
I just think based on what like at the time the conversation from what I can remember, right, that Wick and you guys were kind of having, I just thought it would have been more appropriate to pick a side in that scenario that he was giving. But that was just my personal opinion, and
I respectfully disagree.
Yeah.
And that's fine. So yeah, appreciate the criticism, and more particularly appreciate to have that actually out, because I can't have that conversation with you on chat, and this is why I hate chat. It's just there's so much, I don't know, subtext that I'm not getting. Like I can see not just how you're talking, but your body language, all that kind of thing. It conveys way more than just I don't agree with you and here's why. Like I just fail to do that well. Like I'm an asshole on Facebook. Like this is why I stay off of it.
Yeah.
Would
I don't
black
know.
toilet paper be fancy?
Mooncake is new to this, and the way I do it, no, I just say, no, fuck you, Ty, you're wrong. That's how you do it. No, you take a firm stance, and you say, no, Ty, like you're completely wrong. This is the reasons why, right? And you're a bad person for thinking otherwise. That's how you do it.
You like
comes
came
with
in saying like,
experience.
"Oh, we agree to disagree." You got to get that like Canadian kindness out of you. Like I'm about to say, we still working with Corey on that. Like you got to tell somebody.
I
I'm
don't.
pretty sure that's
I
why
don't
Prime
agree.
gets asked on this panel for the second talk, just so he can tell me that I'm wrong the whole time. I'm pretty sure.
I think you need to know where to tell people where to square off, and like that's kind of where I feel like I gained that Israelis respect in that last panel. Is that at first I'm just like, nah, dude, like you're telling me I had to take a side. You could fuck off with that. I don't have to take a side. I have no obligation to help Israel or Palestine. And then whenever I explain that, it's like, hey, look, I think you both have good arguments. I actually don't think that like there's a greater like moral superior side to this conversation. Like I earned that man's respect because I could actually validate the position. At least that's how I took it. Y'all can tell me if I'm wrong.
Okay.
You're wrong.
Let's get started. Everyone is here, so we're gonna jump into it. Thanks all for being here, to my panelists, and thank you to the audience. This is every roundtable, which we do Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. Really excited to have you here. We're gonna start by introducing everyone. And yeah, I forgot the rest of my intro. Lactoid, thank you for being here, friend. How are you?
Doing great. No, Prime, thanks for having me on. I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. I'm looking forward to this discussion.
Thank you. Bam, you are here after snubbing me last week. When I reached out.
I just didn't like you.
I reached out a hand of friendship. He slapped it away. But Bam, you've deigned to make an appearance today, so we appreciate it, guys.
I've honored you with my presence. That's more than enough. It's more than you deserve, as is. But you know what? I'll just give. I came here to give correct opinions and be. I thought I was gonna have to be the representative of the Black community, but looks like we have a half Z with us. So
No, a full Z.
a full Z, 3/4 Z. Canada, you're Canadian. It's a little bit different.
Ain't the same. Agreed. Let's go to our friend.
I can respect that. That's probably true.
Corey, right? Another shapeshifter in disguise here. He makes you think he's American, but certainly not. Right? He's interloper. Corey, how are you?
I'm doing well. Always grateful to be here. And in stark contrast to Bam, I'm here to give incorrect opinions, obviously, as always. I'm clearly just Bam's counterpoint. And yeah, I'm here to represent the one true Canadian as a Quebecer. And as a Quebecer, looking forward to being my typical mean self. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. I'm looking forward to getting into it.
Thank you. We got a real American here. Friend Admiral Gibbs.
Just in case you were confused about what country I'm from.
Certainly not. From the only one that matters. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for stopping by.
Oh, thanks for having me. I love it. I appreciate you inviting me back. I know that after people tell you no one time, you ban them from your panels for life. That's a thing. We'll discuss them. No, but yeah, I appreciate you always having me on. It's always fun stuff. I think like you do a real good job of having nice, varied panels, and I think this is really good for America is to have these kind of discussions and really worldwide. You don't get to learn what other people thinking, then you're doomed to fail. And you can find me on Admiral Gibbs and everything. So
thank you.
Good for America, bro.
Thank you, Mooncake, who is here. Nice to see you once again. I hope you're doing well.
Oh yeah, I am doing well. Thanks again. As you know, I'm just kind of new to this. I just basically play video games on Twitch now. League of Legends, Minecraft, and Sims. And I do some panels on the side, and I'm looking forward to today.
Thank you. Next, we have a friend, Tiberius, who, proved in the pre-panel that he's a filthy centrist, not to be trusted. A fence sitter, won't take a side, standoffish, right?
I think you
and
know better than this.
big
Stop spewing your lies and your deceit. It's not appreciated. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Tiberius D. It is great to be back here once again, especially with so many awesome people here. I always know I got to fight when I see so many of these faces on. And Prime, thanks for having me on again. If you don't know me, I'm pretty much a moderate Republican. I kind of just go out with MAGA's trash, but so is the left, and so trying to take in this somewhat base centrism, somewhat like social conservatism out here, and be like, all right, let's make it work. But until then, if you're interested in what I have to say, check me out: YouTube, Twitch, TikTok, all those things, and then let's see if you like what I have to say tonight.
The intro left a sour taste in my mouth. Moving on, let's go to Sock Done Left.
Feeling nauseous myself.
Indeed.
Hey y'all, I'm Aiden or Sock Done Left. I usually stream, or I'm trying to get back into streaming. You can find me at sockdoneleft.org, socialist and progressive, and can't wait to fight all the fuckers on here.
Absolutely. And we'll move on to one of those fuckers. Doobie, thank you for being here, our Dark Lord and Savior, who we've missed. Hopefully, we'll have him for the entire time. We're going to cross our fingers in our flippers on this one. Doobie, how are you? Cannot hear you, friend.
I was muted, but I'm here now. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Wonderful. So yeah, I'm Doobie. I'm a fascist, and yeah, I'm here. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, and the truth comes out. Clip that and send it to all your enemies that you've ever had here on this panel. But thanks so much, friend. Okay. Let's. All right. So topic one: a recent Arizona law has expanded the number of families eligible to use school vouchers. This increases due to the lifting of income caps. This has led to an increase of funds that need to be dispersed, which seems to have exceeded the state's budget. Should people of higher incomes be allowed to use school vouchers? Should private schools and homeschooling parents be able to use public funds for their private use? And should school vouchers be done away with altogether? Yeah, so I saw this article. I'm like, it's Sunday night, trying to think of how we're going to talk about. And I'm like, we have not yelled about school vouchers in a long time. And I figured my friend Latchwood would love to do it. So here we are, once again, school vouchers. Yeah, so for Arizona, so they're expanding this program. And they're finding out that it simply costs more, right? Like you're giving, it's like a scholarship. They're calling it like a scholarship to go to whichever school you like. And a whole mess of people are now joining in. And now, like, the state's wondering, how do we deal with this? Do we like allocate more money? Do we just have a hole in our budget? Like, do we raise taxes? Not going to happen. But I think the real problem is whether that money should be used at all, right? Like, is it going to the right places? Should public money stay in public hands, or is it available for private people? Sorry for our friend Lactoid.
Yeah, so I guess a couple things here. Although it's true that way more people are applying for private schools or using the voucher program than they plan for, the government is stating that, this is an overall pretty small portion of the budget, and there's enough discretionary funds to cover up that gap. So they're not saying it's going to be catastrophic or that they need to make any massive changes, just that, holy shit, a whole bunch more people than we planned for are trying to get vouchers because they don't want to send their kids to public education. Based on what I know now, I do support voucher programs. I know there is a rift here, a pretty strong rift among libertarians. But I do come out on the side. I think voucher programs overall are a good idea. There is, just empirically, there's a lot of evidence that indicates vouchers have a good overall impact on academic performance. There is some evidence that exists to the contrary. It appears to be a pretty overhyped minority, just based on my review. There's also some evidence that indicates that overall voucher programs do save money. Although it is public money that people are getting, overall they're getting less of that public money, and their kid doesn't use up the expenses of going to a public school, and they're still paying the taxes that they would otherwise be paying anyway. Also, I think vouchers help provide some protection against American public education. I just learned on my last panel that a Marxist-Leninist was a high school teacher that we were debating. This is terrifying. Between social emotional learning and Psychus's new sex education standards and Marxist-Leninist high school teachers, I can sympathize with parents who don't want to send their kids to public school in its current form. School choice ideally creates a market effect for schools where schools are held accountable for underperforming, and parents have an option to move their kids away from poorly performing schools, and poorly performing schools be punished in a market sense, and better schools be rewarded in a market sense. I think vouchers generally help this. So overall, I think it's a good idea.
Great. We're gonna have a fight later on. Very happy about that. Next, our friend Bam.
So basically, fundamentally, like the concept of school choice, I have a big disagreement with, just based on the idea of like would you like suscepting children and their like educational performance to the market, because like my issues are related to what happens to children whose parent may not have the best parents who are able to get them make the efforts to get them in a better school, what's happening to them. But at the end of the day, I always just because I have an issue on the front end, I still have to appeal the data. The data that I've seen seem to show that for the children that do take it, though the parents that do take advantage of school choice for their children, those children do seem to have better academic outcomes on almost every study I've seen. The research is more mixed when it comes to the children that are left behind in the public school system. Apparently, there's some forms of school choice that are actually showing some benefits to those children based on the schools being held to, like, I guess, a market standard, having they're competing a little heavier on the academic side. But apparently there's quite a few programs showing that those children are having worse academic outcomes, especially the ones from the lowest economic background. And there's just seems to be more research necessary based on the idea that it's really hard to control for these things, because I think overwhelmingly a parent who's willing to look into school choice is also a parent who's willing to is going to be more involved in their child's academic life in general, from like helping with homework or and they're also more likely to be higher educated, which is going to impact their educational outcomes. But like I said, right now I am mixed.
Hey, thank you, Corey.
Well, right off the bat, so given Lactoid on a previous panel citing a YouTube video and getting some basic facts wrong, I question the empirics that Lactoid is citing, but I haven't been able to do a deep dive. But the evidence that I've seen seems to be pretty mixed. But like I said, I haven't been able to do a deep dive yet. But so for all I know, Lactoid is correct. But I'm very curious to see the evidence and the empirics that he's actually citing. Hopefully, not a YouTube video, and actual empirics. But yeah, based off of like the prompt and the information I've been able to gather, I lean towards pretty much like not school vouchers, where it seems to eat into public funds for schools. I do recognize that there are bad schools and schools that are poorly funded, that they're poor performing schools, but I think there are ways to improve those conditions. And it seems like I also have concerns of people using vouchers for actually just dodging a curriculum that they just whatever take issues with. Where in the article that was sent, it seems like there was at least one parent where it's like, they had issues with gender identity or whatever, or being taught potentially gender identity. I'm not even sure that that's actually part of the curriculum at an elementary school level, but I don't actually know for sure. But yeah, I lean towards no, but I'm totally open to seeing actual empirics that will change my mind, and I'll leave it there for now.
All right, let's go to Gibbs.
Yeah, so I do have I have empirics as well, and they're not from a YouTube video, so we're good to go, Corey. If Lactoid lets you down, Papa Gibbs is ready.
Not a Rumble video either.
I know that I look like somebody that watches Rumble, but Alex Jones has got low T and can't grow a beard like Papa Gibbs can, so I'll never watch Rumble. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, so I generally agree with what Lactoid said. I'm also, a freedom of choice kind of person. I feel like people should be able to go to the school they want to go to. If they're okay with paying property tax to one school and then not going there, then that's on them. I don't see why they shouldn't be limited. Also, the evidence does suggest that, you get more individualized learning at private schools than you do at some public schools. However, some public schools outperform private schools in certain areas. It really just depends. But I feel like people should be able to choose where send their kids to school, especially whenever they might have some kind of disagreement with what's being taught at a school. So, in general, I'm pretty good with the voucher program.
Mooncake.
Okay, so I'll probably make mine kind of short and sweet, just so we can get into it. But I would say that I'm against the school vouchers. I just think it opens the door for a potential of like money making. As we've kind of seen in the past, private schools have usually been identified as a higher expense. So usually we saw like rich families sending their kids to private school. At least in Canada, there's still a lot of proof that public education and private education seems to be pretty similar. So the kids who are graduating at like the highest rates would still graduate at private or public. I also don't think parents or private schools should be able to use public funding. It's public funding for a reason. If you would like to go to a private school, you should have to pay for it. I do believe each school should be funded by the government so everyone gets the same education, but we can get into that later.
Thank you. Ty.
Yeah, so I'm not going to be a dirty centrist on this one. Ready? Fuck school vouchers. To hell no with this shit. Number one, I don't know why Republicans want to be like pro-choice on this. Like I get like it's an ideological thing, but like let's be real here. The only thing we get out of school choice is the empowerment of Democrats. Like it makes sense when you are in a major urban center and you're 15 minutes away from 6 different schools. It does not make any sense when you're out here in the sticks of Kansas and the next school is 30 minutes away, by highway. No, fuck this. Okay, that only empowers Democrats. What we need to do is that Republicans need to admit that we have failed in mobilizing teachers to teach things we want them to teach. Okay, they have really. I'm not even going to go down that conversation, right? We can do that in the open. I'm just going to say that Republicans are abandoning a fight that should be like core to our values in regards that, hey, there's a certain way and certain things that kids need to be taught or should be taught. And we need to fight that on the public line so that as many kids as possible, grow up to be voting age Republicans. But until we do that, we're just giving the Democrats everything they could possibly want, and we're being really stupid about it. Thank you.
Okay, SDL.
Yeah, so when you look at voucher studies overall, there's this meta study, what's his face? Shaquille Anderson, Wolf 2021, and they found that the overall effectiveness of voucher programs is pretty close to zero. There's lots of studies which will show positive, lots of studies which will show negative, but the overall effect is basically null. The only argument for vouchers is that they're more cost effective per dollar, and even that seems pretty specious. In some of the data they looked at, like in this study, they were only looking at the tuition costs of private schools, but they were comparing the total per student cost of public schools. So I think the data on vouchers is pretty weak. If there's a positive effect, it's going to be small. If there's a negative effect, it's going to be small. Schools are just not in a good market. A lot like healthcare, they just don't work well. It's really hard for people to make an informed choice on where they're going to school, especially because they're not even the one purchasing the product and like experiencing it. It's their kid. More broadly, I would just note that voucher programs in the United States have a long tradition of one, basically enabling white flight, which is probably bad, and two, letting creationists and letting other reactionary ideologies into the textbook. When Maryland was considering doing a voucher program, fully 1 in 10 schools that would have been funded were young earth creationists, and 1 in 6 would not have allowed gay teachers or gay students. So I don't know. It's pretty explicitly clear to me that the ideological bias here would hurt like queer kids, hurt queer students, and also would lead to the importation of this completely anti-science worldview into some of our kids' minds, which is unacceptable.
Okay, and finally, our friend Doobie.
You're muted, Doobie.
Bastards. Oh, okay. So, as SEL kind of touched on already, I think that the fact that religious private schools have access to school vouchers is extremely troubling. Conservatives talk a lot about the ideology and the LGBT shit in public schools. I think that saving your children from that by pushing them into a school that's going to indoctrinate them into believing that the sky god is going to like punish them forever if they do what if they don't listen to him, their demons under the bed, and if their pee gets hard around other men, they're like evil or some shit. I think that's much worse than anything taught in public schools about like LGBT shit. So I'm like on the fence as to like whether or not school voucher should exist at all. If they're like said to support, them being like helpful to students, maybe. But either way, I don't think that we should be funding religious indoctrination programs. Right? I don't think that's appropriate at all.
All right, open to the panel.
So for the people who are against it, because like I said, I mean, fundamentally, I want to be against it. Like, could data change your perspective on it, or is it like, do you have a foundational issue?
From
Of
what I
course.
found online, oh sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, from what I found online, it doesn't even seem like school vouchers actually improve like academic performance. So to me, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, if it's, I really just think it should be private paid for. So there should be no vouchers. Like, if you want to go, you just pay out of pocket for it.
Sure. I've like when I was looking up before this, and don't get me wrong, I didn't like go crazy, but I looked at like a meta study and like 4 or 5 other studies, and they were all pointing to it being positive. So that's why I'm curious,
Yeah.
like where it was, where like what you
Well,
were.
positive in what
yeah,
way? What
well,
do you mean?
Yeah,
At
I've seen
least
different numbers.
specifically
on
for the
this.
kids.
Well,
that
no. I can read this. So the study that SDL cited, right, directly using a random effects and robust variance estimation framework, we find moderate evidence of positive achievement impacts of private school vouchers.
Yeah, you want to know what that was? It was so insignificant. It doesn't. When they did the actual meta regression, it's not significant. Here, if you you can look at the funnel graph, and the effect is so close to zero that it's absurd.
No.
And
So it was not like on the 4-year test for math, it wasn't statistically. It was positive, but not statistically significant. That's not true for reading.
in the table 6 that I'm looking at, it's not. But
I mean, even in
Looking
that
at
case,
slide.
wouldn't the argument be deciding the freedom? Like if it wasn't negative, then you let people do it.
I mean,
well, so one of the counters here is public school choice. Don't let people go to private schools on voucher money. Just let them pick between public schools. Like,
so how's that any better? How's that any
Bec-
better? Just
That's
let me
not
ask.
voucher program. It's not voucher programs though.
So,
That's-
like, yeah,
yeah,
you
that's
can
the
pick any
alternative. That's the
if you
point.
can pick any public
Right,
school.
but this says
yeah,
voucher
what's the
programs
difference
are good.
between that and
Yeah,
private school? Why is that?
I-
Why is that any better?
Because if there's any benefit to choice, it's that it's letting parents or whatever pick better schools for their kids. The problem with vouchers is that they also let people choose these fucked up crazy private schools. So it has like all the positives of choice minus the like young earth creationism.
So here's my thing with that. Here's my takeaway with that, right? So as far as I know, at least in Texas, I can't speak for the rest of the nation. We're already starting with the Texas versus the rest of the nation. But so here's how I understand how it works. They have a standard of like that they have to meet for homeschool, for private school, for regular school. They have to meet a certain level of testing for like what I don't know what it is now, but it used to be the tax test and then the TOS test and all these things that they have to meet, and they have to meet these standards the same as the private versus the public schools, right? So whenever I look at these things, and I look at things like what I got one here from usnews.com, they're saying on average on these tests, on reading tests, they're averaging 20 to 15 to 20 points better at private schools, right? And then they're saying that these kids are scoring 20% better on the standard admission tests, the LSAT, not the LSAT, the SAT and the ACT. So they're averaging 20 points higher. I know that kind of varies depending on which version they have out at the time. So it's 20 points to 20% better depending on the test. This is according to US News in their education right here, and I can link the article to y'all if y'all want. But the thing I'm sitting here going with this is I don't understand why this is a bad thing. As long as the schools, even if there's some crazy creationist school, as long as they're meeting the same standards, what's the problem?
Well, my problem would be
So-
I wouldn't want schools to be, again, this is my biggest thing. Like, I think the education, especially when we deal with children in our society, should be like the great equalizer. It should be no matter what like background, because your parent, when you go home, you're already gonna have advantages like in life. So it would be nice to know that, like, oh, okay, when you go to school, no matter where you came from, where you stand in life, like the argument is like the cream will rise to the top. Like you're given the same opportunities to work hard and to find success.
Yeah, so I've got
Lots of categories.
Yeah, I'm going to split this a little bit. So, like on the economic side of this, when you do the hard numbers, like I've seen a lot of these stats that support, oh, well, private schools do better by like X points, but then they do the meta analysis on it. And it's like, all right, what are these schools? Oh, they're schools for rich kids. And the problem is that we consistently keep finding here, at least from what I see, is that there's two major things that determine whether a student is going to do successful, and you can add it to three that are outside of funding. But it's basically one: does this child come from a two-parent household? If they don't have that, they literally drop by 50 points, just on that. The second part is, did they eat breakfast that morning? Like that's 20 points by itself, which is kind of a school funding issue because now we're having the conversation on like free lunches and shit, or free breakfast and whatnot, which I'm not really against. And also, do your teachers care? Because are they paid well, right? Obviously, school funding issue. It's not really about like where the funds come from and how they're distributed. To my mind, it's more over, do they have like the necessary background stuff to make it to where they're successful students? Do their parents give a shit? Do their teachers give a shit? And do they have the resources that they need? And private or public schools don't really separate the mean out very well. They both seem to do okay with it.
Just to respond to something earlier about Texas, the private versus public, one of the big problems in these raw comparisons is that private school kids are way richer. Like people from the top 10th are something like 3 times overrepresented in private schools compared to public. So yeah, they're going to do better on testing, but it's not because of the quality of the school. That's why you want to try and look at causal data, or you want to try and compare like apples to apples, people of the same level of income, same level of all the background stuff that Tiberius is talking about. Two-parent families is partly just amount of parent attention they can give to a kid, and it's lower in single-parent families. It'd be nice, I don't know if there's like an extended family like revival or something in the United States and grandparents get back to doing that, but in the absence of that, you need to account for stuff like that. And when you account for stuff like that, private schools don't do much better.
So hold on, that's important. They don't do much better. I don't disagree.
Not significantly better.
Well, that's not the conclusion of the authors of that meta-analysis.
There's a reason they're saying the word suggestive. It's because it's not significant.
No. They didn't use the word suggestive. They did not use. They only used the word suggestive for that whether or not it's cost effective, even for null achievement impacts. The actual statement here, period, utilizing a random effects and robust variance estimation framework, we find moderate evidence of positive achievement impacts of private school vouchers.
And then when you read the actual section, it says it's suggestive because it's not significant. Like I'm telling you, you can look at the table; it's not significant. The main saving grace you can find in this study is they claim that studies with longer time frames found more positive effects. So maybe voucher programs work in the very long run, but the data just isn't here yet. Like if the effect is there, it's also really small. We're talking here. No, I want to be clear. The positive effect was less than less than a tenth of a standard deviation. So think of that as like a 2% increase.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. No, hold on. So I'll have to be totally frank. Then I'll have to look over that specifically. Maybe Corey here can help me. He's the king of data.
And I just want to be clear here again. The other thing here is too, we're conflating both the effects of vouchers and choice. Maybe we could just do public school choice and it would turn out to be just as good, right?
No. This meta-analysis on vouchers. Hold on. This meta-analysis is on vouchers, right? So this meta-analysis is on the voucher system. School choice is not a voucher system. That is on, So this meta-analysis, right? So this meta-analysis, which is on vouchers, like you can say perhaps it's small, right? The authors of the meta-analysis were confident enough to say that there is a moderate evidence of positive achievement impacts on private school vouchers.
You need to to clarify that they're not making a claim. So there's two separate things here to tease out. They're assessing the quality of evidence, and that's where the moderate comes in. They're not talking about moderate effects. They're talking about the quality of the evidence there, as in moderate evidence, as in to be different. There's a scale of like low quality evidence, moderate, high, whatever, gold standard, et cetera, et cetera. So what they're saying is there's moderate evidence to support that there might be some positive effects. That's not, I just spent the past 10 minutes like perusing the full studies, but I haven't read the whole thing yet. But Soccer left appears to be correct, as in the increase appears to be like a 0.08 standard deviation. To put an actual numerical value on.
Amogus, before you go, just Lactoid. Could you tell us the difference between school choice and the voucher system? And
that's what I want to address.
So school choice, right? So school choice is where, like, I guess they kind of sometimes go hand in hand. But so school choice is the idea of like, okay, I can send my kid to another public school, right? I can enroll my kid in another public school. A voucher program is the government will give you a voucher, an amount of money based on what the cost is for education in your system, based on what they're spending on public school students. And then you can send your kid to a private school using that money.
Yeah, and then school choice, but those are public charter schools, right? Like,
no, they can be normal public schools, at least
They
down
can,
here.
no, they can be normal. They can be
So
normal
let
schools.
me go on to why public choice is
Okay,
bad,
sure.
if you don't mind. So I'm going to give you an example, and this is something I like maybe shouldn't be proud of, but I'm an asshole, so fuck it. I down here in Texas, I went to the #1 football program in like all of state history. They got the most wins, etc. Right, so it's very competitive, right? So a lot of these kids, they might be third string there, and they'll be like, "Hey, I want to go play football, but I'm only be third string here." So they're going to go to like another school like Refugio, or they're going to go to Banquete, and they're going to go play there, and they're going to sit here, and they're going to be all state at like 2A or 3A, and they're going to go there, right? So then what'll happen is they'll go from a school like Cal Allen, right, which is a very good 4A, like whatever, there might be 5A now, where they have very good programs, they have a lot of stuff, and they have a higher GPA, right? And so they used to have this thing where it was top 10% was auto entry into a lot of these schools, right? So then what will happen is, say you're like number 33 in your class at Cal Allen, and that means you're not in the top 10%, you're 11%. And I take my GPA and I go to a public school choice and I pick a school like Banquete. Now I'm number 7, so I kick the kid out because my GPA is higher because I had more programs to go to at a better public school, quote unquote. And so now you've knocked kids out that don't have the means to get there. So if you're going to sit here and tell me public school choice is any better, you're not. You're lying to yourself, and you're going to see kids just take advantage of that, like I did. I mean, I definitely did that. I went to Banquete for 2 years, got my GPA way higher, and then went back to another school, and it was like, bam! Now I'm top 10%, and I kicked somebody out, and it was a whole thing. And so, like, yeah, it's a thing that happens.
I just don't see how either side of this is not going to be like subjected to selection pressures, right? Like, if you are a prestigious school, and we're going to assume public or private, you're going to have prestigious schools. You're going to have like these schools are going to have to turn people away, right? Like, they're probably not going to be encompassing 30,000 people who want to go to that school. Anyone disagree with that?
No.
I do want to. I do want to get like Corey go.
I mean, I just had, I guess, like one or thing to add on in terms of like, yeah, the study, and just that one particular study that is being cited, where again, I haven't read the whole thing yet, but also even of like the very minor effect. The greatest effect that they saw was like in developing countries, as in this was a meta-analysis that was like international, so it's like outside the USA, and even they themselves, they say like, yeah, the greatest effect was found in developing countries, so not necessarily applicable to the United States. Unless you want to say the United States is a developing country, I'm totally willing.
So even if that's the case, I mean, among the developed countries, was there a small positive effect?
They couldn't do it. There weren't enough studies to do like to break it out. Because there were only like 11 studies. Just for an idea of how little study this is, it was like 11 or something, like a dozen. So just
so that was the meta-analysis. I mean, they threw out 9,400 they only included 21 studies out of 9,443.
Yeah. So I'm just, when you have like 21 studies, it's not going to be significant. So that's why they're like, we ain't got no data. This sucks. That's literally what they say, word for word.
I don't know if they say it sucks word for word.
I want to also say something.
1 second, Mooncake.
Oh, just to jump in there, this isn't about the study, but I just worry that mixing the public and private funds is just not a good idea. I also think there needs to be a separation of like church and state. So, for example, if there's vouchers, what if it's for a Catholic school, right? There really should be a separation, and I think when we start to get into that, we might muddy the waters. And we once again don't want it to become like a profit thing, right? Which school can make the most amount of money? And then what also happens to the kids that are left behind at these public schools? What happens to their funding? What kind of education are they going to get? And I think those are the things we do need to consider.
I want to also say that private schools can also relieve the pressure on public schools in some regards, right? So a lot of private schools can also be specialized for kids with learning disabilities, right? And of course, that's going to bring your net average down. I don't know if that study, I haven't read through it yet. I'm trusting y'all to be honest, but I'm saying that I feel like there's a lot of specialized schools for people with learning disability, dyslexia, ADHD, and they have kids that go there. And yeah, obviously they might not perform as well as a normal child at a private school or public school, but now these kids are going to get specialized training because as we all know in America, a big problem with our education system is special education being not funded enough and teachers being overwhelmed. So now you're gonna be able to send these kids and get public funding for these kids to have specialization for study for like these kids that have these learning disabilities.
But
And I don't see how you can't argue that's not a good thing.
but there's an issue there because what teachers, for example, are going to work at these private schools? Think about it. If the private schools are getting more money, the teachers who are maybe at these good public schools are going to switch to these private schools. Then you got to bring in more teachers. I think you're going to run into an issue, especially there. And then you were saying about the students. If you just start going to private schools, it's like you're just switching a system. I don't know how to put this in different words. Like if we just funded the public schools properly, there'd really be no need for the private schools except for the kids who maybe want, like, I don't know, like deeper knowledge in math or sciences, something like that, right? They're looking for more like a further education. If that kind of makes sense. Sorry.
I mean, Tiberius
I
kind of
got-
touched on this earlier with the Kansas like being in bumfuck Egypt. I actually disagree with you on that one. Like, I think if you are in bumfuck Egypt, I think the private school voucher program is really great because you're probably not going to get the same quality like we were just like Mooncake was just saying, right? So if you already think they're not going to get the same quality, you might be able to go to a private school a little further away with these vouchers and get you that better education as opposed to like having whatever teachers are left in bumfuck Egypt. So I don't see why this is a
Look,
problem.
I don't. Yeah, I don't disagree with like that on principle. The problem is that like for basically the economy of scale and making what like your effort work, I think it's far more cost effective to make sure that the school that's 5 to 10 minutes away actually does what you need it to do, rather than sending your kids 40 minutes away to the next school over. Because if you are in bumfuck Egypt, and that is very real, go to Kansas, Nebraska, Oklahoma, hell, half of Texas, literally has this issue. So I'm like, look, I want to make sure that my gains and my effort is actually worth something. And this is where I really ruffle feathers with Republicans on some regards, because it is, look, private schools are kind of cool in principle because you like, in theory, having it where the profit motive is involved with this shouldn't make better schools. I just don't think the results are that I wouldn't say conclusive. What's the word? They're not that appropriate, I guess is the word. It's not worth that investment, personally, because you're still talking about education's horribly expensive. Even in public schools, the average student is now costing $11,000 a year. Who the fuck can afford that? Especially us ruralites, working on the farm 50 hours a week. Fuck that. I can't afford that shit. Like, I need the community to help pay for that. Just straight up, okay? Here's the other part, though. This is where I go the other side. I am perfectly fine with publicly funded religious schools. We can do the separation of church and state conversation. That's cool. Like, I'm fine about it. But I do believe that the education system should reflect the people that are being educated. Like, what are the elders of that society and that community say? Hey, look, do I think Christianity is good? Cool. We're going to hire teachers to say Christianity is actually kind of a cool thing. And then we can fight over the details.
Just a question to that. So would you say, like, if you could today, like in America, would you make some Catholic schools? I don't know if they all are Catholic schools in America public sometimes, or is it always private?
There's definitely some public ones.
No,
Oh,
they're all
I think they're all
private.
charter schools.
They're all private.
Private.
What the
They're all
fight
private?
is right now is whether there's that one school that's trying to open up that's going to be public. That there is, like, was in Kansas or something. It's one of those
Yeah.
states. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, and they got sued. Like, so
Yeah.
the issue is that I have no problem with what Kansas was doing. The problem that came up as a result of it is that they bitched and moaned whenever somebody tried to open up an Islamic school. They're like, hey, we want a school for like the 30,000 Muslims that are within Kansas, and they were saying, hey, we're gonna do a on-site campus and everything, and they bitched a fit, and so Kansas struck it down, their own law that allowed for this, because they couldn't be consistent with the principle.
And I do have a problem with that we're doing in Kansas. But, like, go ahead, Mooncake.
Oh, sorry. The reason I was just asking is because, like, here, and I know it is different, a lot of Catholic schools that I saw around were also publicly funded. So they were funded by the government, right? They had a very strict system in what was in place to be taught, right? You had to think, like, prayer in the morning, and then you went through whatever. What I'm saying is that I think would be the best case, especially in America, was if they made every single school public. Like, you can still have those private schools. Let's be honest, they're really for rich kids. But think about it. If every area had the same amount of funding, so they had all the same books, all the same equipment, same funding, and it's not just based off of, like, I think it's like land tax or something in that area. I think that'd be much better for everyone because then you'd get that education. Everybody would be learning kind of like similar topics. And then, yeah, I just think that'd be better for the students. But I don't know. You go ahead.
I agree. It's probably a certain. I mean, I know when you say equal, you probably meant equitable, but there's probably going to be like different things that need to be controlled for, even in it, even whenever you decide on things like that, just based on the background of the schools. Like technically, I went to a county of schools that was, I don't know. I guess you would call it school choice. Like if you could go to any school and like there was no districting in the county. There wasn't but 3 high schools. But you could go to any one of them that you could like get your child to.
Yeah.
The bus only goes one place, but if if you wanted to go to the school across the county, you were allowed to.
Yeah.
So we actually have open districts, and that's kind of what I was saying. So like I went to one school, right, and I wanted to go and get my grades up before I came back to this school. So I went to an open district school. I was out of it, and I just blew past them because the level of education was so much lower than the other one. So I went from like a solid A minus student to I had like over 4.0 in like 2 6 weeks like grading periods, right? And then I went back after a year to the other school, and I was like, hey, here's the whoopings, and I kick people out. And so like you're gonna see this is what you're gonna see if you're gonna sit here and say we're not gonna do public vouchers and that we public school choice is a thing, because there's a lot of open district schools, and so I just don't see how this is any better or any different than using the voucher program.
I wanted to address something a little bit earlier about like what school choice is, right? So, this is like literally at the top of the Wikipedia article. The most common type of school choice in the United States, measured both by number of programs and by number of participating students, are scholarship tax credit programs. These allow individuals or corporations to receive tax credits to allow their state taxes in exchange for donations made to nonprofit organizations that grant private school scholarships. A similar subsidy may be provided by a state through a school voucher program. Other school choice options include open enrollment laws, which allow students to attend public schools other than the neighborhood school, which was mentioned before, and then charter schools, magnet schools, virtual schools, homeschooling, educational savings accounts, and individual tax credits or deductions. So it's a lot bigger than that, and I think that when we're talking about the fight around school choice, it's not about people not going to their neighborhood school. That's not the fight. The fight is over charter schools, and then the vouchers, which is like the most common type of school choice, that sends public money to private schools.
Right, but that's like it is a voucher if you're giving them a voucher for private schools.
Yeah, it's a voucher. No, I agreed. Yeah, I'm saying that like the fight is not over when we're talking about school choice. When people bring up this topic and like it's a political debate, it's not about people not using their like I didn't use my neighborhood elementary school. I went to another one. But I did that, right? But that's not the fight. The fight is over like sending kids to charter schools. That's where when we bring up school choice, that's the fight.
I mean, I even know, like I said, even though I grew up in a different thing, I think I could fight on the grounds of being able to go to a different public school. I think that there could be foundational issues there, just depending on like I think you still have a lot of the same issues of like, oh, okay, if it's because it's a bad school, there's still going to be some kids that are like forced to go there, and like it's just how are we doing? What job are we doing to taking care of them? And there's also like studies that show the benefits of higher performing students just like being in the classroom with lower performing students. Like say that like if you had to, it's weird putting it on a scale, but if you had a kid that was like a 9 out of 10 grades and you put them in a room with kids that are like 4 out of 10 grades, that kid may come down to an 8 out of 10, but it would bring everyone else up to like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Just from being in his presence, and not just his presence, but you know what I'm saying, like study habits, like it just those things follow.
So I want to like maybe, oh, go ahead, Mooncake. You want to say that?
Oh no, sorry. I just I guess what I'm trying to think about the other side of this, I'm really just trying to understand the benefit. Like I don't really understand this idea that it would even be a better education? I mean, at the end of the day, we're all going to learn the same thing: math, English, social studies, whatever it is, right? I can't remember what you learn
And
in high school.
America,
And gender identity as well.
Yes, well, you'll learn everything,
we
right?
do not have
Um,
time for.
I just
I agree. We
don't.
should give them more money for longer school years.
Yeah, I just think, hey, I think all the public systems should be the same, but maybe that's crazy to some people. I just don't see how private would just inherently be a better education. Let's be honest. I went to university with people who also went to private school. We were all in the same boat, so their parents just basically paid for a private school, and I think you get that socialization in public school. That's really important to like the way you interact with people once you leave high school, for example. So yeah.
I think it makes college more difficult. Like the way we currently do education is because like whenever we first enter, I don't because I can speak for other countries, but in the United States, whenever you end up going to college, like you end up having to spend a year of like time and resources, unless you're in like one of those a specialized institute, retaking your common core classes because the colleges can't can't necessarily assume that based on the state and high school you went to that you're like up to this standard level, so you're like rereading the same books you read in high school all over again, and spending tuition money. Like I think that
Yeah, go ahead, finish
yeah.
your sentence, Corey.
I mean
Uh,
just kind of assholesing. That's it.
I just want to ask Lactoid a question based off of like a previous panel. So, like, let's say I grant you that all the evidence supports that there's some positive effect of school vouchers. Based off of a previous panel, I think I know your position, but maybe you've changed. So, how do you feel about universal school meals then? Do you
So
support
there's
the-
other. I'm not going to deny the evidence that they probably do have a positive effect, but like I would be perhaps opposed to them on other grounds,
such as?
like overall tax burden overall increasing. But this appears to overall decrease the tax burden because we're spending less per student. So not only are we spending less, but we're also getting a little bit more maybe. And by the way, SDL, please confirm, regardless of what the cause is, the voucher kids did do a little bit better statistically significantly at the end, right?
That was they were looking at just two studies. That wasn't actually the meta study. They were just re-reporting the results. Yeah, but the point I was trying to raise is that when they do the cost comparison, they seem to do a really shit job. So in their comparison of U.S. Costs, they only look at the tuition of private schools, but they look at total per student costs of public schools, which includes stuff like busing and whatnot. Like there's like a million other things.
But wait,
So
I'm curious.
I'll break from Lactoid on
Yeah,
this one.
I'll have to read your. I guess I'll have to read the study that you linked. I'll be honest, I didn't get it. You just linked it, and I'm not blaming you. I mean, obviously, but like, from what I'm seeing so far, like it does seem as though the very specific questions of like, is there overall a minimally like good impact from what we know? Like, yes, the evidence is bad. Yes, we could always use more. And I would like to know more because my opinion might be dependent on this to some extent, right? I mean, if it's true that like voucher kids just fucking suck and like, wow, it turns out they suck, then no, we shouldn't do that, right? But if the results are negligible or even like minorly positive, like if we're getting overall a little bit more, and if the costs are overall a little bit less, I almost think it's irresponsible to not do it.
I want to
Gibbs, go real quick. I do want to address that at some point, but then
I want to break from Lactoid on this one a little bit. I think so. When it comes to the school lunches, Corey just brought up, I'm of two minds, right, on the school lunches, right. So I do think that I've seen it like as an anecdotal thing. I've seen how much the school lunches help, and as I said, I'm not a libertarian. I'm very economic conservative, but I'm not a libertarian. So this is one of those things where I wouldn't be. I'm okay with my tax dollars going to feed kids at school. Like one meal a day for school. It's been proven they do better in school. We're going to use tax dollars to fix real problems. If you can give them one meal a day, and like I went to a school where one of the schools I went to, they did have it, and then they had 50 cents for seconds. So these kids could go in and get 50 cents, get seconds, and now they've gotten eaten enough calories for the day that even if they don't get a meal at home, now they're going to be able to not be hungry. And these kids were doing eat well better than a lot of their peers in other schools that didn't have this government funding for the school programs. Now, here's the caveat to this is, the government dictates a lot of the foods that go out, and so you'll see the difference between like like I'm gonna say her name wrong, is Miss Bush. Her idea of what was good food versus Miss Obama, and her idea of what was good food was very different. And there's argument. I don't know if the studies are out yet. I'm sure there are, and I don't have them. But there was arguable like a difference between the quality of how the students did with one set of food versus the other. But like I think that's a stupid debate. Let's feed these kids. If we're gonna use tax dollars for something, feeding our students is not a thing we shouldn't be using our tax dollars for. That's a stupid argument. If you're against that, fuck you.
Well,
All right, let's go.
so
To,
well,
let's
I
go
think
to
you're
let's go to Doobie and then Corey.
So I might have missed this while arguing with people in chat, which you should never do, by the way. Galactoid, I'm curious about this. So, because I think you're a libertarian, I think you're still pretending to be one right now, right? So, now my understanding of most libertarian belief systems is that they tend to favor like strong separations between like church and state, right? Like strict separation. So, how do you like justify the state giving public money to religious institutions so that they then indoctrinate children into their belief systems?
So from like a personal level, I don't know. I guess like I'm skeptical of religion on a personal level. I don't necessarily see this as a separation of church and state issue, as long as the state isn't like determining which religions are eligible to receive this, or whether or not the schools have to be one religion or the other. If what they're saying is just like, okay, here's the money, parents, you get to make the decision, and we have these like lists of requirements for these private schools that they have to meet, whether it be a Muslim school, a Christian school, or a Jewish school, or anything like that. Like as long as they're meeting what like the requirements are, it's not like the government's like showing or choosing any kind of favoritism towards any one religion. To me, it's kind of similar to, it would almost be similar to like, okay, so, public employees go to a church and give money to like on the platter. Like, oh, well, that's government money because they're paying a public employee. Yeah, but that public employee is like going to their private business, or like what is their private business, which is their worship, and like choosing to give their money to a religious organization. It's not a separation of church and state issue.
Wait, hold on. So would you feel, so I'm just gonna curious, would you feel the same about like, let's say SDL opened up a commie school somewhere, right?
No.
The most tanky school ever that's ever existed.
That's a religion too far. I'm sorry.
Okay, hold on. No, like seriously, like what would be the issue with that school getting like school vouchers?
Yeah, I think the
all,
People's Temple
public.
should really have been able to open up a school, right? We're going to go down to Jonestown for a field trip.
Yeah,
well, I mean,
that's exactly what the issue was something like that.
Hold on. So first of all,
or some other, like some cult, yeah, like that's.
I hear you. I hear you. Yes, you're describing. First of all, you're describing public schools anyway. So I mean, the communists.
No, I'm not. Stop. Don't be ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous.
The second point is, if you had like a communist school, like a school with like overtly communist values, that was like meeting all the requirements placed by like, hey, this is what your reading score, math, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it'd be like a constitutional issue for you to give for that person to use their voucher on that school. Would I like it? Do I like the idea that people subscribe to communist content? Absolutely not. I think it's horrible.
Based.
What would be the issue with like imposing like a requirement on these school vouchers that they couldn't go to like a religious school or a school with like a heavy ideological bent? Like, what would be the issue with that from your perspective?
I don't have a strong issue with that. Like, I'm not super. I think it's constitutional either way. If you wanted to put like a strong prohibition when it comes to like, okay, here you can't attend these kind of schools. They can be private, but they can't be religious. They can't be like this kind of ideological. Like, I don't know, you'd be an ass of a time trying to figure out what that means. Then yeah, we can explore that. I'm not necessarily opposed to that because I mean, since it's public money, we do get to decide how it's spent.
Yeah, because I think that's my one hang up on the school voucher thing, right? Is I don't feel comfortable with like funding these religious institutions. And I think if there were an exception made there or some kind of requirement made there where they couldn't get the funding, I might be on board.
So,
just be clear though. Just be clear. I think like something like 87% of private schools in the U.S. right now are religious.
Oh yeah,
I think it's in the 80s somewhere.
The Catholic.
So most of this money is going to like religious schools.
When we ran the numbers in Maryland, there were, I want to say, 3 of 200 that were secular.
Yeah,
and
so like
an additional
20%
were just non-sectarian, but vaguely religious, meaning Christian.
So, yeah, so most of this money is going to like Christian churches, basically.
Yeah, the Catholics are involved in a lot of
Corey.
institutions. You know, they have a lot of schools, they have a lot of hospitals. I mean, there's absolutely like a level of institutional establishment there. If you have a problem with that, Doobie, and you wanted to like present an amendment saying, "Hey, like I only want to give vouchers to the non-religious schools," yeah, I would. I'm not necessarily opposed to that. I would just what my concern there would be, honestly, would be access. Right, if the only schools in your area, like the only alternatives, are Catholic schools, and like you can't feasibly get to a non-Catholic private school, and the public school that you're in is complete shit. It would feel terrible to say, well, no, you can't go to the good school because it's Catholic, right? No, I'm not sure I'm on board with that.
It's not. I don't think it sounds terrible at all. That sounds like if that's an issue, maybe that's just an opportunity for someone else to open up a good school. That's not like a religious indoctrination camp.
That's another good point. Yeah, like if the need would drive, like in a market sense, the need would drive the response. So yeah, that's a good point.
Let's go to our friend Corey, then Moon.
Yeah, well, first a comment. It's pretty clear Admiral Gibbs is explicitly left-wing now, since he supports feeding children and he moisturizes. It doesn't get any more left-wing than that.
You converted me, I guess.
But yeah, Lactoid. So because it seems to be like based off your answer for about universal school meals, where it seems like your overall guiding principle is like cost effectiveness, or like reducing the tax burden. Where you don't really
It's
care.
one of them.
Well, so you seem to be justifying, let's say, the school vouchers is like, well, yeah, if you squint hard enough, there's a positive effect, but there might be more support that is more cost effective. But then, like, what is, if you have any sort of like threshold, maybe not numerical value, but like, how much improvement in performance would you need to support universal school lunches?
I can't give you a number off the top of my head.
Shouldn't you just be fundamentally opposed to school vouchers, like, period?
No, again, not necessarily, and I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to school lunches. Like if you saw like a dramatic, like a just complete like upend of the response based on what you put in, right? Like if you put in 5 cents extra per year and you get like every kid's 100% smarter. I mean, fuck, I guess we have to do this, right? Like there's some balance between the two. Now, I'm generally going to be antagonistic towards tax increases because we know where that leads to, but I'm not going to be opposed to it in every instance.
Can I ask him a quick question? Oh, okay, I'll just ask it.
I'm
Anyway,
on the panel, ask it.
Yeah, I just didn't. I know there's someone else in line, so I didn't want to be rude. But like, here's the question: would you, because I know your morals and your principles, right? Would you take school choice if you saw that it had like a 5% less effectiveness versus public schools?
That's a really good question. I don't know. I think I'd be generally opposed. If it was like overall, if you could show me overall it was less cost effective, I'd be opposed to it.
Okay. I can flow with that. I actually expected you to go the other way with that, but that was interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, and so I guess the concern, I guess the other end of the concern, like besides leaving cost effectiveness aside, which is again, if this is true, which it appears to be at least minorly indicated, it's strange that like the opposition towards like, I guess, privatization is so strong that it even overcomes potential utilitarianism. My question is like, is there any concern here about sort of, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. If we did have, like, let's say there was no effects whatsoever, wouldn't it be a better thing if all education wasn't like controlled by a single apparatus?
That's kind of where I was. It was kind of my thing. That was my first question, was based on like where's the data leading the conversation, because people on every other conversation, like typically people on the left, which I consider myself to be part of, or on every other situation, are like, this is just what the data says. This is like, so I'm like, if the data does show to be like said positive or even neutral, technically the argument should be in favor of like letting people do what they want.
So hold on, I do want to address that, but first Mooncake, then I'll address that.
Actually, I'm going to get to that point too. Just a couple of things and then a question. With that, I kind of don't like this idea that having like multiple people teaching different things would be a good idea. The reason I think it should go through the government is because, for one, they believe in science. I do believe all their coursework, and to this day, will be appropriate. It'll be what everybody should be learning, like the basic things. Leaving that up to people with potential special interests is not exactly a great idea. Like I think Dewey said before, you could have an issue with like if someone's being taught something religious. something what's it called? Like cultish, that we have to be careful with. And then I just had a question actually. Do we not see these school vouchers as these private schools just basically making money? Like they're just a business basically. Are we not considering it
That's
that?
what they'll advocate for. Some people are okay with that because they're saying that like a business is susceptible to the market.
But
like they wouldn't deny that.
But
It's preferable.
when did we get to the point of school becoming a business? Right? I thought everyone would be entitled to education, or is that like?
Well,
yeah,
some libertarians will say no.
Your Canadianness is showing. Your Canadianness is showing.
Lactoid. No, I'm asking that directly. Is everyone entitled to education?
In a perfect, so in a perfect world, I mean,
the libertarian world, not perfect world, libertarian world.
Okay. I think there's probably some minimal level of education. Would it be what it currently is now? No. I think
Lactoid wants that middle school educated pumping.
Here's what we're gonna do. I think a lot of high schoolers would be better served going directly into the workforce than they would be going to high school.
Oh,
I think it's absolutely true.
Wait.
I think child labor is a good thing as long as the labor is actually like age appropriate and safe for the minor.
Wait. Before
hold on. I absolutely agree with. I absolutely assert this. However, unlike some of my other libertarian compatriots, I like to stay within the confines of the conversation, not necessarily talk about the dissolvement of the state whenever I get the opportunity to. So we're talking about specifically the question of school vouchers versus non-school vouchers. When in this case, given the option in front of me, incremental change, if we can push for a little bit of school vouchers, probably a good thing overall. Are there other alternatives that I would prefer? Yeah, but even with school vouchers, this is not a question about whether or not students have a right to an education. School vouchers support that right because the government is paying for parents to send their kid to school.
That doesn't make any sense.
with him real quick,
Let
please.
Mooncake respond. Mooncake.
Sorry. It's maybe just not competing. It doesn't make any sense only because why would the government then spend more money for these private schools when we could probably just lower the cost by keeping it in the public schools, therefore not making this a business? I actually am trying
because it doesn't lower the cost.
So I want to address something that's kind of tied with what Mooncake just said, because y'all keep bringing this up. Y'all keep talking about these cultish schools, right? So the cultish schools, as far as I know, aren't generally the private schools. I could be wrong. You might be thinking the Islamic schools or the Catholic schools or the cult. The cultish schools are the home schools, where you have the homeschool groups and you get these people together and they sit here and they school their kids together in their homeschool setting, and they have a standardized little teaching thing they have to teach, and then they can teach whatever they want after they teach the stuff to the test. And these kids are going to go in there thinking, the Earth is 10,000 years old, and like all sorts of wild stuff.
Isn't that the same thing you learn at a Catholic school or an evangelical school?
Catholics would not teach that, but some evangelicals would.
It depends on the evangelical school. But here's my point. I'm making. So if we're going to really go after a culprit, I don't know if these school vouchers are going to go towards these homeschool charter things. But in my opinion, you know what, Corey? I guess I'm going to go full leftist. If we're going to require kids to go get an education, we shouldn't be allowing the homeschools, and those are ones we shouldn't be giving the private.
No, homeschool kids do better.
Taking
the John Oliver pill.
They might do better for the test,
but it depends on what you control for.
They do worse. There are studies to support this, and I can look them up if we need to. If y'all really want to argue, they do better on some of the tests, but they do worse with social acclimation.
Yeah. Exactly,
and that's a major thing, and that has been proven a lot of times. So, and just don't. I mean, no.
The rest of the right wing.
The other really hard thing here again is that homeschoolers.
It hurts me to say this. I'm sorry.
Yeah, a lot of the right wing committee is going to veto you on this one. Even among us right wingers, this is horrible. Homeschooling is awful for people.
Whoa! Hold on. Here, before this bullshit. Okay, so there's a pretty well established consensus amongst opinions.
That's what I think.
Yeah. There's a consensus here that homeschool kids typically score significantly higher.
Yeah, and then
other
weirdos.
You are in the coat machine.
They fail.
I don't know where you're getting this data, but there's no fucking way.
You can Google it. Just Google it, and everything shows that homeschool kids are
have you
kicking
met any
ass.
homeschool people? They're all like social,
weird.
like
Oh
recluses
my
and
god!
shit.
So you think because they're a little bit eccentric and they're smarter than you, that all of a sudden
No, it's not
this
even
is a
that they're
problem.
eccentric. It's that like they literally don't know how to operate within like normal public. Like it literally takes them like 10 years to adjust to that shit.
And they do
I,
bad at
and I've
college.
seen the data for this. It's not just me pulling this out of my ass being like, I know a guy. It's literally like they maybe do well in schools because they're like fucking automatons in some regards, because it's literally what they're doing. But like socially, they're completely off the box, dude.
They haven't conformed. Hold on, here's the actual reason. They haven't conformed to like what your expectation of their social like conversating style should
I'm
be.
a social conservative. Of course, I see that as a problem.
Yeah. Okay,
No,
well,
I completely agree.
we
should uplift that, right?
Yeah. So hold on. This is a great point. Yeah, this is first of all, this is ableist. You guys are shitting on autistic people right now. But second of all, like if the studies consist, I don't know. If the studies consistently show, like over and over and over again, the numbers show like homeschool kids do better, like in all measurements. Like, why is this the group that you're picking a fight with?
No, I will.
Wait. Can I interject, please? Like,
Boy, better not. We ain't even brought up a study. You better not say we looking at the data wrong.
We hadn't like if all of the outcomes are better for universal school meals, like why shouldn't you support that? Could you make that same claim?
I've explained. Wait, Corey, I've explained. If school meals were cost like negative, like or had no effect whatsoever on like taxpayer funds, but I'd be ridiculous to not support it. The problem is you got to pay for it.
Yeah. But they're talking about pros and cons, as in like, okay, even if all the metrics are true, people are bringing up the point. Well, if they lack in social skills in other departments, it's a trade-off that is too much. You're doing the same analysis of like, well, the tax burden is too high.
But I don't think lactoid values.
I
don't think that's something they're tying his values. It's like, kids are a little awkward.
Lactoid, could we get away with this if we literally say that school meals are fucking school equipment, or like fucking like if that's what we have to label it as? Like literally, it's a tool. You're purchasing a tool to improve the educational improvements.
Yeah, you guys are just like totally like I'm surprised I'm having to explain this, like repeat myself over and over again on this, right? So generally, things are a cost-benefit analysis. There are benefits and then there are costs. Sometimes if I feel the costs are too high, even if there's a benefit, maybe the cost-benefit analysis doesn't come out in favor of doing the thing if the costs are higher. Now, homeschooling saves a whole bunch of costs, and there's a benefit.
Let him finish. Go ahead. Finish your point, and then I'm going to respond to that point.
Thank you. Yes. So homeschooling, right, appears to have a very, very strong cost-benefit analysis, which is we don't pay shit for their education, and they do significantly better than other students. When it comes to voucher kids, like, maybe it's a tiny little fucking bit better, and maybe it's a little tiny bit fucking cheaper, but overall the cost benefit analysis is thus that, like, yeah, there's not a strong argument against it at that point. When it comes to school meals, like, you could probably show a strong benefit. Now show me the costs, and then I have to make a calculation as to, do I believe the costs justify the benefit? That's all it is.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So, I'm gonna go Mooncake, and then I guess Corey next. And Bam and Gibbs and Ty. All right. I guess that goes to where I was gonna land. Bam asked about like, well, in any other case, leftists say, like just follow the studies, right? And that's where my opinion will land. Well, yeah. Then I'm doing the same thing that Lactoid just said. Like there is a huge cost when we're using these voucher programs. It's like the loss of public funds. It's diverting them from public schools. It is they
can still choose another public school.
Yeah, if they do, like if it's going to public, and are they actual public schools or are they charter schools? Which is another part of the fight. But beyond that, there's also this flee from public to private. And what that does is it degrades the system. when we aren't all in this, and Mooncake was getting to this previously, but like you guys kind of like glazed over this, but when we aren't all in the public system, then we don't all fight for the public system. When we give an out to the wealthy or those who have these voucher systems, then they can help dismantle the public school system. The one that's chronically underfunded and chronically unevenly funded, yeah, that's a problem. Public schools do fine, right? When you're talking about or not even just fine, they're excellent. We're talking about public schools that are in high income zip codes, right? Those public schools are great. They produce fantastic results. The ones where in low income neighborhoods, since we fund these things through local property tax, right? Yeah, like that. Those perform way. There's a negative impact there, right? So rather than like trying to fix this, and this is like eminently fixable. It's eminently fixable. We allow an escape hatch. The white flight that Stockton Left was saying at the very start, right? We allow an escape hatch for people, and then those same people will say, "Well, I'm not getting anything out of this," right? And then they're all of a sudden they're libertarian brain. I'm not getting anything out of this, so let's dismantle this system. Let's attack this. When we had the closest, and I'll say this one last thing, don't move on. But when the black and white achievement gap, right, in terms of students, when that was shrunk the most it ever did in the United States, that was during school busing. That was when we were physically moving white kids into black neighborhood schools and vice versa. And what happened was overnight, the people who could opt out, the people who had power, who could opt out of those systems, saw those public schools that their kids are now going to, and they're like, well, these schools need resources, and so I'm going to call my congressman, I'm going to call my representatives, I'm going to get those resources, and they just magically appeared when before there was no money. We couldn't find them at all. So when we give these that escape hatch, right, that's what happens. Is that those resources that could have been allocated don't. So I'll leave it there, but then we're going to go to Mooncake. Corey,
can I ask you a question about what you just said?
Sure.
So two questions. The first question I have is, let's say what did come out of meta-analysis that showed that voucher programs, specifically for private schools, had a significantly positive cost benefit analysis where those students costed less and they did better, right? Let's just say that study came out. Would you then be in favor of school vouchers?
To be very clear, one, I don't care about the cost. I think that it's weird that we penny pinch when it comes to schools. So like I like this is not a place that I would do that in at all. So it really doesn't matter to me.
There's some cost we got to care about.
I'm right? Sure. Yes.
$30 trillion per student. I mean, come on.
Me too. I was like $1 trillion.
Right. So cost benefit.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. But I'm saying that would have to be within the extreme, and that's not where the place we're at. So I throw a lot more money at public schools. But yeah, if it proved that somehow just like physically moving these kids had some sort of outsized benefit, then sure, I absolutely I'd have to reevaluate my position. Was that your only question?
The only other thing I wanted to say is that it's a commonly misunderstood thing when people say, okay, well, you got schools that are funded through local property taxes, and that leads to a dramatic disproportionate level of school funding. The feds make up quite a significant amount of that. In fact, in the U.S., according to the Federal Reserve of St. Louis, Black students in the United States receive, it's a very, very small amount. They receive slightly more education funding per student than white students, and very slightly less instructional spending compared to white students. Some of that gap is made up through other school resources.
So let me speak to this real briefly. Across the U.S. states in the past 20 years, funding has been enormously reformed. It used to be regressive, and now it's progressive in most states. So just by income, 47 of 50 states have progressive funding nowadays, but only about 1 in 2 states have racially progressive funding, which is odd because Black people disproportionately tend to be poor. So the point, I guess, just more broadly, is Black schools do tend to be worse than you'd expect them to be for people of their income. Something that I posted in chat as well is that poor students cost more to get the same level of quality education. It can be as much as 2 times more. So the fact that a disproportionately poor group is getting the same funding as a much less poor group is not actually an argument for like actual equality. Is all I'm trying to say. Like
Well,
it's
hold on.
good, but it could be better.
You're right. It's not an actual argument, I guess, supposedly for equity, if that's something you care about, right? But it is an argument saying, well,
this is all equality of opportunity, right?
Well,
like,
no. The
people need
funding,
schools
the
of the same
funding, though,
quality.
right? The funding, though, like as you just said, what you said, 47% or 47 out of 50 states are now progressively funded
By income, yes, but by race,
by
it's only
income.
1 and 2.
Well, hold on, but if it's by income and black people are disproportionately poor, then it would also be disproportionately by race.
No, that's the problem, right? Is that though black people are disproportionately poor, they aren't getting the same level of progressiveness in funding as like the whole country is. That poor people overall get progressive funding, but it doesn't quite work for black people. It's white poor people, in particular, that are getting progressive funding.
So hold on. So black students are getting more than white students on average in the country.
By like $50.
Yeah. Well, it's by a few $100s, but like you're saying it's not by enough, is what you're saying.
It's yes. Well, like, it's less than you'd expect given the disproportionality in needs.
But it is more,
and given overall progressive spending.
And so, Lactoid, since had been directed at me, like SCL pretty much beat me to it, but he said it in a much more eloquent way than I would have. But that our schools, our public schools, are asked to do a lot more, especially in those poor neighborhoods, are doing a lot. They are making up for our societal inequities. What we do is we just pile those things up on public schools, right? When we have kids who don't get meals at home, right? Because they're too poor and they show up. They need meals there, right? So that eats into the budget. It just like takes more for that kid. When the kid doesn't get like tutors like after school, right? Like we'd have to like make that up within the school for more after school mentorship. Like there's a whole list of costs that make poor kids more expensive than kids of means. So I just put that out there, that like even if it's just a little bit more or whatever, right, that doesn't actually make up for it. It has to be a lot more for that need.
That's an argument, but it's a very different argument, and a lot of people have this perception that there's like less funding. But that's not true.
So the perception comes from the past and local funding. The only reason it's equal either is because of intensive federal subsidization that's only emerged in the past 2 decades or so of poor districts. So I just want to be clear, like this is a political win for our side that only exists nowadays.
People have consistently been making this argument within the past 20 years for their side, despite the fact they already won. Right, 47 states are progressive. Like, why are we celebrating instead of like?
Hold on. What I said was that it's underfunded, right? And so to actually complete the task, it's underfunded. Schools don't have the funding necessary to complete the task of educating these kids, right, and being their mothers, and then being their chefs, and keeping them safe from all our societal failures. Actually, no, they are underfunded. Absolutely, I don't walk away from that at all.
You attributed that to how property taxes fund schools disproportionately. That's not true because according to SDL's own source, 47 states are progressively funding education. So really the argument's now this.
And there's Robin Hood laws. And there's Robin Hood laws.
Let me briefly quote one last thing. Let me briefly quote from the article that Lactoid posted, though. Oh God, I just had it pulled up. They found that the reason that it's progressive nowadays is entirely due to that federal funding. Property tax funding is enormously regressive. So like just a quote from it. While states contributed 46% of funding for white school districts, it's 44% federal for black districts. Like the overwhelming, So I'm just trying to say like this is something that's actually new is all. So I get that people's arguments are maybe dated, but that the reason they're dated is because we won.
So right. Well, 2 decades dated is pretty significant.
I actually, it still doesn't work out. I have to deal with this later because other people want to jump in because that doesn't actually account for the full funding of schools at all. But all right, the mooncake. I'll deal with you. Don't worry. I'll come back to you, Lactoid.
I just had a few questions. Just before I made my comment, I just had a few questions. So, okay, Lactoid, you are a libertarian?
Unfortunately.
Sure. Oh no,
I'm not big on I'm not big on political labels. SDL's called me a right-wing neoliberal. I call myself a libertarian just because it's closest to what I believe.
You mean a neocon? Is he a neocon?
And then Tiberi is calling me a neocon.
No, I'm just saying like a right-wing neoliberal is called a neocon. Like, why do we need?
No, not anymore.
Wait, just let him make a point.
Sorry. The reason I ask is because, like, I guess, do you like America? Like, do you love America? Are you patriotic?
He's Canadian, by the way.
He's a Canadian.
So no, I'm not a Canadian. These motherfuckers it's a weird joke that they keep rolling with. Okay, I'm not Canadian. I'm an American. So do I like America? I generally don't like the concept of nation states like as a thing. I don't think they're intrinsically justified. In terms of like countries by governance, I think America is one of the best. I think we guarantee a lot of like constitutional rights for our citizens. Freedom of speech, freedom of assembly, et cetera, that I think are like really important. So, and the U.S. does that pretty well.
I guess the reason I asked is just like to understand you a bit better before I just made my comment. But I guess just and I'm going to bring this back to just the school lunches because that's what I heard earlier. What I don't really understand is that if you give these kids school lunches, right, better for society, right, less dependence on these parents. We've seen it with a lot of European countries, us included. If you do that, that would also teach kids healthy food options, healthy food choices. That means you could even lower heart disease, right? That Americans, unfortunately, tend to die from a lot each year. I think that's the highest reason Americans die. Also, children can't even learn on an empty stomach. I mean, I think someone may have sent you like the data on that. I can. So I guess I was just trying to understand if you actually liked America, because I feel like if you did, you would want this. So that's why I was kind of curious.
So this is a little. Here's the ultimate reductio, right? And we all agree with this principle of like cost benefit analysis. Even you, like all of us agree with this. Like I would assure you, a child like who is like two rich families would probably do better in school. Does that mean the U.S. government has an obligation to make all families rich?
But we're talking about food, like for children. Like I'm not saying like you're an adult, you go work your job and like whatever. I'm talking about like kids.
Well, no, I know kids in rich households do better in most aspects of life.
No.
Does the U.S. government have an obligation to make all families rich?
Yeah, but think about it. With the taxes that people already have, why would subsidizing meals, one meal a day, which a lot of other countries who are successful do, why would that be a problem? I'm just trying
to violation of his principles.
Well, it's just the money, right? Because ultimately, here's the principle, right? Tax money is stolen money, right? So whenever you're going to use this money, you have to justify it. You have to justify it, and both of us agree it'd be ridiculous to steal money to buy somebody a mansion.
He's a libertarian.
We disagree as to food.
Sorry, hold on. I want to let Mooncake, because we all get a chance, and we all got to yell at Electwood at some point in time. It's a rite of passage. But go ahead, Mooncake, go ahead.
How is taxes stolen money? I'm actually excited to hear this.
Boy. Because okay. So if I came to you, let's say I came to you with a gun and I said, if you don't give me 20% of your income, I'm going to put you in a cage. Would you agree this is stolen money?
Yes.
Yeah, the government does that.
Okay, for one, they don't, and I think that it's really scary that people think the government just does this. For one, you file taxes and you pay taxes because you are a citizen of said nation. When you are a part of a nation with other people, you have to support the individuals around you. You are a part of a society. So they use that tax money to benefit society. So
that doesn't make it not theft, right? Like if I stole your money, like if I did the same thing with a gun and took 20% of your money and then I spent it like handing it out to neighborhood kids, that would still be stealing from you, right?
But the government doesn't point a gun at you and say, "Hey, give me your money." The government says,
the IRS has a SWAT team. They definitely have guns behind them.
Yeah, why would they? Because they run into, unfortunately, dangerous situations sometimes. So yeah, that would make sense.
Dangerous situation.
Well, because let's say there was an enterprising young individual who didn't want to pay his taxes. Eventually, they will come get you with guns.
Okay, so if I could ask you, so even for giant corporations, you just believe they should never pay taxes?
No, so there's a difference between like saying taxes are theft and like on a base level unjustified. Like morally speaking. Let me explain, right? So there's a difference between saying like taxes are like a wrong in of itself. And there's another question of like, okay, we agree taxes are stealing and wrong, but like, do we have to do wrong sometimes to avoid maybe some kind of greater wrong that like we're more afraid of? I'm sympathetic to that argument.
My argument. Yeah, that's my argument.
Yeah, I think there's a sympathetic argument there. And then the cost benefit analysis is just how big is one wrong compared to the other.
I'm going to ask my question again. Do you support the taxation of large companies?
The only two taxes I support are a land value tax and an inheritance tax. Everything else should go away.
Oh, wow. You're out of the Libertarian Party now. You're done.
Oh my gosh. I guess I just can't wrap my head around this because taxes are used to pay for also like social programs. They're used to help.
Not pro social programs.
Yeah.
Neither is any other libertarian. You might just have
I'm
another
generally
foundation for the
skeptical of
libertarian
some
movement.
forms, yeah.
Okay. Here's my other question. Okay, so if it was just everyone for themselves, right? No taxes, no nothing. How would we build the roads? Like, how would that get done?
The roads.
Private individuals.
Oh,
private
no.
individuals.
So now we're gonna play private corporations, right? What if they start charging us, I don't know, $10,000
Tolls?
Somebody else will make another
per like
company.
thing?
We go to a different
The
company.
market would solve it.
I guess
Yeah, but what if
Yeah,
monopoly is
band
created?
I do think
No,
this
no,
is
no,
somewhat
no.
off the topic,
Yeah,
but I
no,
think
hold on,
the argument
sorry.
from the left it can
Then
either
there's
just
a
be
market void.
that this
So-
is justified theft because it makes society better off, or two, that the income that you derive isn't like created from the void by your work or whatever.
Let's-
that you live in a society which enables your high income. The only reason you're able to earn all the money you have is because of the partial social democracy that we've built up with the most educated population on Earth in history ever. And so we're taking those taxes to continue doing that, so you can continue to have
Yeah.
your high income. It's
So-
like the socially required bit
So
to create
I-
your income.
I do want to move on from this, but like a mooncake, like if you have like one other thing you want to say, to this
Sorry,
guy.
just one other thing. I don't know. I get so confused by Americans sometimes. Is that like even when it comes to healthcare, the idea that taxes are theft, but if my neighbor got cancer, I'm just saying here in Canada, if my neighbor got cancer, he could go
done.
get cancer treatment, and guess what? Pay $0. He could be cured and pay and not have to walk away and be like, oh no, I might as well like kill myself because of my debt. So that's where this confusion. I can't grasp it.
Let me ask you. So you don't think taxes are theft? Let's say
No,
there was
not-
let's say there was a 100% tax rate. Everything you made was taken by the government and put into social programs. Do you think it'd be theft then?
Okay, yeah, but they don't do that.
Okay, but what's the percent that makes it theft compared to
If
not theft?
they're taking 100% of your paycheck, I mean that's just basic.
What about
Like if they're taking
70%?
100%.
What about 99? What about 99%? Let's move down the
Once
chain.
again,
Justified.
yes, but they don't do that. That's why there's
The
calculations.
UK
That's
does
why there's
70%.
But no,
The UK does not.
Engage with the
No,
question,
yes, they
right?
do.
Like, because this is like
Yeah,
you're going to
what
be
is
hit
the
with this
percent?
if you're on this circuit, right? So yeah,
Yeah, what?
like
guess-
yeah,
70%,
What I'm
50%.
saying is 50% to me at least is still too much. Well, actually, no. Wait. Before I say that,
Based.
no, I need to be careful. It depends on how much you make because I do believe in a wealth tax. So it really does depend on how much you are earning per year. You should be taxed at a higher rate. If you're making millions and millions of dollars, yeah, you should be taxed at a way
so
higher
middle
rate.
class family,
different from
right?
a
Let's
wealth
making $80,000 US dollars, real dollars a year.
Yeah.
How much? Like
I believe that's like
50% of that would that be
25%. Like in the States, I believe if you're making like 80,000, I believe they take like 24%. You guys can double check that.
Yeah,
But
but I'm just saying,
24%.
at what point would it be theft, and what point is it fair?
I think the way this tax code is written, because the issue I have is that there's a specific tax code for it.
It's not.
Like
No,
when
we're
they
not talking about the tax code. Hold on, come on.
These
He's
are, like,
talking about a
foundational.
hypothetical, right? He's
Yeah,
like
I
he's
understand.
constructing
Okay,
an argument.
50%, I think would still be theft, but I don't think I can properly engage with the question. That's the issue I'm having.
Why not? Why not?
I don't know
this-
because if we're like, are you saying 50% of the 80,000?
Yeah,
principle is
80,000.
impractical.
Yeah, 80,000.
Yeah, I would think that's theft basically. Yeah,
Wait.
50%. Yeah.
Okay, 45. What about 45%?
What's the number? Just say it's the percentage that you think is
It doesn't-
not.
Just say it's
Give
theft,
me
so it's
the
justified. Just say
line.
it's justified.
But
It's base theft. That's it. Just say that.
no, I won't agree to that. It's theft. I don't think it's theft.
Fuck SDL.
It doesn't
Okay.
matter whether it's theft or not
It's-
because it makes society better off. If
No,
you
because
care
she
about the
knows theft is
consequences-
wrong. Unlike you, you guys like theft, but
Yeah,
she doesn't
I
like theft.
agree. No, I'd agree. Like, any time a poor, starving person steals like flour to bake bread, that's wrong. We should kill that person. I
The last
agree.
time somebody baked bread.
Babylonia time. Cut off their
I made
hands.
this week. I made
In
bread
a
this
country
week.
with this much food stamps, yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh
All
my
right. So
God.
we are gonna move on. We're gonna move on.
Mooncake,
Mooncake. This is your first foray into libertarianism, and now you're
Yeah, I
just-
feel like
I
you
can't-
don't even know what the definition is.
yeah.
Welcome
You
to
got
the party.
You got to work on this
Surprise.
one.
Honestly,
I want
and-
to take
and-
all
and
that.
hold on, sorry. Yeah,
Right.
Mooncake, you got to work on this one. And Lactoid is a person like he's no, you're actually lucky to meet Lactoid. Lactoid is actually
Yeah.
an easy landing into this. So shout out to my friend. Go ahead, Corey.
That's true. He hasn't talked about the market and children yet.
Yeah, Gibbs, don't worry. I see your hand. Yeah,
I still want to raise hell with that.
Corey.
And also, according to some people, Lactoid isn't even a true libertarian, or not libertarian enough. Sort of a fake libertarian.
I've heard.
But
This is every political ideology. You're not actually us. Fuck you. It's like
You're not actually American.
No, I know.
Go ahead, Corey.
I'm obviously giving you a hard time.
No, I know.
But yeah, so I think you're I think we spoke about this even last week. I think your strict economic and systemizer brain is coming into play. So like going back to universal school meals, okay, and like yeah, I understand.
That's the conversation.
Yeah, because like I haven't had that for a while. But like, yeah, you seem to own like you have like that economic brain where it's like only the economic cost. I agree with you. Every decision is like a cost benefit analysis. But I think you really seem to overvalue just like whatever economic cost. You don't see any other costs outside of economic. Where
There's a
I think
premium.
yeah, so I think you that's something that you miss when it comes to like the homeschooling aspect. So people on the panel, even if they grant you that, let's say there's academic benefits, okay, there's some sort of grade boost for homeschooling, but I don't think you address the point of like if that comes at a cost of some sort of social development. Do you see that as a cost at all? I'm not saying that's true or not because the empirics are missed, but do you see that as an actual cost of like, hey, this child now lacks social development, whatever that means.
Right. So the empirics are missed as you just described it, right? So the real question would be, let's say that we could measure their lack of social ability in the face of less cost and better grades. Then
Well,
could
okay,
that be a
okay,
consideration?
wait.
Yeah, potentially.
I can maybe use something more tangible. Let's say they're just like over the long term, like a 10% increase in depression. How about that?
A 10% increase from what percent?
Well,
Can I-
baseline. I mean,
Can I piggyback on this, Corey? Because this is what
I mean, it
exactly
depends
where
what the
I wanna go.
baseline is. I don't know what the, I don't know what the
It's
baseline
like 1
is.
in 8 or something. I don't know.
Yeah, so like there, yeah, if you have some like marginal like increase in depression compared to like the benefits, I would look at the increase in depression, I suppose, as like a net detraction, but I don't think that's clearly or anywhere near as bad enough to start shitting on homeschoolers.
Do you
Okay,
mind if I
wait.
piggyback on this?
If I
I know
said-
Cam-
Oh no, sorry. Guys. Let's go on the line. Corey's been waiting. Corey.
I mean, no, I think like, yeah, like to me, I think you just overlook that cost, and like, yeah, I think the fact that you don't see, I don't think you perceive social development as a thing. Although I'll even back you up, where at least from the data that I've seen, I've done a deep dive, but like, yeah, and when it comes to social development and homeschooling, the evidence appears to be mixed. But I think that is a cost, and I think you only tend to think, understandably, given your leanings, only in economic terms.
No, hold on. So the social development issue is missed, but based on your review, as a credible academic, you would also agree that what's not missed is the academic performance increase among homeschoolers, which is significant.
Okay.
Yeah,
Correlational, not causal.
based off
Correlation.
of what I've seen, like that seems a fair assessment. Yeah.
The income differentials aren't that
Let's
much.
let's go to Bam.
I think they are pretty
Gibbs
significant.
and Ty.
Oh. Yeah. So I guess going back to that topic we were originally on, like I guess I would ask you, Prom, in about the one thing that you typically hate, even though like no one's ever been able to find like legitimate arguments against it. Like you say that the issue would be like we're leaving the lower income kids in the worst situations, and we're having like a lot of flight. Like technically, your original question was related to removing income gaps and means testing. What if we kept that in place? What if it was more significant? What if it was like the only kids that were allowed to have choice between schools were kids making, I don't know, under 40, like families making over under $40,000 a year or something? So it's just like the low income.
So again, this is kind of why I wanted to like draw that distinction and as to like what we're talking about, or at least what's worth talking about. If you're saying school choice is moving from one like straight up public school to another straight up public school.
No, I'm saying even if it's not. Even if it's a
Well, no,
charter,
that's
even if
what I'm
but
saying.
only
Like,
like the poor kids.
if you're saying if it's moving from public school to public school, then like that's like a non-issue for me, and I don't care. When we're talking about voucher programs that send them to public or private institutions or charter schools, which are basically private, right, but use public funds, then that's a problem for me. And it would be a problem for me even if they were like of low means.
Okay, well, I still don't understand the significant difference. What differentiates those two things for you? Because, like I said, I can have a problem with it even within public schools, like from public school to public school, because I think that like all of the same things you want to talk about like would exist. So I'm wondering what the Like what the distinction is for you?
Because those are public funds going into private hands. They often offer worse educational outcomes. Like when we're talking about charter schools, for instance, they offer worse educational outcomes. They're less regulated, and they can decide, oh, we don't want like disabled kids. So like that's an issue, or kids who are English as a second language, right? So like immigrant kids, like they are overall a worse experience, and they uh, get the public to opt out of public schools in general rather than like fix the system, which again is extremely fixable. They give them political space to say, well, I'm not part of this anymore, and so we can degrade these institutions.
But wouldn't that still okay? I'm maybe not the first three issues, but the last issue about fixing the system. If is it fixing like when we have the exact same issues if everyone just went to the best public school in the county, district, region, whatever? Like, would it just like, oh, that's just a crappy school? If you happen to go there, like, it's going to be shut down soon because that's just a crappy school. Like, are we fixing that school?
If everyone went to the best public schools, so if
Like
everyone,
that?
so if we want, we created one super school for a county, and then
No, it's not necessarily a super school. Like obviously, like I said, 30,000 kids couldn't go to one school. Like at some point they would have to reject some. But typically, like, are you like the schools that the kids are leaving? Were like arguably, even if you can go into even if it's between public schools, that's not improving the public school that they're leaving. Or are you just okay with that school shutting down if it's just not good?
um, I guess I'm okay with schools shutting down if like there's organizations that like it can't be saved, right? That's the thing that happens, just like an organizational thing, and that's you have to shut down and start over again. So I guess like I'm not like my middle school shut down. It was a pretty shit school. Like so like like whatever.
Do you think that so in that case, do you feel like the state would have a responsibility to figure out the like transportation accommodations for all the kids? Because like I grew up in kind of a rural area, kind of what Tobias was talking about. Like there can be a pretty significant distance to the next school over, like versus being in like a inner city downtown area where there can be like 3 schools within 10-minute walks.
If the state has to shut down a school and becomes like like the state shouldn't be shutting down schools either shouldn't shut down a school or provide a different school if like it's not feasible for kids to actually go, like if it's like 3 hours away, that's like unfeasible for kids to travel to. So like either provide a new school within that area or like fix a school that's remaining there.
Yeah, that
So
probably wouldn't exist anywhere out. Like 3 hours, that's probably only in like Alaska. But I'm like I said, it
or
doesn't. But it doesn't seem
people
like the same
moving.
issue.
Yeah, I mean, like I'd also like if it's like an hour away. I don't know what these distances are, but like if it's some unreasonable distance, right? Then if it's an hour away, then yeah, the federal government should
The
help.
buses are just gonna have to create new routes.
Yeah.
Okay. Like I said, I just knew it just feels like we're still not fixing that school if you're allowing kids to leave them.
No,
Like
so I said fixing. So maybe that's my confusion on my part. I said fixing the institution of public schools, not like each individual school, right? Like there are some schools that literally are rotting, like they are falling to pieces. And so if you tore down that school, like I wouldn't complain about that, but you'd have to provide something else, right? Either transportation for yourself that's reasonable, or build another building.
okay, I got you. That was probably my distinction.
My middle school was 100 years old.
So,
Gibbs.
thank you. So, all right. I'm gonna Lactoid. I don't ever get to argue with you, so we're gonna get to argue right now. I feel like. So,
How do you feel
all
about
right.
school lunch?
Homeschoolers are just fine, Gibbs. Calm
Now, hold on.
Like,
So, all right. I'm a cost benefit analysis guy as well, and I also agree with you that generally taxation is theft. Right.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, I feel like we both are on agreement on that. Here's my problem with your analysis, right? And when it comes to the homeschool thing, and they're talking about taking tests, Forbes put out a study. I don't know. I feel like we can trust Forbes when it comes to economics. That said, people that graduate college after their, after being homeschooled for their first K through 12, on average, make $24,000 less than their counterparts that attended public or private schools. All right. So, in that case, would you say that the cost benefit analysis is economically viable? Now these people are less contributing members to society than they are to an average person that went to public or private school. Would you agree in that case that private school that homeschooling is not up to snuff?
Link me the article. I'll take a look at it.
I bet I'll do that here. So here's the next question. Then let's just say 20. Let's just. I feel like we'll stick with that number, 24,000, right here, income. If
So that's
it
pretty
was
significant.
right,
That's very significant. Yeah.
if the income was sitting here was 24,000 and it was the same, and it showed that the person was school lunch, if by giving them free school lunch allowed them to make 24,000 more after they graduate, would you then say that school lunches are providing a big enough benefit to fund them with your tax dollars?
I'm sure you would.
I'll need to take a look at the cost compared to if that's actually true. What do you say? 26,000
per year? Yeah, I'm almost positive that Electoid would. Like, because
well,
whatever we're paying in, you're making out like probably triple. But
all right, so what is the number then? And I know you like to do that. What's the number you would say?
No, I don't know. Hold on. I'm okay with like percentages because that highlights the principle of all of its theft, right? But the question of a cost benefit analysis is going to be like highly case dependent. So if you have those numbers, I'll take a look at them.
Median college income is like 60K or something, so that's a good chunk.
what I'm saying, if somebody's making like a private school kid making 24,000 less, like I mean, a homeschool. I don't even believe that, honestly.
Yeah, no.
That does sound absurd.
Gibbs is literally saying like your income doubles if you get free school lunches. So I mean, if that's the
No,
case,
I didn't say
No, he said that hypothetical. He was talking about the hypothetical.
okay, so that was just a hypothetical.
The first one was the 24,000 homeschool kids after they graduate, and the reason they cited was the social, inability after that. Whatever.
I just don't believe that. I don't believe that's true.
I do doubt that.
I'll link it here. Give me a moment. I'll find it for you.
During interviews, they might be more awkward than like other students or other kids.
Maybe, and
$24,000
it could also be like networking and stuff, but it does seem way too large for.
Could be leadership skills.
I could see 2,400.
Yeah,
Maybe more likely to be
Pick
like computer
whatever
science.
number you know, whatever number you want. What's the number that you're going to say cost benefit analysis is whatever? Because you're sitting here talking about percentages. All right, so what's the income number that you're going to say?
15,321. No more, no less. That's exactly the line. There you go.
Is that USD or Canadian dollars?
USD. Yeah, and adjusted for inflation too. So next time you ask me tomorrow, it's going to be 4% higher or whatever.
Let's go to Tiberius.
I'm tired of making this the lactoid empowerment hour. Like I love being lactoid, but
I love to spread my propaganda. Keep talking, money. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I largely did have a question for you, but the problem is like it's literally been UV8, and it's kind of annoying because I want to fight somebody at this point. So I'm just gonna pass. Somebody please bring up something else.
Wait. Hold on. Was it a good question though?
Okay. You remember how you did the early employment take, where it's like, hey, if what is it? High schoolers could get it in the workforce instead of going to high school.
Okay.
Yeah, he's for kid-friendly slaughterhouses for child employment.
Wait. All right. So hold up, please. Hold up. All right. So the question was that just to play with this a little bit, if these folks decided they wanted to go back to school at a point, whether it be high school or even college, would you be willing to allow state funds for that if they decided to do it at a later point?
No.
So they work for like. Oh, okay. Yeah. So if they worked for like 4 years and then came back like, no, I need to finish high school. I need to go to college.
Ideally it would be like, ideally the education would like perhaps be up to high school. I don't know exactly which grade, but like up to around there, and then like afterwards join the workforce or attend a private school.
So this is just so crazy to me because the future of work in these states is supposed to be that like 1 in 2 jobs will need a college degree. Like the idea that up to high school is just ideal is like it's so falling short, man.
That's something. Wait, that was the biggest thing I agree with Lactoid on, and I feel like everyone here kind of does. Now I don't know about the majority, like, because education system is gonna fit. You have to try to fit the most people, but every one of us absolutely knows someone who like didn't benefit from their high school education. like who like they might have got their high school diploma, but typically if they would have started working at 16, they probably would be in the in a similar, if not better place than they are now, just because they have 2 more years work experience. Those people exist. We're not gonna act like they don't. Like there's people.
Well,
who
it
work
depends on how you're analyzing. If you talk like again, I think there are other things outside of economics to consider, but that's just like my opinion.
No, but I'm just saying. I'm saying anything you consider. I'm saying that there's people who like they started working on cars at 14, and if
They're
they
doing the
if
same
they could
thing at
go,
30.
that's all they were gonna do. Like them
Roofers.
learning about like they didn't need their education to
Plumbers.
do that.
Well, I'm cool with it. Like the big thing is that we have got to make sure that those people are able to have successful enough lives to when they have to retire around 63 because they trash their bodies.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm not
exactly.
cool with it, but I'm just saying that those people
Okay.
exist. People are trying to act like Toy says something crazy.
I know
there
some-
aren't some kids that are.
I know
failed
so many
by
people like that. They
17.
grew up as farmers' kids, are farmers, to this day. People who grew up, in the auto shop and that, they're still working on cars to this day. It might be a different auto shop, but it's still in the auto shop, right? It's just there's levels to where like I actually have a lot of love and respect for these people because they bust their fucking ass and they do good work. But it's also I've seen what it does to the human body. It's these people have to retire in their early 60s because they can't keep up anymore.
I
And
don't
like
think
they're not paid
that-
enough right now to do that shit.
like that's a good idea. Like, these people need high school. I also just feel like it's beneficial because what if they do change their mind? They're working and they're like, oh, actually, I don't want to
That's
do
my
this.
question for Lactoid earlier. Like,
Yeah, and then like they won't have an option now because they didn't finish their diploma or just anything like that, and now they're stuck in like this situation.
Didn't
No,
you
you
say
can go-
after high
Really,
school?
I
Buy
think most
education
state
afterwards.
colleges. I think most state colleges don't actually care about high school as much as you think they do.
No, but most jobs actually, well, from what I've seen, require you to have at least a high school education. So this
Yeah.
idea that you should just drop out and not do high school, I don't think it's a great idea.
Lactoid, did you say drop out of like high
don't
school should be
do-
optional or like
Are
after
you
high
advocating for
school,
vocational?
like post high school?
High school. I think high school should be optional.
Oh, okay.
I do
Fuck.
think though that like one of the requirements should be that in those years during high school, if you're not like doing some kind of education, you should have like there should be some kind of work, like substantive work that you're like involved with that's age appropriate. Ideally, one that involves like some kind of training, like plumbing, electrician,
Yeah,
etc.
fuck
Oh, okay. So
I don't
instead
think
of
it's a
having a
great
liberal
idea.
arts high school, you're in favor of using your high school years as an apprenticeship program.
Sure. Yes.
Okay, I can float that a little bit more than I can float just like letting people out of high school. Like
I'm not in
that
favor
one
of
was a bit of a
doing
stretch,
it, but I know that we're gonna miss out on some kids.
No.
Like, some kids we're gonna fail by making them
Absolutely.
making them stay in school longer. Like some.
Oh no,
percentage
the
will.
opposite of that. Never mind.
No. Wait. You
fuck
don't
that.
disagree with that, Prom.
Oh, I
It's just
absolutely I absolutely
some
disagree with
kids-
that.
Yeah,
100% disagree.
We need them in school forever.
No.
Like
We're not talking about. I'm not talking about majority.
They can work when
I'm
they're
talking
50.
about there's some kids that are into like that aren't benefiting from their high school education. That their
What do you-
diploma means absolutely nothing to their life.
It might benefit at some point in their life. I don't think it's good.
not might. There's some kids that it doesn't. That's what
Sorry,
I'm saying.
who are these kids you're talking about?
Yeah.
I'm talking about kids that end up going into like physical labor. They work in they work in the local.
Still need a high school diploma.
Yeah.
No, because society demands so. I'm saying that if you reshape society where you could go like, oh, like you're gonna go work on the assembly line and
No.
you didn't have to have a high school
Absolutely
diploma to
not.
do that.
Absolutely
No.
not. Absolutely not. No,
You're just
no,
wrong then, because what I'm saying is
absolutely
effectively
not.
true.
I'll explain it.
Some
And I'll
kids
explain-
don't need high school
I will
education.
explain. No,
They-
no,
all
you're
kids
absolutely
do.
wrong. You're absolutely wrong. That's 100%.
Okay, there's not a kid in America,
Because education is the great equalizer within society. You have to go through a certain number of years of school, right? Which does include high school
Is
to
it
have
on my list
a
again?
proper understanding of mathematics, of science, and how our country works to begin with, right? Like to have a civics education, because that person who is doing that physical labor, they should also have an understanding of politics, right? Of
You're
like
not
basic
listening to what I'm saying.
governance. No, I'm
Does
absolutely.
everyone in-
I'm
don't.
100% listening
Does
to you.
everyone in the United States have an education of politics?
I know that. Holy crap! I know
So
that.
are they functioning
Holy
then?
crap!
So-
I know
so they
that.
don't need
Hold
it.
on. No,
Well,
don't.
we're not
no,
functioning
no,
well.
no,
That's the
no.
whole point,
That's-
right?
Yeah.
That's
That's
true.
them not using
There's
it.
millionaires who
Whoa,
can't
hold
read.
on. Bam,
And that's
knock that
bad.
shit off. Because you, hold on. everyone, shut up. Because I'm gonna handle this. No, because Bam, you're bullshitting me here. this to say that like, well, not everyone is into politics. Yeah, great, thank you, great observation, right? But that doesn't mean that they don't deserve the knowledge from them to decide whether to engage with that or not. Like understanding the basics of our world, like having even just for employers, right? If you're just looking at it from a straight up, like, you're going to be a drone in society, right? It benefits employers to know that these people have a basic level of education, which is why we have public school education in the first place, right? That's one of the reasons why it got popularized in the first place, because employers needed a better workers. And to say that, well, you could just like cut out high school and then permanently, well, near permanently,
that's what I'm saying.
almost certainly
That's what I'm saying. You're not
cut
listening.
you out from advancement from there, to say that, well, these people, I guess you're going to leave school at the age of 13, right? You're going to go into the workforce and you're going to be laboring, I guess, your entire life. You're going to certainly not dream any higher, because now you've cut yourself out. It's
listening.
unlikely for you to get your GED afterwards. No, that's a disaster. We are failing those kids.
I'll say
and
it
we're
again.
saying that you can leave.
I'll say it again. Listen close this time.
Okay.
Some kids, I'm not appealing to majorities. I'm not saying that what
I hear you. Some
wait,
kids.
just listen, because you don't hear me. I'm not appealing to majorities. I'm not saying I'm not saying that we should have society where kids don't go to high school, but I'm saying that there are people in the United States of America that going to high school did not benefit. Mike Tyson is a boxer. Mike Tyson didn't finish high school. Mike Tyson wouldn't benefit from finishing high school. Mike Tyson benefited from boxing.
Bam, you're not listening to me, and you don't understand understand what you're even asking me. So
adult.
I'll explain it to you, right? It's the principle of the math. You're asking, right?
See, you're talking about principle. That's not I'm talking about principle.
That principle, actually, but that's the entire question. That is the question. That's the heart of the question. No, you're saying that these are some, all you're saying is that you're saying you're post-rationalizing this, right?
Yes.
So you're saying that like if we look at the life outcomes afterwards, right?
Correct.
This kid afterwards,
that's the question.
He didn't end up using it, but like the principle of getting them education means that we give them the tools, so no matter where they live in life. So
I'm talking about the post-rationalization.
Then literally, what's the point of bringing this up at all? Then what's the point hold on. I can also say that there are a bunch of kids who've gotten killed, right? Who got massacred. There's some kids in Maine. We'll be talking about that in a second. Who got massacred, and then I can say, for dumbass argument. Oh, then what was the point of teaching them? They might as well, because they didn't benefit from this school. Shut up. We could have just said those kids would have been killed, right? So why did they even bother going to school, right? They could have like stayed at home, ate chocolate all day, and played video games. They didn't actually use it. What's the point? Obviously, we don't do that. That's not how we make decision-making processes. So what's the point of bringing this up? There's no point in this question.
Because no, it's not a pointless question. You're just not engaging with it. Because you're saying like, oh, you have to post-rationalize it. That's exactly right. I'm talking about post-rationalization. We learn after the fact.
Literally, then you're giving me a pointless question.
No, because you said it wasn't correct. That was the only thing.
I'm sorry.
At the end of the day,
because I was because no, that's my fault, Bam. Because
it is your fault.
Because I assumed, yes, it is my fault. Because I assumed that you weren't giving me a useless, baseless, a pointless question, a trash question. I thought there was something worth engaging with, right? And so I gave an answer that's worth engaging with. You gave an incorrect answer. But now, on the other hand, I was like, yes, it was stupid of me to just assume that you would say had any value whatsoever. Sorry, I apologize.
I tried to save you so much time by saying you weren't listening the first time. I tried to tell you twice. You just got to listen better. Open your ears.
Then next time, just say like, I'm just spouting words and don't listen to what I have to say.
What I said,
right? And then don't clue me in. Not to fucking bother. Thank you.
You said you got it right the first time. You were being stupid.
I appreciate it.
Bam. What about
What just happened?
What about Herschel Walker, Bam?
The disrespect. Good lord.
Do you think Herschel Walker needed to go to high school, Bam?
No. He could have went straight to the
But he ran for office. He ran for office though.
Yeah, and he was terrible at that. Herschel Walker benefited from playing football. Herschel Walker's athletics. Now, again, that doesn't mean as a society I'm recommending that kids don't have to go to high school.
Okay,
every kid should have to go to high school. But we learned after the fact that like, oh yeah, some kids didn't need that.
Yeah.
That's all I said.
All right, Corey, make it quick. Then we got to go to another topic.
Well, just a commentary then. So first of all, when you brought up like, the example that you gave initially was like Mike Tyson. I don't know that putting up Mike Tyson as an example, given his criminal record and his behavior. You don't know the alternate timeline.
Sure.
Maybe has a
He's
little bit
not as
more
wealthy.
education.
He's
But
not
you
as
can,
wealthy and successful as he is.
sure, but maybe one less rape victim. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe, but he's not as successful as he is. That's what we're
that,
talking
Did
that
about.
he
might be a
not
good trade-off.
graduate? Did Mike Tyson not graduate from high school?
No, he was in jail for like
And then lastly, you
13
can
years.
He got
arguably
bullied, so he left.
arguably, the same thing can be said about the vast majority of Americans arguably are not benefiting from physical education, and therefore we just like abolish phys ed or
No, I'm
like
not saying we should,
or
but
or
it's
or
true.
yeah, or opt out of it. Where I think there's some utility of like forcing physical education to a certain level.
I'm not arguing that I'm not arguing we should opt out of physical education, but there's obviously some kids that went to gym class who it didn't help them as adults. That happened after we learned that after
What do
the
you
fact.
mean? It might teach them something.
But
They might
some
learn
kids it
something.
didn't. Yeah, it
No.
might. That's why we should teach it.
Let's stop like engaging
fair.
this. We've acknowledged it's literally a pointless observation.
Not
So let's move on. Any which way, this has been a lot of fun so far. Thank you, El Salas, for gifting us up, or actually not gifting us up, subbing themselves. Shout out to you, and Naho for subbing like an hour ago. If you're still here, I don't know. But guys, if you enjoyed this type of content, thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for actually gifting us up to OnlyFacts X. That's really kind of you. Thank you so much. Shout out to Admiral Gibbs for supporting this community. Really much appreciated. But like, yeah, guys, if you do like what we do here, if you want to have more nights where like veins are throbbing out of my on my head here because I'm trying to make sense of what the fuck Bam is saying at the time. If you want more of those, right? If you want me like a few steps closer to my own death, then support the channel, sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, or use a hyper chat or super chat if you're out on YouTube land, and support this community. If you use a hype chat or super chat and you have something you want to say, we want to ask a question or anything like that, then we will read it out loud on the panel. Yeah, we really do need your help. So if you're out there and you appreciate what you're doing, you find yourself coming back here on a regular basis, please consider supporting this community. And if you have an Amazon Prime, such Prime Gaming, help us out like was it Naho did. She used her Prime sub earlier. So thank you so much. Okay. Moving on to the topic. A week ago. Oh, this is the fun. This is the. Now this is the calm talk. This is the calm, easygoing,
Palate cleanser.
happy-go-lucky topic. A week ago, Robert Card committed the worst mass shooting incident in the state of Maine's history. In the wake of this tragedy, both Maine's gun laws and its police response is being scrutinized. Maine utilized so-called yellow flag laws, in which a medical professional must deem someone a threat before courts can consider taking their guns away. Furthermore, a month before the shooting, police in Maine were notified that Card had made quote-unquote veiled threats and were initially on the lookout before simply giving up on the case. Was there a failure here? Are Maine's laws to blame for this tragedy? And whether you think this incident was avoidable or not, should Maine's gun laws be strengthened regardless? So, yeah, you guys know the news. There was our regularly scheduled American slaughter that happened in Maine about a week ago. A whole lot of people lost their lives, and a whole lot of people were hurt. That's which is another thing that we always miss. So like 18 people, I believe, is the count so far who have died, but like 60 people are hurt, and immediately traumatized. And then of course there's the families of those who've died, who have been hurt, who have also been traumatized, and will feel these effects maybe even for generations, because that's how trauma works. But that's happened once again here in America. And it was about time. Like, should the laws that have been in place with this yellow gun law, should medical professionals have to sign off on something like this? Should the police have had a stronger response when there's a quote unquote veiled threat that's been made? And regardless, are the gun laws in Maine and other places, are they lacking? So we'll start with our friend Lactoid.
I don't think the laws need to be strengthened, or I don't really think there needs to be more laws in this. Um, I do think there was a failure to enforce the law in this scenario. And not only we're talking about the yellow flag law here, but we're also talking about just generally like the threats, like somebody's a credible threat. I mean, when you have somebody who's repeating over and over again that they're hearing voices, he apparently got in several fights because the voices were calling him a pedophile, and he thought that other people were calling him that, so he was getting in fights with people. He, made threats about shooting people up. I mean, there's clearly enough here where they should not have stopped looking for him. It's not clear why they actually stopped. It seems like an administrative error in the sense they just gave up. So just going forward, don't do that, right? If there's somebody who's dangerous and like shouldn't own a gun or shouldn't be on the streets, given what they're exhibiting, you should go stop them. I think this is not a controversial thing to do.
Thank you. Bam.
I think it actually is more complicated than what Lactoid made it out to be. I think there's very few countries where he wouldn't have been the person that is like reasonably expected to have a gun. He was he's in the military. He's actually a military firearms trainer. So it seems that he's like one of the most qualified people in the country to own guns, supposedly. Um, and he has like a number of like medal of achievement awards. Um, like I said, now he did get checked into a mental health facility a few months earlier for a couple weeks, which obviously should be a flag. But then I guess the question has to become like, I mean, you have to answer the question like, is anyone with any form of mental health issues immediately barred from owning firearms? The answer to that could be yes, but like, I think you're gonna get into a few arguments about people who like of ableism or people who have maybe had depression or something once in their life, like when they were 13 or they like flagged off forever as their period. Like there's a lot more specifics to get into there. But yeah, I think it's really unfortunate it happened.
Thank you. Let's go to Corey.
Yeah, well, obviously, as a Canadian, an outsider, I probably have a different perspective since, I think our culture around guns in Canada is a little bit different than the United States. But yeah, I haven't, I read the articles that were sent, which seemed to be pretty good and thorough, but I haven't done a deep dive on other articles, so I don't know probably as much detail as maybe like Lactoid, who seems to have also read other things. But yeah, it seems like at least based off of what was reported in the articles that I read, it seems like nothing was explicitly done wrong, just like maybe more should have been done. Where it's like, yeah, there wasn't like a failure of the law, but then it begs the question, like, well, maybe the laws aren't good enough. And like, I think maybe red flag laws will be brought up at some point. But from what I can tell, at least from the data that I've seen about red flag laws, they don't seem to be, there doesn't seem to be good data when it comes to mass shootings, as in they largely seem to be effective from what I can tell of like reducing suicides. This is not to say that suicides are good, that we shouldn't reduce suicides. But I think there's a question there of whether actual if red flag laws existed in this instance, would actually prevent a mass shooting. I think the data are unclear. But to answer some of the specific prompts and the questions, are Maine's laws to blame for this tragedy? I mean, I would say again, as a Canadian, arguably yes. And whether you think this incident was avoidable or not, should Maine's gun laws be strengthened? Regardless, again, as a Canadian, I think the answer is yes. Where I think the answer, is socialism, where basically going back to the first prompt. Clearly, everyone needs Kevlar vest vouchers. That is the clear answer. Because since that seems to be the only realistic solution that probably put on the table. You can't ban guns. You can't talk about reducing any sort of guns. So I think Kevlar vest vouchers are the way to go.
Could you imagine if we like normalize like Kevlar
What grade?
vests? And we would have like Kevlar vests like fashion, right? Like you would have like women like in like fancy
like
Kevlar vest
2018.
dresses.
John Wick suits.
Kanye made it cool.
Yeah. I don't know if that's reference to. Bam. Let's go to
Kanye
Gibbs.
West.
So the reference to prompt, I'm gonna say right now, based off everything I've read about this, it looks like the laws in Maine were what I would like to call paper tiger laws. They were on paper and they seemed a little strict, but they didn't have any teeth and they weren't enforced, and they failed as laws, right? But that being said, as I've said many times on this panel before, that's the price of doing business in America. And the reason why we have guns is not for these incidents right here. The reason why we have guns is to stop tyranny. And people can say that, sit here and go, oh, we can't fight the U.S. government. Well, we can look at the Israeli-Gaza war going on right now. It's a very lopsided thing, and it looks like Gaza can fight asymmetrical warfare. And we can sit here and we can look at America, and the reason why we have guns is so that we can fight the powers that may be if they get in office, just like Texas did against Mexico, just like many countries have previously. So yeah, I would say it's price of doing business, and the laws are actually too strict, even if they were paper tiger laws that weren't enforced.
Thank you so much. All right, Mooncake.
Sorry. After just kind of reading that, I think it's a couple of things. It looks like he did have a history of mental illness. Obviously he was in the military, which tells me he was well trained. He could have been a potential danger to anyone because they probably get like excess training, whatever they do, right? They learn to work with weapons and all said. I think the police not looking for him continually, because I believe his family were actually asking them to keep looking, is where they went wrong immediately, right? Not even to put out something that says like, "Hey, this guy's on the loose. We don't know where he is, but he's somewhere," right? I also think that at this point, it's like, when does it become enough? Basically, this is like what? How many this year already? I saw a video on Reddit the other day of the one in Texas, right? Where, like, the kids got shot and they died. And I'm just like, when do the gun laws change? Like, at some point, they really need to. I know people don't want to hear, oh, you can't take away my guns, but this obsession with guns, it's like guns are your god. And it's very odd from the outside looking in. Because when is enough enough? Why do you need 100 guns? Why do you need an AR-15? What do you generally do with these weapons? I just think, yeah, they failed those people like they always do.
Guns are your gods. That is quote of the stream already. Love to see it. Let's go to Ty.
Yeah, so this is where I just sent with the right on this one. Look, I believe that the constitutional right to be there does have a point. Now, I don't know how many freedom units giving guns to people or having them allow guns gives them each. Like, we can have that in the open. But any right without a responsibility in its use is a mockery to the human condition. We do not have responsible gun ownership in this country. I own a gun, but we have these paper tiger laws, as Gibbs actually adequately put it, but it has no teeth. It, like, at a certain point, gun owners need to show that you can lose your right if you completely go off your rocker. And, like, I'm sorry, but I'm tired of fucking my law enforcement agencies consistently having to do the Bart Simpson meme of going, he was on the list and we knew about him, but we did fucking dick. The Second Amendment is important, but there's a little phrase in there I think you all fucking forgot. A well-regulated militia. And if it doesn't mean dick, what's the point in having the right in the first fucking place?
Yeah, originalist lactoid. We'll get into that soon, I'm sure. Let's go to STL.
So the defense of the yellow flag laws here just seems to be either one, these are somehow going to stop our ability to fight tyranny, which is insane because we live in the country which has the most people incarcerated of any country on earth. We literally incarcerate more people than the post-Stalin Soviet Union did. Like, it's whatever. We are like also like running around the world fucking destroying everyone with our military. They have militaries back. They can't fight back. They can't win. Just having a gun doesn't even mean that you win against tyranny. The example cited was Gaza, which has had 1.4 million people displaced and like 7,000 killed. If they had more small arms, they could shoot down the rockets incoming, the missiles incoming. Regardless, I just wanted to say on the red flag laws in particular versus the yellow flag laws, something like 6 in 7 mass shooters had threats to police, a suicide attempt, or some other activity that was covered under a red flag law. It's true that we don't have data on the efficacy of red flag laws for stopping mass shootings. That's mostly because mass shootings are so rare that it's almost impossible to study them But we do know that red flag laws have had pretty big impacts on reducing suicides, which are a very related thing and go through a similar process. In Connecticut, after their red flag law, suicides went down by 14%. And in Indiana, they went down by about 7%. So if you could even reduce mass shootings by 10%, that's a win. So why not do it? What's the downside? Yeah.
And before we go to our final guest, Stevie, my understanding of the difference between red and yellow flag laws is that like the medical professional sign off, and red flag laws you still have to like report it to police to say that this person is unwell and possibly danger. Then they take you into custody, and then and I think they make a recommendation. But then yellow flag laws, they require an extra step of like having a medical professional look you over. Well, that's
standard red flag law. Just to hit this because I'm a Hoosier and he just brought this up. Standard red flag law just basically is that a judge, in the same way they would issue a warrant, has to issue a suspension of someone's gun rights.
Okay.
And I think that's base as fuck. I really do.
Stevie.
Did you say Hoosier? You're a Hoosier?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
We are literally the only state that does not do like Ohioans or whatever.
You feel normal calling yourself a Hoosier.
Yes, I do. Have you not seen the movie? It's called We Are Hoosiers.
Indiana.
Yeah, Indiana.
So yes, I think it's just like episode like 10,000 of like innocent people being murdered because Americans have been indoctrinated into like worshiping guns. And I think that's all this is. I think my position on this hasn't changed in the last like few years that I've been on these panels. I think the Second Amendment needs to be done away with. I think that we should absolutely ban guns for civilian households. And I think if you disagree, you're probably a dumbass.
All right,
you want a civilian?
Well, yeah, I'm on Doobie's side. I was actually trying to compromise with my Kevlar vest vouchers, but yeah, I'll go with Doobie on this one.
Look, I'm not gonna suspend the Second Amendment, but like, there's definitely needs to be some speed breaks with this shit. Like,
I think it should be suspended. I don't think there's any good reason for people to have these fucking guns in the households. They're effectively toys for the vast majority of people, right?
Dude,
like
I know so many people that are 40 minutes from a fucking police station.
The crime rate we do, the rate of like gun deaths we do, the mass shootings at schools, at public events, all because you guys want to hold on to your fucking toys. It's ridiculous.
Like, I feel like we're doing a whole lot of post-rationalization. Like even in like insert super strict gun law country, like. They have firearms instructors, and those people are allowed to have guns, like even outside. Like they have sign.
Yeah, hunters and stuff.
I mean,
but I'm saying that like this is a military firearms instructor. Like I think it's weird to say that like we're saying like, oh, it was obvious you should have caught we should have caught him. Like yeah, there were a couple things that you can point to, but this person would be like an example of like in any society the person that you would want.
That's not true.
It's okay to have a gun.
No, that's not true. He was a reservist. He would leave, in my society, he'd leave his gun at the base when he leaves. There's no reason for him to take that home.
Yeah, but he's not just a reserve. He's also an instructor.
Yeah, he's an instructor on the base. There's no reason for him to take his guns home.
Okay, so but your position has nothing to do with civilians then. Because
it absolutely does. So hold on. So do you think that the military, right? So people in the military should be able to leave their bases, leave their headquarters, and go home with their military equipment, their grenades and shit?
I know in Japan.
Okay. I know you do because you're retarded.
I know.
But like I'm talking about here.
I'll give an example. Like Japan has really strict gun laws, but I think military instructors fill out paperwork that allow them to be able to keep a gun at home.
Just as a point, Doobie, if you want to disarm population to that degree, would you allow a disarmed police force as well?
No, I think the police force should have guns.
But
only when they're on duty. When they're not on duty, they turn their guns on.
Let's go. Mooncake and Gibbs.
Sorry, I just wanted to clarify something Bam was saying. Like, I know you kind of mentioned Japan, but for example, here, if you own a gun, which it's really hard to own a gun, right? Usually it's like hunters and stuff like that, or like instructors, right? You have to have your gun and then the ammo on two different sides of your house, and they both have to be in locked safes. So if you were to shoot somebody, you would have to go to your safe, grab your gun, walk to the other side of the house, grab your ammo, right? And then shoot somebody. So that's how the laws would work here. So like to kill someone, it'd probably be like potentially premeditated.
I mean, yeah, this was.
I'm just curious.
I'm saying like I think that he would have been just as eligible in Canada or in certain country here. Like I don't think this is like this shooting in particular. I don't think is uniquely
like
American.
what I'm just trying to show you is that like that's a very unique gun law. So at least if you're going to shoot someone, right, there's steps in between, right? So you have those moments to make a different decision. That's what I kind of mean. Like in America, you can just like people just have their gun out. I think that's a big concern.
This guy was on the run though for like a while, and like this
Yeah.
we're talking like the accumulation. I don't think the few seconds to like go to different safes would have changed.
And well, no, I'm just saying in general. I'm just talking about like just gun laws in general and like that scenario. But like for him, they stopped the search. I think that's a big issue. If he was this like person in the military, I feel like that's someone you'd want to continue a search on, right? Because he knows probably more than the average American.
Yeah. But Gibbs.
So I want to address something SDL said here, with the Gazans and not being able to, you know what? You're right. You know why they're not winning with their little rifles? Because they have too strict gun laws. If we had even less gun laws, we could be buying Patriot missile systems and putting up on our ranch. If I could buy a Patriot missile system tomorrow, I would. And that's going to shoot down the rockets if they start shooting at me. I'm just saying, why shouldn't I be able to own that? And secondly, you're sitting here talking about the ammo being on a different side of the house. Well, guess what? If these guys have been carrying guns in the place they started shooting up, maybe I should have shot him faster.
Yeah,
It's not a meme. It's 100% not a meme. It's 100% not a meme. I would buy
really have $30 million just sitting around where you can buy a Patriot battery.
Maybe I'll get a few people throwing about it. Don't worry.
There's more mass shootings in states where there's more guns, which doesn't make any sense if guns stop mass shootings.
Where are the guys with the good guns? Because they're not saving all of the guys.
That's true. We can't really prove causality for mass shootings.
It was correlation, okay? So I'm just saying in correlation here. You can't know. It could be that states that have more like criminal proclivity, people buy more guns to defend themselves. And those are also the states that have more mass shootings. You don't know.
So isn't it related like on like not a joke? Isn't it related to like
population? Gun fetish.
So the good guy with a gun thing doesn't matter though. The good guy with a gun thing doesn't matter because once again, even if they did have a gun and they were successful or they weren't successful, that doesn't matter because the point of the guns is to stop the government or make it at least bad enough that they're afraid to implement tyrannic laws. That's that's why.
Can we get back to that in a second, Gib? Let's just hold that. We're gonna get back to the government and the tyranny. But like a little bit serious. Like it seems that the biggest thing we control, like related to like mass shootings we seem to see is like densely populated areas. Like it doesn't seem that like at least on average it doesn't seem that like where gun violence like mass shootings and gun violence takes place is in like little bitty towns in Mississippi, like where the percentage of guns in that population probably is really freaking high.
There's a sampling bias here though, because you're talking about urban centers which have 40% of the population just at it, and then suburbs are another 30.
It's not causal,
right? So the problem here is twofold. Number one, we're going to see a sampling bias just because how many fucking people live in cities, but also there's a level where, and I've had this take for a long time, cities destroy like the human psyche to at least some degree. We are not built to be packed in like rats with millions of people on top of each other. Like it fucks with you hard. So yeah, like I've gone down that road. I will fucking defend that state. Hey, you know what? Look, Evansville, Indiana is pretty great, but you whenever you literally get over 4 stories and you're still like in a living district, no, you're in literally 40K utopian hab deluxe. Like fuck that shit. Like it's awful.
Why?
And you know it.
Yeah, my hometown probably hasn't had a murder in like 45 years.
So, no. There's actually studies for this kind of thing, right? It's levels of like kinship and dissociation to where you theoretically have a max of about 1,000 people that you can remember. After that, like you're literally just dumping people out. And go ahead, SDL.
That's dumb Evo psych. It's literally we came up with a number for how big a human tribe was in like the past, and we're like, that's what the human brain is optimized for. We don't know that shit. Just because that's what it was doesn't mean that's what we're supposed to be, you know?
Look, there's obviously a level like where we can socially evolve, but there's also levels to where like we are physically hard limited, right? I cannot meet in my entire lifetime all 30 million 330 million Americans, right? Right? Yeah, like Canada, like I might have a chance at it, right? Just because y'all are fucking tiny. But like the reality of the situation here is that at certain points we get levels of disassociation between people, and whenever you get to a point to where literally you will hardly ever meet anyone that you ever seen in your entire life. It's always new people every single day. Like, yeah, that absolutely fucks with you because I've seen how you people in the city treat each other. You're fucking dickheads. like a real bunch of dickheads.
Not every city.
Out of the South, they're pretty nice.
Hey, look, Southern hospitality is a fucking cover. I know it because I've seen it. All right.
Doesn't matter.
Well, that is actually true because one of the things, like the South has a lot more deaths from arguments that lead to gun shootings. That's like that literally shows up in the stats. The North has fewer deaths from arguments. The South has like 2 times more.
Well, again, that's still happens in the cities. It's a little
The North is also on average 10 years older too. So be real on that one.
Even that's a good point.
Even if you just for age, I'm pretty sure it would hold. It would be like 1.5 or something.
I think everyone should live closer together, actually, and make life easier.
In one building.
Yeah.
No, so
there's literally a town in Alaska where every person lives in one building, and it's the ideal.
Except for the mayor. Except for the mayor. The mayor doesn't live in the town. He lives in with a tunnel attached to it.
That's ridiculous.
Like, you can build communities. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. I wanted to say a couple things. The first thing is, according to the Constitution, so some little bit of analysis here. Well regulated at the time of the drafting of the Second Amendment did not mean regulated in the sense of government control. Well regulated at the time, the language actually meant well functioning, right? So when you read the entire amendment, right, to have basically a well functioning militia, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Arms being interpreted at the time to mean whatever the military had, right? Arms, right? It's what the military. Now, the military at the time had cannons and they had muskets. Private civilians could own cannons and muskets. Constitutionally, I think Gibbs is completely correct when he wants to own a Patriot missile system on top of his roof. I actually do think that, now, in terms of public policy, I am opposed to people owning Patriot missile systems on top of their roof.
And my city's take is correct.
So I would prefer another amendment be added to the Constitution specifying the limitations of the Second Amendment not applying to weapons of mass destruction.
Can someone donate me an M1 battle tank, please? I want an Abrams.
You can buy an Abrams.
I'm sure. I'm sure you can, right? And so, I am in favor of an amendment to that to clarify. But I do think Billy Gibbs is correct on that. But again, this specific instance was like this. This didn't even seem like a failure of ownership. This was a failure of just like there was so many indicating there's so many factors going into this where it's like this guy spent 2 weeks in a mental institution a couple months before this happened. This guy was arrested for violently assaulting people. This guy made threats and then went missing, and they just didn't do what they were supposed to do. So in this case, if they did what they were supposed to do, they would have found him and they wouldn't have had to ban AR-15s to stop this from happening.
Gibbs, you
quickly just shoot. Thank you for gifting for resubbing, and thank you. What was the other person? Svoxen. I've never known how to pronounce your name. I'm sorry. But for using your Prime sub, we were one sub away from a hype train, right? So you can gift the sub, or you can sub yourself, or gift bits, or resub, and we can get to a hype train. Consider helping us out, supporting this community. Admiral Gibbs, being a real one, gives us that one more sub. We're in a hype train now. I believe we're at like 43% or somewhere around there. Help us get to level 2 hype train. Support this community so I can give you more of this content. All right, go ahead.
I'm just curious. So I guess first off, I don't think that seeing the same people who wrote that naturalization will be limited to free white persons of good moral character. I don't think those people are the people I'd look to for laws today, right? I don't think they're like a good example. But that aside, just really quickly, Gibbs, do you think that do you agree with red light? Yeah, do you agree with red light laws or yellow light laws? Or I'm sorry, yellow flag laws?
No, I'm inherently opposed.
Okay, so even if this guy had like manic schizophrenia or some shit, you think he should be able to have a gun?
So I'm gonna use an anecdotal example from my life. Is I was talking to this girl and she had multiple personality disorder, and on the surface, I would sit here and go, no, she probably doesn't, shouldn't own one. But then I started thinking about it. What if the government kicks in her door and starts trying to take her rights away? I'm like, well, she should have every single right to defend herself, just like the next one. What if somebody wants to take advantage of one of her personalities? What? No, it's not.
Is this real?
This is real. This is real. Why would you? Why should just because this person
should be able to own guns?
So why should they be less of a citizen than anybody else? Are you able?
It's not about being less of a citizen. It's being aware that we live in a society where their actions might hurt other people. Right. So we want to limit their ability to hurt other people by removing guns.
I mean, you're sitting here willing to do the what ifs on them hurting other people, but you're not willing to sit here and consider the what ifs of the government coming after.
Guns bad, but cars okay. Is that the take?
Wait, hold on. How do you even like make a comparison between those two? So
Because
guns are effectively
they have
toys,
the
right? For
same
most
level
people.
of mortality. Like
No,
literally,
that's-
we lose
hold on,
about
this is
40,000
ridiculous.
people with guns and cars every year.
So guns are effectively toys for most
Why do
people.
kids die too
Cars
most in
are
America?
in the modern age are something you need to get around, right? To get to work. For most people, like commute, like what it's like 15 miles or some shit. Oh, you can bike 50 miles. Okay, wonderful. But guns are effectively toys, right?
Well, no, like to
So-
extend this, literally, some states have started. It's not some states. Some cities have started basically banning cars because they can get away without using them. In the same way, the question is, what utility does guns have? And in this conversation, the example given is avoiding a tyrannical government and like fighting back with your pea shooter against the most
but
powerful military in the
I'm
history of
saying
the
that it
planet.
shouldn't be a shooter. You should be able to buy a secret missile if I want to get a
Vietnam made it
Patriot
work.
system. Yeah, whatever. Like, I mean,
Vietnam was
made-
they were a uniformed army. They were supplied by the Soviet
No,
Union.
they weren't. Some of them weren't.
Afghanistan,
They
they were not
Can I-
nearly as well equipped.
Can
Hold on.
I?
Can I ask?
Can I-
Viet Cong, they were not a well-equipped army. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, they were over there.
I want to go with SEL for a
Yeah,
second,
and that's why
please.
they didn't win for like 5, 10, 20 years.
They were over there.
Okay,
They were
okay.
over there
And then
killing
they
us.
did.
We'll go to Ty, Mooncake, and Corey. And just before we do that, thank you, Bam. Thank you, someone else. AZ Vocal Local for subbing. Thank you. Damn it, Saxon. For being so kind as to get the euro. Or no, that's a pound. Fuck. To Doobie, and he says Doobie is super based. Ugh. All right. And anyway, we're 87% of a level 1 hype train. Help us get to a level 2 hype train. Sub to the channel, give bits, give subs, or hyper chats, like our friend Saxon just did. Support us, help us get to the next level. We have less than a minute left on the clock. This is how I actually support the channel. So if I don't have your support, then we can't do all this amazing stuff. Doobie, oh man, Doobie's a fucking okay. Now he's super base. Now it makes sense. Now that now this is like a post rationalization. What Bam was saying previously, right? And yes, Doobie indeed is now super base. Now looking backwards, thank you, Doobie, seriously, for the kindness. Gifting 20 subs to the community. Really, 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 really amazingly kind of you. And a lot of good people I can see got those. All right, we're at level 4 hype train, 4% done. 96% left. Can we get to a level 5 hype train? Please support the channel. 4.5 minutes of the clock. Sub channel, give bits, give subs, or use a hype chat. I apologize. Ty, I think was next, right? And then
I appreciate it. So like, let me engage with SDL here a little bit because I don't know if we're gonna like openly agree or disagree on this one, but there's levels to where like I can maybe build the bridge. We're one of the oldest democracies. We have one of the probably the largest political like spectrum that you can find of any of the democracies, probably because
What?
we have so many fucking people, right?
The largest spectrum? You think that our Congress has the largest spectrum compared to like the Netherlands?
I'm talking about just the people in general, but yeah, like we have everything from like the far right to the far left in volume, right? We've got a shitload of people with a lot of different opinions.
The European countries regularly have communists in government, and fascists.
Yeah.
We have none of neither. Like,
Thank God. Thank God.
Well, okay, like sure, like maybe that's a good thing though. Like I don't know, like centrism based.
You were saying they have the longest spectrum. I'm just whatever
Like,
argument
we
you're trying
have
to
a
give to
spectrum.
American democracy. That's not the right one. Just do another argument.
Okay,
That's all.
fine. Like okay, well, my issue is this. Number one, like we have at least a large spectrum. We try not to elect most of the fucking extremist jackasses, but every now and again we try. What I'm really getting at is that we're one of the oldest democracies. We have a huge amount of votership, and yet we're actually still one of the most liberal institutions on the planet. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure you don't agree with it as like a more progressive member of the political diaspora, but at least for where I'm at, like the fact that we've been able to attain a level of inertia to where like we're moving, but we're moving at a pace where it doesn't completely blow itself off the rails. To me is actually a good thing, and I do think guns are a part of that. Now, I can't like quantify that. I don't know how to even remotely study that, but I do believe that's part of it. And so, whether it is just the political right, or if you're going with, hey, mom lives 40 minutes from the police station, she probably should have the right to have a gun just to defend herself from the fucking like mountain lion up the hill, let alone somebody who might try to rob her because she's fucking 65, right? I think that needs to still be on the table. But more importantly, at least, is that I think that there's levels to where it just needs the brakes, which I've already elaborated on. So I don't know if that's a bridge for you, but yeah.
No, I guess the thing that I would point to is when you look at the countries which are rated as being the most democratic by like more complicated
No.
measures.
Like we are a democratic nation. Obviously, we're a republic. I'm not saying like we embody every point of the diaspora. We don't have STV voting. You know,
No. I'm not even trying to speak to that. I'm trying to say more democratic in the sense of like there are other countries that have, in some sense, stronger, in some sense, weaker speech rights than we do. Like Sweden will have more restrictions on like hate speech and stuff, but also way more protection for whistleblowers and stuff. And so by some attempts to like independently rate freedom of speech, we aren't even the most free country by freedom of speech, even though I think we're one of the best in the world, right? So all I'm trying to say is like there are countries that are freer, that have very few guns per person. There are countries with very long history of democracy, like the UK, that almost fucking ban the things. It doesn't seem like they're at much risk of like the democracy falling apart, at least short of like, I don't know, a fascist coup or something.
I just don't think. I think that it's irresponsible.
But the more guns, the freer the country. Isn't that right, SDI? I posted a study.
So true. I hate that study so bad.
I posted a study. It's true.
Just very quickly. Thank you to Saxon for gifting, for using a hype chat. It says, I encourage making it rain with $1 from chat, like $1 donations. I like that. Cover me, and I'm a stripper for you. I absolutely am. I will take off my clothes.
Embraces the inner capitalist.
I've done so before on this channel. That's way back. You have to be a real fan to know that one. Gogo, thank you for the $1, and he say no, so he doesn't want to do that. But okay, thank you for that. Much appreciated. And thank you, our friend, someone else gave something at some point in time. Oh, a kamikaze for gifting a sub as well. We're at 15% of level 4 hype train. Help us get, it's very unlikely, but help us get to a level 5 hype train. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs for a remaining amount of time. And in YouTube land, also Saxon helps us out. Who subs to us on YouTube. When's the last time that happened? I don't know. But thank you so much for being here, Saxon, and supporting this community so I can keep doing all this. Thank you. That's an option on YouTube. You can sub, or not sub, I mean membership, whatever the fuck. You know what I mean. All right, moving on. I do, I want to give Mooncake, Corey, and then Bam. Yeah.
Hey.
Oh, no. So I was just going to say, U.S. actually got, I guess, downvoted to a flawed democracy. So I just wanted to comment on that. That's super concerning back in, I think, 2016. To a flawed, they got downvoted to a flawed democracy. So no longer at a true democracy anymore. That's just kind of interesting. But actually, Gibbs, I had a question I've been thinking about this entire time.
Sure.
Like, do you also believe that, like, if people could fly airplanes, like, they wouldn't need a license or anything? Or are you cool with, like, licenses? Like, for flying airplanes?
So here's my deal on the flying the airplanes, right? The flying the airplane, unless it's to, like, buy an A-10 Warthog to defend your home, then it doesn't really affect my opinion on the gun rights thing. And I'm going to tell you why. Because, one, it's not a right that's protected in the Constitution, right? And two, Texas also fought its own war for independence, and it was legitimately over the guns. We literally told Mexico, go fuck yourself, we're keeping our guns. So when I look at my background, I get where you're coming from, and I get where your ideas with, like, the licensee, and you think it's different. But me, in my background,
I'm just curious if you think, as, like, an individual, you should be able to have a right, like, to anything, like, to be able to do whatever you want.
No,
like, have whatever you want.
I'm not a libertarian. No.
Okay, that's what I was just curious about. From something you said earlier, with the whole guns rights, I just feel like at some point, it's become kind of like a fetish. If I'm going to be honest, nobody needs 5+ guns. Let's be honest. Why is the first option always to shoot somebody? If somebody mugs you, why is the first option to shoot them? I think we need to step away from that. Because not every situation has to be a deadly situation. And I kind of just feel like at this point, people are looking to use guns. It's not that they need them to protect themselves, they're just looking to use them.
And before anyone responds, Viceroy Xerxes, thank you for the $2 hype chat. Doesn't say anything, but your love's been transmitted. And Worldwide Plonker says, "Real money. Fuck them Yankee dollars. They aren't worth anything. Come back to the empire."
He's a
And
Brit.
he gives £5 to. Hey, it's worth more than the American dollar. I will take that, indeed.
No, it is not. It no longer is.
It no longer is.
No.
Play-Doh money, World War Plonker. Get on board with the American dollar. Get on board with the petrodollar.
England for the 51st state. Let's go.
Yeah, we love to see it. Thank you,
I
Plonker.
think the pound is still more than the. I think the euro is low.
I'll double check. I know the euro shrunk under it, and I thought the pound shrunk under it at least for a little bit.
Then
I think the pound is
then I take everything I said. I don't know.
Yeah, because the pound lost good God, like 40% of its value after COVID. It was like stupid.
If you're talking about after COVID, I can confirm.
A pound is 122 right now. USD.
Okay, well, it must have came back up, or
okay. All right, now you made me embarrass myself. All right, well, anyway, moving on. So let's go.
We're still better than the euro.
True. Mookie, did you get everything out?
Yeah, I just one last thing. Also, because of the amount of guns in the U.S., they keep on being funneled into Canada as well, just because of it's the ease of access, and that has increased our gun violence. So yeah, thank you for all the gun violence. It's really awesome.
Hey. It's only gift. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Let's go to Corey.
Just I guess a minor correction where I believe it's no longer known as multiple personality disorders. I believe it's been renamed to dissociative identity disorder. And just to let's say test your limits, Admiral Gibbs, where I'm definitely not an expert on dissociative identity disorder, where I don't think it's how it's depicted in movies, but let's just say it is. It's Edward Norton in Primal Fear, and this person that you spoke to, they have this other personality that's just sadistic, and expressing murderous tendencies, but not doing anything. Would you, should they be restricted in their gun access?
Yeah, so one, not only did I talk to this person, I dated him because I like toxic people apparently, and two, no, because maybe the other personalities need protection. Once we start going down this path, now you're just being ableist. What's next? You can say if they have ADHD, they can't have a gun. Oh, if they cried one time in their life, they can't have a gun. Outrageous.
Well, like I said, I was compromising with my Kevlar vest vouchers, but I'm on Doobie's side here.
I'm okay with the Kevlar vest thing. I feel like, you know what? I'd be okay if here's a socialist program I'd be okay with. If the government issued Kevlar vest and rifles to every citizen.
See, you are a lefty. I'm getting you to moisturize and feed children. Now Kevlar vest.
I don't know.
Corey,
This seems like a battle of the absurdities. All right, we cannot allow it's if we allow the government to stop taking some guns or stop people from getting some guns, they're gonna make it where they're all gonna make all the guns. I'm like, wait. We can throttle this, guys. Come on. There's levels to, come on, Gibbs, you were smarter than this.
I'd be wrong.
Okay.
Who needs an AR-15?
Dude, okay, don't get me wrong. The government's kind of shit. Look, government's kind of shit. I get it. There's levels to where I'm totally with you. It can't administrate where the fuck, yada yada yada. But seriously, if you can't even trust judges to be hey, you're being a fuckwad, we're taking your guns away until you can actually appear at this court date. Where's the rationality at this point? It's just all right, cool. Every Tom, Dick, and Harry can jump in the Durango and fucking roll down on the street and fucking shoot everybody there, and there's fuck all to stop them.
Well, I don't trust judges at all. Look at corrupt governments. You get a corrupt judge in there, they can start issuing unjust things, proclamations. We're gonna see here.
This is utopian at this point. Of course, there's going to be
Gibbs, who decides when the government's corrupt, right? So there are plenty of militias in the U.S. right now that run around in the woods, drinking beer and shooting guns. So if one of those militias decided that the government's corrupt enough to go around shooting politicians, who would you be to argue against them? They believe that the government's corrupt, taking their rights away. Guns exist to protect their rights, so why shouldn't they shoot the politician?
So, Doobie, we've actually talked about this before, and this is kind of where the asymmetrical warfare, I think, comes in, right? And so if they were a militia and they really believed in their cause and they thought that government was corrupt and they wanted to go fight asymmetrical, yeah, then they should by all means be allowed to. Now, on the flip side, after you do that, you got to face the consequences. So if you go and do something crazy like attack a festival, then guess what? The government's going to come down real hard on you and probably wipe you out. So you got to know the pros and cons. But the whole point is, if the tyrannical government takes over a large scale, at least the people have the ability to make it bloody enough that they might rethink doing that.
Um, I think there's an episode of Atlanta for everything, but in the final season there was like an episode of Atlanta where like it was kind of making fun of the idea of everybody in Atlanta has a gun, and this guy was like the main character was being chased, and then like by a guy that was shooting, and the guy shot a gun, and then like everybody just randomly pulled a gun. I'm talking like the lady with a baby, the old man, and people were just shooting in random directions. It was hilarious. Long story short, go watch Atlanta.
What are you talking?
Atlanta's great.
It is.
But
Wait, that wasn't my point. The point I actually wanted to make was I actually I think that there are some like common sense laws we can probably implement into our society that make more sense. Like we could actually follow through on the laws that are on the books probably a little bit better, which is probably the where we should be leaning. But I think the irresponsible conversation that continues to happen over and over again is the conversation about getting rid of the guns. And I'm not making an argument from the Constitution. I'm not making an argument from like I know my rights. I'm just saying like practically we're past that point. There are more guns in the United States than there are human beings. You physically can't get rid of the guns at this point. So we have to figure out better situations on how to live with them, because like any form of removal you attempt to do is going to be an utter failure. Like
it would be a generational effort, right? Like eventually you could succeed, but it would take forever and a fuckload of money and effort.
Or like a buyback program.
I don't think so.
Like even with all those, like you're still gonna have a bunch of people who are gonna be hangers on. You're gonna have people who steal it. You're gonna have black marketing, yada yada yada. Right?
I mean, unless you're like forcing yourself into people's houses and searching them, you're just not
right. So like it's gonna take for fuck off ever to like weed that down, right? Like it might not even be 20 years. It might be like 100.
We force our way to people's houses to look for the contraband. Like we actually do.
Like
that.
I mean, if you don't want to do that,
the United States wouldn't work with that. Like that,
like make them illegal.
Look, I'm not saying like that is an impossibility. The thing is like if you all want to go with that, like fuck it, I'm 2A then. Like there is levels to where like both sides of this conversation to me are just horrendous. Like having it to where we're just gonna take away the guns whenever I address the things that I did, like just throwing that out. Baby with the bathwater, and if you're on board with that, like we just can't be friends. On the other side, like the Gibbs take, where it's just like, hey, you know what? It's the constitutional right. Let's fucking go. Like, nah. Like, there's fuck off. Like, you both are. Oh my god. Like, no. Like, please stop being children.
And it's typically people who just don't have any relationship with guns. Like,
right.
And that's the thing. Like, I mean, unfortunately, like I said, you do have people like this who have these like shooter situations that should be one of the people we consider to be trained professionals. Like that's literally the job is to teach other people how to handle firearms in a safe and like healthy manner. But like overwhelmingly so, that's not how these situations play out.
Look, agreed, and also just to add on to that real quick though, like it makes so much more sense to me that to have a relationship as a ruralite, or because I like you shoot off around here, you hit a couple corn stalks, big deal, right? You are in an urban area where you fire off around in an apartment, right? You hit like a dog, a kid, and a rubber ducky, like that's fucking awful. You don't want to do that. Like the context is different. I respect that, and that's why like people are like, "Oh, Chicago gun control is awful." It's like, do you know where they get those guns? Fucking Indiana. It's a fuck up on our part. They can't do anything about the guns they can get from here.
So I just have a question. So the highest like death rate for children in America are like gun related. So at what point do laws genuinely start to change? Like at what point do we say, you know what, maybe there are too many guns? Like is that an aspect?
Hopefully never. Hopefully never.
At what point could we give like all of the United States back to the Native Americans? Like,
No,
like
but
you have
but
350 million
here's my
people
issue.
in this
Why
country.
can't
You
so
can't.
why
There's a
do we need
short-term rule with that.
AR-15s? Like I'm just honestly asking. Like
AR-15s
why would
are
that be?
Please let me answer
AR-15s are
this.
negligible
I'll
in gun
Let
violence.
me answer this for Moon. I'm one of these people that's like critical mass. The people you need to flip. There's a shitload of people on the left that want to neuter gun laws, and like I totally get where they're at. I think they're too far on it. But there's the people in me that are in the middle that are simply just going, hey, look, whoever is too far to the side is the people I'm going to vote against. If you're going to have people running around saying, hey, everyone should have a gun, no questions asked, I'm going to tell those people to fuck off and I'm going to vote against them. And if we have to pull away 2A, then we do. If the other side is simply saying, hey, we're going to get rid of all the guns, we're going to bust into people's houses and take them, fuck off with that too. I'll go vote with the other folks. Whoever just has the more extreme position is the people I'm voting against on this issue.
That's a really stupid way to think about the world, actually.
Yeah, but like I never even said any of that. What I said was why do you need a certain set of guns? I'm not saying take away all handguns, or if you take away your handguns, but why do you need a specific gun like that? I just don't think
okay.
it makes
So
I'll answer that. I'll answer that
Yeah.
not in the theory anyway. I'll do it in like a real
Okay.
world scenario. That I'm doing. So I own a ranch, and oftentimes there's a part of the ranch. I gave this for example on another panel. Is I'll go on the ranch and they have what they call snake burrows, and there'll be just tons of rattlesnakes, and you got to go shoot them, and otherwise I'm gonna die. And what am I gonna do that with? I'm not gonna do that with a
I
pistol.
think you have to shoot them.
Do you know
Wait,
what?
hold on. You need AR-15s because for snake burrows?
Bro, yeah,
Is that
bro.
really your?
Yeah, what do you mean? I mean, you're asking what's the scenario where we're gonna need it. Well, there's your scenario. When like 10 rattlesnakes
So
pop
if I
out,
were
and
to,
start
if I
trying
were
to
to
knife
Google
you.
this, real quick, okay?
Bro,
So if
we
I were
have
to Google
a
this,
thing
and
called a
like, okay,
rattlesnake
you know,
round.
why
We
are
have a
you
thing-
experts? How do
we
I
have a
handle
thing-
how do I handle snake burrows on my property? It's gonna say an AR-15 and shoot them.
Not only that, they have the
Really?
rattlesnake roundup. They have the rattlesnake roundup here in Texas, and they over 6 million rattlesnakes are killed. So there's tons of rattlesnakes.
I would set them on fire.
I can answer this, and I'm sorry.
You
Moon,
can't use like a pellet gun? Like really?
This is a real thing. I'm not making this up.
God damn it. Look, I thought I was answering a question you answered before, but I'll answer this one, right? Why do I need an AR-15 or an AK-47 or something that is of the assault rifle class? It's to kill wild boar. Now, granted, I can get away with not having to. Yes, dude.
Are you being serious?
I'm serious. Like, no, wild boar are an infestation throughout most of the southern states.
Javelinas as well.
And like you can take my fucking.
Not a joke.
Look, you really need to stop laughing. I'm being dead serious. You can take my
it's true.
You can take my 9mm pistol and you can dump the mag into their fucking head, and they'll just keep on coming.
You better not shoot him in the head. First of all, why would you shoot him in the head?
You know what I'm talking about. Like I'm illustrating how fucking like just powerful these beasts are. You have to have some high caliber shit to take them down. And I'm like, that's why you like I would personally say, hey, I need a voucher or something that lets me get a high caliber rifle that can, unload multiple rounds, because like I have a reason, a reliable reason, and a necessary reason to actually use that.
No, I'm saying let's go on my ranch right now. This is a real thing, and y'all can come with me, and I'll have a gun.
We know. Hold on. So just so you know, the last time like he brought this up in this panel, right? In Blackjack, maybe you might remember it, where like I was like, hey, let's have the government set up like a cage around his ranch, right? And specifically to keep out the snakes.
It's everywhere, bro. It's all of it. It's all
like
of it.
this was,
I don't have snakes.
This was a conversation.
Sorry.
Let me tell you.
It's a real thing, though. You're laughing, but it's a real.
I know it's a real thing. I know it's a real thing.
It's a real thing. What do you mean?
I didn't know you would get upset about me laughing. I just honestly, it's just shocking to hear like that you need an AR-15 for this. Genuinely, I've never heard this before.
Okay. Well, I can respect that. I can.
We're not allowed to like kill moose. Like you can't just kill moose.
If one is coming at you, I bet you can.
No, those things are huge. Have you seen moose? Good
yes,
luck.
they're like big
I put rounds from my AK-47 into it. It's going down. I promise.
I'm saying, like, I'm just saying, like, if it came down to it, like, you could justify, like, why you would use a gun. If somebody killed a moose, like a moose was rushing them, they would use a gun to do so. That's what I'm saying. Like they wouldn't be like, why didn't you use your hands? Why didn't you like?
I have a Chinese-made AK-47 with a 100-round drum just for all the wild animals, like on the ranch.
Bring like bear spray or like a knife.
Really? I know there's some levels of memes, but okay, like I literally have a lifestyle where like I go to work on a tractor that's the size of my fucking house, right? Like that is the reality which I get, and that's why I don't completely piss in the shoes of urbanites when they're like, "What's a wild boar? Wait, how do you do that? How do you kill it? Oh,
They thinking
oh my
like
god!
little
Let me give you
piglet.
another one. Let me give you another
little
one.
piggy. Like, no, this mother effer.
It's like, dude,
They
they're
can,
like,
they can bite through bone like butter.
What about
Like-
coyotes? I think coyotes will literally eat babies as they're
Okay.
born. Like, what do you
Or
do
a
about that?
dingo. Or a dingo. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with
So
dingoes.
all this sounds like a good argument for a carve out of like guns for people in extremely rural properties that doesn't apply to like 90% of American people.
And to give them
No,
one.
I'm not
Limit
disagreeing
them
with you
temporarily
here,
to deal with
Zod.
with the pest issue and then turn it back in.
Yeah. Yeah. Or
Like-
you deal or the very most like you give them one gun that has the caliber that they need, the firepower that they need, and then they have that one gun, and they are responsible of keeping track of that one gun. So if it disappears, they can go to jail for that.
So let me
Yeah,
tell you
I'm just
something.
pro letting people
Let me
have what
just
they
add
want
one more thing to
at the very
Tiberius'
least.
point here. Is they used to have a bounty on coyotes. They literally have a bounty here in Texas per head of javelina killed, which is basically a boar, per head that you shoot, and they'll give you like $400 to $600 depending on the size of this to kill it. So because they're taking over golf courses, they're taking over like urban areas. Like this is a problem. And y'all are sitting here laughing, and you're like, oh, whatever. And sometimes you gotta shoot these things a lot of times, bro. They're mean animals. And y'all are just like, oh, it's not a real issue. And they're taking over cities now.
I'll probably use a rifle for a coyote.
Hunters, I have no problem with people who hunt who have guns, like genuinely. But what I'm saying is that the average person does not need an AR-15.
The average
If you
person
live,
doesn't have one.
And to be clear, Gibbs, you can't kill a bull with a bow, right?
The
Like you
average
can just
person
use a bow
also
and
isn't
shoot
an
it.
like
example of
the average
Right.
shooter also wasn't using a
is like for
AR-15.
in a lot of school shootings they do use AR-15, so
No,
that's the
they
only reason
don't.
why I'm saying
It's extremely
it.
rare.
In what's it called?
It's overwhelming. You're gonna
The
give
one
an
in
example
Texas.
of one, but it's
the majority of them
overwhelmingly
are
rare.
handguns.
The
Majority of
little pistols
ownership
that they're
and,
okay with
and
is
school
what- that's what
shootings and just
overwhelming
mass
majority.
shootings are handguns.
Wait, ownership or like use?
Use.
All of the above.
Oh yeah, both. Yeah.
Majority of use, ownership, and mass shootings are handguns.
AR-15s are way too expensive.
I
Like most people that just don't own them.
Juby,
Yeah,
you were
but-
trying to say something? Juby?
Wait, what?
Yeah,
Were
what did you
trying
say?
to
Dewey? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying that you can actually kill these animals, these boars, with a bow. You don't need your AK-47 with the China
Shut up,
with the
dude.
Chinese
Yeah,
100
you have
gun
a
like
bow?
100 bullet like
Can you
whatever
do
the
some-
fuck.
One shot.
You don't.
I'm a
Yeah,
fat
people
infant
do
motherfucker.
that.
You think I
Google
can
it.
shoot-
Yeah,
shoot
people
a
people
bow
shoot
and kill a
people kill
boar?
boars with bows. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a talented mofo. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not like
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not.
good.
If you
I don't
can't
know
do it,
about
maybe
you,
you
but
can
I'm not
hire
fucking
somebody to come out and
Legolas.
deal
I
with
I
it
gotta
gotta
for you.
reload.
And they travel in packs. You might get one of them, but what happens when the 3 next ones get you?
Maybe you need traps. Maybe killing them one by one isn't efficient, so you need to trap them.
It's like a
Like people
600-pound animal coming through. What kind of traps are
Okay,
you building?
are you telling me? You, Mr. Wildlife Man, you don't know about boar traps? You
I
don't
don't
know that they have like pens that drop down and trap like 20 boar at a time?
We just shoot them. I don't bother with the traps. Bang bang, the problem solved.
Okay, moving away from the 30 wild boars.
Yep.
I think it's worth the conversation
And the
did start
moose.
with red flag laws, which aren't a real concern for any of this, unless like the thing causing you depression and threats to the police is all the wild boars on your property. Like the intersection here is really small.
it's not that small actually.
It's not small, bro. They're taking over cities.
It's very small.
How
Please.
is
I want
Hold
to
on.
I want to see these cities.
I don't know about cities.
How
I'm
is
saying
Texas-
like
how-
I'm saying like you got to step outside of whatever like city you live in. There's most of America, like a large, well not most. There's a large percentage of like Americans that live in like rural conditions that run into things like this all the time.
Still 30% of
Deer,
the population.
boars.
It sounds like
yeah,
they should call animal control,
Right.
okay, and let
Can
them
I
deal
just-
with it.
Correct the thing about the school shootings.
Uh-huh.
Just because I found it. It says 10 of the 17 deadliest mass shootings in America saw the gunman use an AR-15 rifle.
Oh, okay, hold on a second. Like different claim here.
Ten.
We were saying
No,
the
no, I know, I know, I
majority.
know.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay. That I just want to make
That's
sure we're
fine.
on the same
It
page
just
there.
says like that they're the most common like a rifle.
That okay, so that part makes sense because the AR-15 is really good at killing people, just straight out. Like the issue that we were raising is
bigger
if you're talking about the volume of people who are shot in mass shootings, it's handguns, right? And
Okay,
like
but
that,
to
if you're trying
carry
to
out the
save lives,
deadliest,
yeah, they're not the deadliest because
using
like
the-
you're talking about a weapon that is about yay big, and you have a max clip of 17, right? At least in mine is, versus an AR-15, which bullet is that fucking big, shoots almost at twice the goddamn speed, and you have a 30-round clip. Like if you were going to kill people, you would be more effective with that. But just if you somehow made all the handguns go away tomorrow, you would save 4 times the amount of people.
Okay, so why not do then like
fair enough.
a slight ban on
Was it
both,
20
or
or
if
some
not
shit?
a full out ban, it's like maybe raise the age of when you can purchase one. Raise the age.
Okay. Well,
if you do have a history of mental illness, you definitely can't have one.
Well,
and then work on banning the guns.
Okay, so I actually wanted to see if anybody was gonna bite that bullet. Are you okay with the idea of like anyone who's ever had to take any medication or anything, like they've ever like talked to a therapist?
If you have a history of mental illness, like documented mental illness,
like just it all, like if you
then I have to give up my gun. I'll have to.
What do you mean?
Okay with that?
Wait, say that again, sorry.
Well, I mean, you're Canadian, so you probably would. But I'm saying, like, I think a lot of people would feel uncomfortable with the idea of like, I'm having problems, but I know if I go talk to someone about it, I'm going to lose
because you talk to someone, they can't just like take that away.
I mean, arguably,
it's a documented mental health illness, though.
Well,
if someone is schizophrenic, would you want them to have a gun?
Sure, but it's easy to point out the extremes where like, oh yeah, this guy.
What do you mean? That's not just
let me point blank this, please. Just real quick. Just I have bipolar disorder. Should I not have a firearm?
No, you shouldn't.
No.
Okay, and this is where y'all can fuck off. That's where I'm not going to support your side at all.
So red flag laws
should be forced to turn it in, and if you don't turn it in, you should be put in a cage.
Okay, red flag laws aren't like a blanket. All mentally people with some sort of neurotypicality get taken their guns away, right? It's people who've made threats to police or who have elevated in some way. Like if you're bipolar, but you haven't like caused threats to intimate partners or whatever, you're not going to get your gun taken away.
Thank you, STL.
People have different lines for that.
Let's go to Corey and then Lactoid.
Oh yeah, just a commentary. So even though like again, I'm on Doobie side here in terms of like I would support
though it's high in the cage,
like, yeah, absolutely. With all the boars, of course. But so
good joke about these boars.
It's not a joke. It's not a joke. I know.
No, I believe you. I absolutely believe you. I will plead total ignorance that I have no idea how it is in Texas, and there's a reason why I probably will never visit Texas. No offense. But so as much as I'm for like regulation, at the very least, as a step in the right direction, I do have, let's say, to support Ty, I would have the issue of like, if you have a diagnosable mental illness that you no longer have gun rights, because I think there's the concern of pretty much maybe disincentivizing someone seeking out mental health support, where it's like, if that comes with a negative consequence, then you are pretty much, I would say, incentivizing people not seeking out support or diagnosis, or like, basically, in order to preserve their gun rights, I might as well just not get diagnosed and never seek any sort of professional help.
I have serious issues with fucking hitting people with shit they can't control. Like, there's just levels of blatant unethical where I'm like, hey, look, if I'm going around saying all this mad shit, and it's like, yo, Tiberius is off his rocker, somebody who gets a gun, I'm 100% behind you. It's like, dude, I fucking like do everything from pay my taxes to just try to be the best human being I can be every single day. And you're gonna be like, nah, just because you have this condition which you didn't have any hand in,
which could put other people at risk. Actually, yes.
I also think you could put yourself at risk.
I don't know, like this. It just seems extremely selfish. So if you have a condition that could put other people at risk,
then I'll be selfish as fuck. I'm like,
of course you shouldn't have the weapon.
Oh well, then.
Funny enough, there's an episode of Atlanta about this.
Oh God!
They deal with wild boars. There's actually, I'm posting in the chat right now.
God damn it, Bam!
I'm telling you, he's out in the wheat field. He sees a wild boar, and it gets real. They get into a moment. There's an episode of Atlanta.
I didn't think that Bam was going to be the one having my back the most tonight.
I don't think it's bad to take mental health into account. As we know, and I've said this before, men commit at the highest rates. Also because they have easier access to guns. Usually they buy more guns. So I'm just saying, if there is a potential of mental health issues, it could be combated by them not having the chance to own a gun, right? They might use it one night if they're having a really bad night, if they're manic or something, and then hurt themselves or others. And I think that is something to consider.
Let's go to Lactoid.
So I just wanted to quickly comment. The justification for AR-15s being rattlesnake roundups, moose, and boar killed me. more than anything else. And I love it because I like where you're going, but that's not the reason why AR-15s are like not a problem. They're not a problem. 3% of all gun homicides in this country are done with rifles. And that includes AK-47s, AR-15s, all like the quote-unquote assault weapons, about 3%, 1% shotguns, right? The rest is either handguns or the type of weapon isn't stated. Now, that's mostly going to be handguns because handguns are concealable. This is why they're going to be used in crime. It's obvious, right? You want to shoot somebody and you want to get away, you can conceal a handgun much better than you can conceal an AR-15, an AK-47, a shotgun, anything like that. So we have a very, 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 very small percentage of overall gun homicides coming from the guns that people are trying to ban, which I think is immediately like an issue. The other thing is, I guess, defense from wildlife. If you are in Texas, I know the boars are bad in Texas. Maybe that is legitimate. I'm not sure about the rattlesnakes or the moose, but there's the AR-15 platform does provide like a lot of other things as well, right? Like there is going to be like the sportsmanship element of going to the range and having fun. There is like that kind of toy, what do be kind of dismissively called a toy. Like with other things that we have fun with that have a cost, like alcohol or marijuana or tobacco or et cetera, right?
It should also be banned, yeah.
I know you believe that, right? And so maybe you're pretty consistent here. There's a hunting element, right? You can absolutely use AR-15s for hunting, especially, if you go coyote hunting, other small game, like that could be useful. And there is the kind of Second Amendment element, right? So I brought it before, and of course, it remained unrefuted, right? He just said he hated the study, but what I'm saying. The really free countries had more gun ownership, right? This is what we know statistically. So we have free countries that have more gun ownership. It makes sense because having an armed population, the point of it was to prevent infringement from some kind of outside force coming in. It makes you have to negotiate with populations instead of just stomping them. And I also want to say there is something a little bit like Kafka-esque and like scary about the government declaring you mentally ill and then coming and taking your shit. Right, there is something scary about that, right? And it absolutely could be misused. Oh, we don't like this political group.
Schizophrenics might just be shamans.
We're going to come get them. But that is also balanced against, I think, Doobie's very rational fear of actually crazy, or I don't know, maybe that's the wrong word. Actually, like people who are like screaming that they're going to go kill somebody and like they're loading up, right? Clearly, that's like a different situation. So there is kind of a fine line here, but I mean, overall, the kind of gun legislation that's being proposed, other than background checks, that's like the one that seems to like have some like kind of empirical data behind it. It just doesn't seem to be like a good idea. It seems to cut down more on like the privileges and the rights and just the overall quality of life that Americans enjoy.
I think the murders and the fear of going outside,
3% of gun homicides.
Hold on. I'm not just talking about rifles. We should also ban handguns.
Knives are actually far more dangerous than rifles in the United States.
That's not true.
It absolutely is.
Hold on. So never was not true, but I'm not just proposing banning rifles. I'm talking about handguns too, obviously.
But I'm talking about knives.
Knives.
Yeah, hold on. That's such a dumb point. I don't even want to get into it. But Gibbs.
Engage, my nigga.
So no, hold on, Gibbs. Do you think that if somebody like maybe they flash weapon at somebody or they shot somebody, right? The person didn't die, they went to prison, and they got out. Do you think they should have the right to own a gun after that?
So this is interesting, and this is maybe where I kind of go away from some of my more radical brethren. I guess I feel like I'm pretty radical with this panel. But once you become like a felon, you lose some of the rights to citizenship. Like, so, no, the Second Amendment goes towards full citizens. So in my opinion, no, then you probably don't have the right to that unless you can somehow gain full citizenship about. But we've already established, through case law, that felons seem to not be full.
We don't care about case law, right? Like you don't really care about the law as it is. Like I'm asking you, what you would prefer to be the case?
Well, I would prefer to be the case. I mean, I've already made my state. I'll be consistent. I think that we should have, if you're considered a citizen of the country and you're considered a full citizen or whatever, regardless of what case law is, that you should be able to have whatever the fuck weapon you want.
Do you think that like child molesters, convicted child molesters, when they get out of prison, they should be able to work in public schools or kindergartens?
No, and that has nothing to do with my gun law stance, though.
Wait, hold on, but like, why not? They pay their price, right? Like, why wouldn't you just allow them to have all the rights of American citizens?
So, I mean, well, once again, I feel like we're not harsh enough in child molesters. So I feel like, no. I'm gonna go with no. Fuck those child molesters.
Just no.
Oh my god.
We should just
Okay,
kill them.
so they get in, they pay the price. They pay the price, right? They come out of jail and they don't have the full rights of American citizens. Somebody who shot somebody with a gun does.
I mean, listen. If you diddle a kid, you should be either like chemically castrated or shot. That's kind of my opinion.
That's so performative. It's just that's a whole different conversation.
So, like, yeah, I don't really know where you're going
when it comes to child molesters.
Yeah, so I mean, no, I think it's totally different. I don't think it's an applicable like
I
product.
understand.
Okay, so just responding briefly to Lactoid, the question that I would always pose is, what examples of an armed civilian populace rising up and winning would you point to? Where has the strategy worked?
America.
ISIS.
This fucking country.
When was the government trying to impose tyranny that we won?
The Revolutionary War against the British.
When examples
that was the government.
with the government. With like a modern military, could you point to something like
okay.
ISIS?
So now that I provided an answer, we
literally ISIS. Yeah,
move the goalpost.
ISIS is the answer.
Oh, sure, it's fine. No, we can move the
Taliban.
That's okay. So Afghanistan.
The goalpost of being
Vietnam.
when rifles were able to fire more than one shot at like per half minute. Yes. That's the whole point, is that the modern military is like insanely more powerful. This is something that even as early like
people are cannons. That's an artillery piece. Are you okay with
Afghanistan?
I mean, that's
so you know some other revolutionaries, okay? Marx and Engels. Engels actually wrote extensively on this. How like by the time of like 1890, he was like, "Yeah, we can't win a revolution in a Western world anymore. You can't do barricades; they just dynamite it. The shots fire like 10 times as far. They're 10 times as accurate, 4 times as fast. Like he's like, yeah, you can't do a revolution in the old way anymore. It's fucking dead. There aren't revolutions like that in this country. The Russian Revolution was soldiers splitting the army. There weren't armed civilians. That's the dumbest thing.
No, I used to have that same position. That's actually not true. It's an insane level of like we underestimate the ability that like human beings with guns have. Like it's a reason why we literally like eventually stepped out of Afghanistan.
It's literally half the wars in Africa right now.
Like at a certain point, like the idea of people with guns,
that's ridiculous.
That guerrilla warfare like that it still works.
The U.S. didn't step out of Afghanistan because we were losing.
No,
that's not where the U.S. left.
But I'm saying that like people can be extremely resilient. Like because I used to think like, oh, we have tanks, we have these things, like it's pointless. It's pointless to do things with guns anymore. But in the sheer amount of people, like if we actually did have to combat the government, first of all, the reality is most of like I'd say like 90% of the military are like Republicans also wanting to combat the government. So like the military would like all of them would like instantly drop out of the military, and now you're fighting like the CIA and like 12 other
look at my videos.
Let me just say, any of these people agree with you. Hold on,
people are in it for school. People join the military for school. It's not because like if they actually thought the government was a dictatorship that they're like 10 toes down. You just don't know people in the military.
Let me jump on piggyback off what Bam just said here. Look at like Black Wall Street when it got burned. If those people had guns, do you think that they would have had their town burned down?
Didn't they have guns? I'm pretty sure they did have guns. I mean, sure the police were involved, and they're dropping bombs on them from planes. Like I'm pretty sure they did have guns.
Black Wall Street.
Yeah, people had guns in that town. Yes.
They didn't have enough, clearly.
The issue was the state police were involved, right?
I mean, look at James Brown in the Civil War. He was over here starting, like, making the white people in the South scared of slave rules. Why? Because they were armed and they were starting fights. And guess what? That was scary to white people before the Civil War. And guess what? He got his point across, and the abolitionists used that as like a spark of fire. Well,
they didn't win
whatsoever.
Did they not win because the Civil War
marched down?
Well, he got enough people mobilized.
Gibbs's answer: need more guns.
Need more guns.
But there was that there's a massacre. I think it happened in Florida, like a white massacre of black individuals, where they were armed, the black individuals, but then because they knew they were armed, they pulled out like a Gatling gun. Like a straight up motherfucking Gatling gun, and like.
Well, if they had a Gatling gun themselves, do you think they would have been able to?
Yeah, sure. If they had a Gatling gun themselves, then maybe would have been even things out.
That's the whole point.
Yeah, if only everybody had like drones up in the sky that could drop missiles on people, then you'd have a chance.
Well, that's unironically
If
That's
only we
literally
had
where the
chemical
logic that they were
weapons.
presenting earlier is, right? That like if you need to be on par with the military, then you better be allowing people to get some surface to air missiles, right? Like that's literally where the logic gets you.
But the
That's
military
what
would
I
never
said.
do that
Yeah, I
to
want
like
to
the military would never do that to the country.
Gibbs, like, come on,
Like,
Gibbs, hold on,
just
Gibbs.
out of,
Like, so
Hey,
given
I agree.
Gibbs,
Well,
Gibbs, you're telling
no,
me
but I'm
that
saying
you
like
really think the country would be better off if we allowed people, like schizophrenic people, people with like paranoid schizophrenia, to have like surface air missiles? You think we'd be better off if that were the case?
You're missing my whole point, and this is my whole
Live
point.
free or die.
It doesn't matter if we're better off because
Of course
it's
it
the principle of
matters.
having the guns is to stop the government. If we get a couple bad apples, those people shouldn't dictate the policy for the rest of the good apples.
Okay, hold on. So schizos with surface air missiles started shooting down like commercial like airliners. You'd be like, oh well, hey, that's fine. The government might turn bad someday, so that's what reasonable
Tough titties.
sacrifice.
Tough titties. Price of doing
Oh my
business.
god.
I can't tell if this is a meme.
No,
It's not a
this
meme.
man
I'm
is
100%
dead fucking serious. I spent like 2 hours like diving into this. He's dead fucking serious. Bam, hold on. You said something real quick, and I want to make sure I heard it correctly. Did you say like there was a tactic that the government wouldn't use against its people?
Oh yeah, like just like not even like not even out of the goodness of their heart. Like if the U.S. ended up turning on like its citizens, they're not gonna like blow up New York because at the end of the day, they still have to use it after the fact. Like they're not gonna turn the nukes as an option to push back against like the United
Not every
States.
place is New York, though.
Well, so
Not every
what
place
Bam
is-
is what Bam is saying, and what is like critically important, is like there's this perception that you need to be on par in firepower with the military force in order to deter them from attacking you. And this just isn't true, right? Asymmetrical warfare, the whole point of that is that you're trying to fight off an enemy who is numerically and through firepower just superior to you. And this is what the Vietnamese successfully did. And the Afghanistan has done 3 times now against the US, Soviet Union, and the British, right? Like consistently, like we do
But
see
in all those
like
cases,
smaller and weaker populations with less firepower able to do one of 2 things: either
Look
fight
at
off
the
an attacker or make it less likely for them to attack in the first place. Because is the American military really going to want to attack their own cities if that's the only way to enforce tyranny?
So
like I
look at
said,
the
in all
one
those
example
cases,
of an asymmetric warfare like this. Modern Syria. The government won, like handily.
Did they?
There are
Yeah.
examples of the government winning. Yeah.
Well, and so my point is just that the examples of the asymmetrical stuff winning is usually foreign invaders coming in for ideological reasons. So that's not the same thing as a domestic war. If that ever were to happen, I don't think a civil war is anywhere close to likely to happen in this country. But like,
Yeah, I don't think
if
so.
it were to get to that level, then you have what, a 20-year war, and then maybe at the end you win. That's like the Taliban's win strategy. If the American government goes somewhere else, they pull back to where? Like what? You're just going to split the country at that point.
But
Like
the
your victory
American
will be.
psyche is
That's
dramatically the American psyche is dramatically different. Again, like I don't think the United States would have soldiers if they turned on its citizenry. Like I just don't think people. I think people would mostly deter.
Like they would split.
I mean, if you want to look at examples of this, look at the
Yeah, it would
first
be
Red
split up
Scare.
political
So
parties.
the Federal Bureau of Investigation, originally the Bureau of Investigation, when it was founded by Hoover, they drew up a list of 400,000 Americans. Everyone left, every union organizer, all the quote unquote agitators, and they arrested something like 20,000 of them all in one night.
And that
Did
doesn't
people
concern
rise
you?
up? Did a single
Shut
person?
up.
No, did a single person rise up? We were the most armed country in the world back then too. Did they fight back and win?
Were they armed?
Yeah, were they armed? That's a good
Yes,
question.
yes. Okay, there was literally a major segment of the socialist movement was bomb throwing anarchists. They killed the president. Yes, they were armed, and they still fucking lost. Not all of them were armed.
You know,
Yeah, the government can just arrest
you
them.
can point,
Because they lost.
you can point to examples of like one side winning or over the other side. That doesn't actually get to the point, which is that like there's the question of, is asymmetrical warfare possible? Like, is that create a possibility of prevailing? Absolutely. And the second question is, does it create a deterrence? Right? Like, is there like a tyrannical force going to be more or less likely, just economically, right, to devastate areas that they know they're going to meet resistance in, or as opposed to, oh, nobody there has any means to fight back. We don't need to deploy the bombers. We don't need to deploy anything. We're just going to go door to door and drag them out, and there's nothing you can do to stop it.
I mean, and on top of that, y'all keep pointing to scenarios where they lost, right? Okay, cool. All right, let's point at those scenarios. Do those people not have the right to try? Like, you're going to sit here and tell me, oh, well, because they lost, it's not a valid example. At least they went down swinging. Gee, I mean, like,
Look at every revolution in like post-Soviet countries and in Europe after like 1950. They were all led by massive demonstrations of people protesting for democracy. Like, they didn't have to be armed. There were millions, and they won because that level of public pressure can topple governments.
I promise you, they didn't.
The
hug them
Rose
out of office.
Revolution. Look it up.
Look, I'll split hairs here. Like, there's levels to where like we obviously can get like popular uprisings that like throw out a government, but more often or not, those have to be at least open to like a democratic process. Like the fall of the Eastern Bloc was literally a tide. When it comes down to it, I think there's two sides. Number one, lactose deterrence is, I think, at least in some practical part, I think all of us have to admit, the problem is that it has a blowback effect too. So we can say, hey, look, if have a gun, then the police are wanting to less fuck with me. But that also makes the police have AR-15s themselves, right? There's an escalatory nature of this. The second part, though, is it an insurance policy against a tyrannical government? I think it is, but we have to be very clear about what that conversation is. It's that if J6 had firearms, like what would be the outcome? Like, does the military roll in fucking Bradleys to have to take it down?
And honestly, yeah, they couldn't if January 6th, like if they were like if all of those people were armed, like you can say like, oh, there's nothing you could do about it. Like individual people can't do anything. If they were armed and like they were actually like a kill squad, like the little like
you think the National Guard shows up and just
couldn't have stopped them? Like
you think
the National Guard couldn't have stopped them?
Not once they were not once they had reached the building. If they were like if
they could have stopped after
this is weird. I'm sorry. This is like a weird like parallel universe, like judging. Like I don't know. This is the point going down here. Like, well, yeah, if the National Guard had been entrenched and had tanks ready or whatever, right, like could unleash their full might, and then an armed populace had come for them, would they have won? Oh, I don't know. Like, I don't know what the point of
can I put that back in perspective? Like, what I'm basically what I'm basically asking here is that if I'm asking Bam if basically J6 had shown up with like fully loaded, right? Yeah. Like most of them are armed, that kind of thing. You think once they had been entrenched, like there had been no stopping them? Like,
like if there was like we're getting Pence, like I'm not like I said. Now you eventually would have started arresting people, but if they had a mission to get to someone, they could have got to them.
Isn't this an argument against like civilian gun ownership?
No,
a bunch of fucking crazies like Abe's could decide that the government's corrupt and go murder people.
I mean, they could. Like they
could, which is why I don't want them to have guns.
I want to pose this in the reverse way. I constantly hear from libertarians that they want to delete alleged like PDF files, okay? Like a certain Jeffrey Epstein, and I hear about it all the fucking time. Literally every day on Twitter I hear it, gets thousands of likes. None of them ever do it. Nobody ever steps up and does this. So what's going on? It sounds like a whole lot of this is just people like coming up with a backwards justification for like the gun they like to have. Like this all just sounds like LARP. Every fucking time.
It's not LARP.
How agnostic is to shoot a bunch of anarchists like that? That's all it is. It's just like a weird like fetish.
But have you heard about the Boers though? Forget about Jeffrey Epstein.
Watch the video. Shut it in there. You change your mind.
No, it's not a LARP. It's not a LARP. And there's some like there's no, it's not a LARP. We've already Texas fought its own war over this. Like we literally fought a war over
y'all will never let us forget.
Amen. And we should let us forget.
Military.
Yeah, no, yes. What uniform military? We didn't have no uniform military down here when that happened. What do you mean?
I did not know that Six Flags was based off of like the six countries that Texas was.
Let's go, Corey.
That's crazy.
That's why they have all the flags up at their place, even though people like got mad about it.
Well, yeah, maybe to I don't know, attempt to refocus. A question for you, Lactoid. Where I know that you posted that study in the Discord about, and I think you posted before.
It was a half meme, just so you know. But go ahead.
Yeah, but let's just say I'll attempt to be good faith. Let's say I grant it all. Well, there's an association, a legitimate association between liberty and whatever number of guns or gun ownership. But, as you like to bring up, it's a cost-benefit analysis. So, then what is the rate of, let's say, per capita gun deaths in those countries? And, what is acceptable for you? So, in the United States, I think there's around, 40 to 50,000 gun deaths per year, but I think most of them are suicides. But let's say all of that's converted to, I think there's about, on average, about 500 mass shootings per year in the United States. Let's just say of those, 40, 50,000, they're all now from mass shootings. Is that high enough for you now? Or let's say you double it. Now it's like 80,000. Would that be enough for you to change your mind?
And 80,000 in a country of over 320 million Probably not.
What if
About
when
200,000?
we're
We
talking
already had
about
this argument last time.
yeah,
We
yeah,
had
no, I
about
know.
a
We
million.
did, and the conclusion we came to is like on one hand we have the sort of the freedom deterrence factor, the sporting factor, the hunting factor, um, all those other benefits that are provided by firearms, and then on the other hand we have people misusing them, right? And so I run through the calculus in my head that I do with alcohol as well, right? So many people are killed by drunk driving. Do I want to ban alcohol? No, right? There's so much. There's a level of utility granted and I think freedom value and being able to own that substance that is that outweighs the detractions. And for me, it's the same as the case with firearms. You could give me numbers that could like if we're losing a quarter of the population to gun violence every year, like we start hitting numbers where like we have to do something, sure, but like we're nowhere
yeah,
near
no,
we're nowhere near the numbers
yeah,
right now that I'm concerned about.
sure. I understand, you like to work in percentages, and like I can grant you even like 80,000 would be like a small minority consider in a country of whatever 330, 340 million. But let's just say it's with 10% of all homicides, or I'll even use a concrete number, 1 million deaths per year. Is that high enough for you?
A million? Are there even 1 million homicides per year?
No, almost certainly not. But
Yeah, I
I,
looked
I,
at
Million
the
I,
child
homicides.
number.
Why would you ask that
I
question?
looked at the child number because Mooncake had brought up like, oh yeah, the child death line. I was like, what is the exact number? It's somewhere around 2,500, which
Yeah,
obviously
in
somebody
2022.
should want no dead
no,
kids.
I'm pushing the.
Yeah. No, this is fair, right? In 2022, there was 21,156 reported cases of murder or non-negligent manslaughter in the United States. So we're talking about 21,000 compared to 1 million. So we're talking about just with guns of what? My math is not the best, but like almost 100 times it, roughly. Right?
100,000 times. Like this is like whatever, a ridiculous increase. I'm just trying to see like roughly. I don't.
Yeah. We hit 1 million deaths per year in like from guns. And you show me like a gun control policy that works, I would be on board. But it would need to be
And
really
narrow.
that's only 134.
It would be narrow. It'd have to need to be narrowly tailored to like address the issue while also trying to maintain as many gun rights as we can.
and as an aside, do you support my Kevlar vest voucher?
I don't support your Kevlar vest voucher.
Would you be in favor of running an experiment, let's say a small town?
Sure,
We
yeah.
roll it out and we show that it reduces fatalities.
What grade?
We'd have to see the because those vests are not comfortable. So I mean, people aren't going to wear them every day, right?
Yeah, but I'm not forcing it. It's a voucher. Like
we're sure, yeah. So
I
we could run a study. We could run a study. I've actually thought about like opening up like an urban streetwear like company that uses Kevlar like infused in like fashion clothing. I think that'd be a cool business idea. Yeah, kind of like Well, I'm sure it's already happened, but like I don't see it very much. Like I think it'd be cool to really get that going.
You want to go to business with it? Let's do it. I'm ready.
Yeah.
I got the money.
Love to see it. Right, your symbol could be a wild boar. But
unironically, that'd be pretty cool, like a fierce boar or whatever. Yeah.
Holding a gun or something. Yeah.
All right, so we'll end things here. I'll let you guys go. This has been amazing. Guys, thank you for support so far. It's been really kind of the people who have helped out. But yeah. So we will continue on for open walk-on panel. We'll see if people want to join in. If not, then we'll end it here. But again, thank you for the people who supported. Thank you, Doobie, for the kind subs. It's really, really amazing of you. If you want to support this community, sub to the channel, gift bits, or gift subs, or use a hype chat or a super chat if you're on YouTube land to support us that way, allows me to do all this, gather all these people, have all this fun. So consider doing that, supporting this community. If you find yourself coming back more than once, if you like what we're up to, then consider helping us out. All right, let's give an outro to everyone. I will start with our friend Lactoid. The best part of this panel for me was my man Lactoid's unrestrained laughter.
I was dying more than I've ever died before.
That was great. Like Elijah is usually actually quite composed to see him.
It was Gibbs when he was like very, very like earnestly describing the rattlesnake roundup that he needed the AR-15s for. It killed me. I couldn't.
Thanks for being here, Fred.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate the opportunity to come on and speak and share my thoughts. Thank you all for debating with me. Very fun time. You could find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, let's go to my man Bam. Like this was established on our last All Black Everything panel. Bam is actually one of the coolest people you ever meet. Really awesome person, right? Garbage takes, just like one after another comes out this man mouth, and we don't understand the contrast. It doesn't make sense. But still, one of the most amazing people I have in my life. So shout out to you, Bam.
He's also bad at rock, paper, scissors. Sorry, go ahead.
It's true.
I haven't forgot that. Every time I see you in my corner, I think about it. I don't say it out loud because I'm trying to like grow as a person, but you shouldn't have brought that up. I haven't gotten over that. And I never will. I never will. Yeah, I super enjoyed this. Like I said, even on the Monday with you fine people, I gave the absolute correct positions on everything. You people just haven't caught up yet. Give it time. They always come around. It is a lifestyle, but yeah, no, thanks for having me, and thanks for what you do, Prime.
Job, Bam. And let's go to our friend Corey. Corey, thank you for coming through and being amazingly kind.
Yeah, as always, super grateful to be here. And pretty much what Bam said. Thank you for holding these panels and inviting me on. I always super appreciate being here. And yeah, as usual, I gave the incorrect takes on everything in contrast to Bam. But regardless, I enjoyed giving my incorrect takes. And you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv Corey Campbell 84, and Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube, it's Corey Campbell. And Doobie, SDL, always a pleasure. And pleased to meet you, Mooncake, and Gibbs, Bam, and Lactoid, always a pleasure. And love you, Brian.
Thank you. Admiral Gibbs, thank you as well for coming through and being like your color commentary is amazing. But beyond that, we do appreciate again that you have differing points, and nothing will stop you from sharing them, as we're finding out. So,
Hey, I appreciate you always having me on. I know that it's just painful for you every time we get on the gun subjects. I'm on here. I know that you're just like cringing in your soul. But yeah, as for closings, I just want to go on record saying last year in Blunder, Texas, and San Patricio County, they killed 2.5 tons of rattlesnakes at the last rattlesnake roundup. So that's a lot of fucking rattlesnakes. If y'all thought I was joking, but anyway, I digress. You can find me Admiral Gibbs on everything. We get wild. I'm looking forward to more of these in the future, hopefully, and I also wanted to say, the very first time Prime had me on, he hit a level 4 Sigma Kappa whatever hype train. I didn't even know that was a thing. And today he reached level 4. I'm just saying, it smells like money when I'm here, Prime.
I hear it. I hear it. Thank you so much. And I never cringe at you when you're coming through. No, I am elated with the content that's about to happen. So shout out to you, friend. Mooncake, thank you for being here. Mooncake, look, I told Mooncake privately what would happen if she came on the Reverie. All right, I had a discussion about it, and Lactoid's name came up. Because I knew we would end up here, and so now this is your first exposure to a libertarian.
Yeah. It's very interesting. Honestly, I would like to talk to Lactoid and Gibbs more, especially about taxes, like tax stuff, because that's where I got caught off guard, and I'm honestly very curious.
Slavery.
I don't know about slavery.
It'll come up.
Oh, I can draw the connection. It's all connected.
Oh God, here we go.
You can.
So yeah, I would definitely like to do that. And thank you for having me on. It's just fun. Honestly, I just play, like, if you want to check out my channel, video games, League of Legends. I'm not very good at it, but I still play it. Minecraft and Sims. That's Mooncake XO, and then I'll be on the panels. So
Hey, and Mooncake, if you do get a chance to talk to my friend Lactoid, who's a great person to speak with, you should ask him about his opinions on the government stepping in to stop discrimination. Just ask him where he stands on those things.
oh, this is gonna be
And
definitely
ask him
interesting.
on his position.
I have very reasonable takes.
On his position with sexual activity with animals and dogs.
Very reasonable takes, I promise.
There's actually a conversation there. That's all I'm gonna say. There's a conversation to be had. We eat them. Like
Okay.
Literally, that's all I'm gonna say.
There's so much
If
to
you eat it,
mine.
you might as well beat it.
I don't do it. I don't do it. Just want to make that clear.
I'm just
Allegedly.
saying that
You
like
don't eat
there's
the animals?
a lot to like. You've only scratched the surface here. Like this iceberg goes deep. So let's go.
But yeah, it was nice meeting all of you, and it was fun arguing.
Let's go to our friend Ty. Ty, thank you for coming on. You were like super active in all this. I was really happy to hear your opinions.
Boy, Ty was on it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, look, I appreciate it. Honestly, I had to fucking bite my tongue a little bit there because I wanted to go harder in that first topic, and I just was like, there's too many fucking people in here. But anyway, my name is Tiberius D. I'm a moderate Republican. I actually am very glad that Prime gave me some topics where I can actually punch right because, while there was a little bit too much of that, I'm giving some people some wrong ideas here. The reality is that like I have to keep my side in check sometimes, and I have to call out bullshit even whenever my own team says it. Guns without any kind of like restriction at all is just fucking asinine. And like, look, on principle, I like school choice and school vouchers. I just think it helps Democrats far more than helps Republicans, and that's not in my interest to do. So if you think any of those takes are kind of cool or based, or you want some more questions on it, feel free to reach out. Tiberius D on pretty much every form of social media out there.
Okay, thank you so much. Sock Done Left, aka Aiden. Correct, right, Aiden?
Yeah. I'm Aiden. You can catch my streams at sockdoneleft.org/live. I stream politics. Yeah, thanks for coming on. So glad to live in a society where we do a lot of base theft. We should do even more base theft. The iceberg on that one goes deep, and you'll hear more about it if you come to my streams. Thanks for the panel, Pat.
Absolutely. And any time we leave a lactoid filled with like impotent libertarian rage, it's a good panel. Last but not least, friend, we have Doobie. Again, shout out Doobie for being so kind to support the channel, but also like we got to have you for a whole panel, right? You were here and you participated, and I could hear your voice. You're a little gainy, but it's fine. I could hear your voice, and it filled me with joy. That's my happy place when I have my friend Doobie here, saying off the wall things. So thank you, friend, for sharing time with us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna go to our open walk on panel. We'll see if people want to join in. Or yes, you sing at home can be a part of it. So we'll stick around for a little bit and see if you guys want to join in and have a conversation. Thanks all for being here. Any of you can join in for the open panel, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion for my community. I know they appreciate it as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Always fun.
Hey, quick.
Okay. Woo. Hey, exclamation for open in chat. Want to be a part of the open panel? We'll stick around for a bit. Oh boy, so hey FK, you have strong opinions on Doobie apparently. Oh, that's okay. One second. Okay, sorry. I just had to type something. Thank you, Naritas. Hey, for the 400 bits. Really kind of you. Thank you for being cool. Much appreciated. Nice to see you. Naritas. Thank you seriously for helping us out. And came about this. Hey, Soyadle. Thank you. It's nice to see you, Soyadle. Like I wish you were in the panel scene, like it used to be, Soyadle. Sometimes there's like questions that are on my mind. I'm like, I wish this guy was around so that we could have a conversation, because there's some things only you in my sphere can answer. But I hope you're doing well. Thank you for supporting the channel. Oh, Aaron Guard the Red, good panel today. Oh, I'm glad you liked it. Really glad you liked it. That was a lot of fun. I came up with those topics. Like, guys, it's so hard to come up with topics. Like even when you come up with something and you think it's a really good one, right? Like whether the panel will actually engage with it, it's like up to like up to them, and it's out of your hands. Um. Uh. Yeah. So. Hey. So. You're recovering? Are you recovering from? I don't know. I remember you had trouble with COVID before. Are you? Are you recovering from that? I don't know if you want to share. I'm not sure if you want to, but I hope you are doing well or going. Oh, there you are, right there. Okay, all right. Well, I can talk to him like right now. He's joined in to the open panel. So guys, you can jump into the you can jump into the Sunny, and you can have a conversation. Sorry, robot waiting room, and then I'll drag you into the Sunny. But yeah, Arangar says it's been hard in Maine. People can't believe this shit could happen, but this was a nice pound to mull over what happened. Oh, all right. Are you from Maine, Arangar? And if so, sorry for what's your community is going through. It's terrible. It's expected here in the States, absolutely expected, but it doesn't mean it makes it any easier for people to go through. Shout out to the people who are trying to recover from those losses in their community. But we have a friend. Hey, what up? Soy, how are you?
Doing better.
Hey. Um. Yeah. Is it? Are you having trouble with COVID or?
Well, I only a little bit of hearing loss. That was like just the start of my troubles. I had like a back injury, a muscle back injury, and lots of other stuff. It's it's a thing, yeah. So there we go.
Yeah. I had no
Yeah,
idea.
it was about last TwitchCon that I fell off, and actually went through a separation, and now I'm back. I'm in a new location. I'm getting my life back together. Um, hopefully getting a job online. So we'll see.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry things have been so tough for you.
Oh,
Honestly.
it's life, right?
Yeah.
But
Usually.
yeah, hey, let me show off for your stream. Let me do a quick. I've got the Goon Cave here. So and I decided to sign up for affiliate thanks to DJ Clancy for formally announcing the multi-streaming as a thing. And yeah, I'm whoa, fade to black is the wrong button for that.
Wow, you've got like a hell of a setup. Like,
yeah, I did a couple dozen in studio shoots professionally in my foray into contracting. But that dried up unfortunately. So yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, I want to thank Doobie. Oh, did Doobie peace out? Yeah, thanks Doobie for the sub. Good to see everyone else. And yeah, that's all I want to talk about it for now.
okay, that's fine. But you got my support, and I hope things go in the direction you need to.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I was just saying though, like every so often, I had like questions about like energy and like nuclear policy. I don't have them off the top of my mind right this moment, unfortunately. But like
a lot has happened in the last year, like so much. Like Baraka in UAE is finished, and I think almost all of them, if not all of them, are online. Saudis are pursuing nuclear. Germany were desperate to save like 2 or 3 plants, but it's probably not going to happen. Oh man, and now there's all these companies, all these startups who I would love to work for, cross your fingers, who are, pursuing the long-term future. And this is going to be pursuing different technologies and sort of modernizing the industry. And cross your fingers, I'll be part of that. If not, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Yeah. Uh. So yeah, there's been a lot of news on the nuclear front and proliferation. we've got an old man, like confederation here, a little reunion. Love to see it.
Yeah.
Aiko's back with us. Hey, how are you?
I'm not sure Soyaddle qualifies for the old man department. He's not.
You
Oh
got
yes,
the
I do.
beard.
I'm officially 45. I did the Colite challenge. I'm going to post a TikTok on that. So all of you content creators, over 45 only 45 only can do the Colite challenge.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But I'm glad to see you both. So, but on the nuclear front, so, is there like are there making advancements in like in safety? Like, has there been anything that you saw that's like that will convince a person who was like teetering on the edge there that like things are getting safer or something along those lines?
Well, the fact is that nuclear is the safest energy source, and I know you're going to cringe because we have taught you to fear radiation, and this is the problem: is we don't believe that something can be safe. Like when there's a giant accident and dozens of people die, like a plane crash, you really have a hard time believing that it's safer than automobile travel when thousands, millions of people die in the span of the time when we see dozens of people die in a plane crash. Now, that's not to say that nuclear is not scary and that it doesn't deserve strict regulation. It does. But the problem is that we have this thing called deterministic risk assessment, and that is a very complex regulatory hurdle. There's alternatives, of course, and there's lots of wonderful folks like Jim Conca and James Hopf who share their opinions on this and how to reform it. One interesting thing is the idea of getting away from deterministically testing every single component, no matter how well regulated the base industry is. Like you're talking about pipe fitters and pipe fitting and plumbing that goes into a nuclear plant. These things have gone through 50, 60 years of standardization in a way that makes these components, just standard industrial components, really reliable. And the standard for nuclear is you need to test individual components so that you have a deterministic answer of whether or not those will fail. And so Jim Hopf on Twitter will give you the idea that, hey, maybe we look at these parts probabilistically, and I'll tell you why this is okay, because in aggregate, these parts have a known failure rate, and they have a known very low failure rate. And nuclear, we're so paranoid about safety, we have backup system upon backup system upon backup system. So probabilistic risk assessment combined with the existing backups, it's so much better of a story in terms of regulation.
So I remember something that I wanted to ask you about actually, because you jogged my memory. Fukushima. What's happening with those plants now, right? So Fukushima had the disaster. For the audience, just remember, Japan hit with the tsunami, and caused a nuclear disaster there. Where radiation and the plants damaged and all that stuff. Anyways, right. But recently, there was a big fight in Japan, and not just in Japan, in the region, because they were going to release irradiated water back into the ecosystem. And like there was so much, like the communities worried about what happened. And like we have like China and other regional countries that share those waterways saying don't do this. But the nuclear regulatory body came through and said this was okay. And then they started releasing like tons and tons of water. I don't know the exact amount, but it's like a huge volume of water.
It is a really massive amount of water. And the thing is that this is the water that came from the reactor, which sounds really scary. and so we have to treat that with the respect it deserves. And so what TEPCO, the operator in Japan is that they put this water through a extremely stringent filtering system. So they filtered out the radionuclides until most of them are undetectable. How can you tell what's detectable? Well, each nuclide has a different signature in terms of alpha, beta, gammas that it shoots off, right? So the thing that you have to look for, unfortunately, is that there is one radioactive element cannot filter out of water because it's part of water. It is a hydrogen atom with a few extra neutrons. It's a thing called tritium. It is oddly enough regulated like it's part of a weapons project because pure tritium can be used to amplify a H-bomb explosion. Sounds scary, right? But this is sort of an accident of chemistry because tritium causes fusion. Fusion is good, right? But that fusion, if you put it in an H-bomb, that's what makes the H-bomb the H-bomb. It is fusion inside a atomic reaction. And that's why Castle Bravo, that's why that was so powerful. So, what is it about tritium by itself, not subject to these enormous forces, these fusion forces, that's so scary? Well, it is a beta emitter, and that beta particle can do some damage. Now, let me give you an idea of what kind of damage it can do. This is a chart from HiroshimaSyndrome.com. It's a site about nuclear risks, and you can see this is an activity level of tritium. So when you get this water out of the Fukushima Daiichi plant, it has, I think it's somewhere around a couple thousand becquerels per liter. That is above the regulatory limit, but it is not anywhere near high enough to actually hurt you. And that's because tritium is also a background isotope. It comes from the bombardment of hydrogen atoms in the upper atmosphere from cosmic rays. And so it is existing in our background naturally. The other, by the way, is that we have an elevated level of tritium that came from all those atomic weapons tests, the 320, I think, atomic weapons tests that happened in our atmosphere. So that tritium is slowly decaying. It decays over a course of 12 years. It has a half-life. And so every half-life, half of it is left again. Now, what's coming out of Fukushima? Yes, it is in aggregate hundreds of thousands of becquerels. In other words, a teacup of tritium. And what happens is that TEPCO is now diluting that tritiated water into an enormous volume of ocean so that the levels that anyone would experience it at is far below any regulatory limit. And in fact, there have been tests. They've tested the wildlife outside of the immediate area where it was released, and it's undetectable levels in the actual food chain. So if it was the other way, I would question anyone or challenge anyone to find the evidence. We have nuclear watchdogs. They should be out in boats right next to the outlet pipe testing the water. And in fact, that's the role of the International Atomic Energy Agency. And so they are verifying that what TEPCO does is correct and truthful. But even if you think they're shills, even if you think they're agents of the nuclear industry, you in your NGO with $1 million budgets should be able to get in that Greenpeace boat, the Rainbow Warrior, and sample the water. You're probably allowed to. I would be honestly shocked if they weren't allowed to do that sampling and find out whether or not that water was safe or not.
Okay.
There's a bigger impact than that as a result of Fukushima. In fact, and I would argue that it could be responsible for the deaths and the degradation of health of thousands of people in Japan as a result of Fukushima. And it's this: after Fukushima, they shut down all their nuclear plants, like across the country. And as a result, they needed power from somewhere. So they started relying heavily on coal plants. And as of 2020, last I saw, they were building 22 new coal plants to fill this hole because of all the shutdown of nuclear. Now, I know they've opened up some nuclear plants in Japan again, but not the same number that they had prior to Fukushima. So
Right.
all of this coal that's being burned, that it creates asthma in kids. It all kinds of cardiovascular and cardiopulmonary diseases. Cancer is linked to coal. So this nuclear disaster, its biggest impact is that it's brought back the coal industry in Japan, and it's killing people that way.
Right. The other thing is that they killed a couple hundred, I think between a couple hundred, a couple thousand people with a hasty evacuation. And it's very similar to the 3 Mile Island accident in Pennsylvania, where we just lost people because the different parts of the government didn't understand who to trust and announced, "Hey,
And the fact
we're
it's had an international impact too, right? Because you could argue that Germany was closed all of its nuclear plants as a reaction to Fukushima, and that's enabled coal. Even though coal is continuing to drop there, coal usage is dropping at nowhere near the rate that it could have dropped had they kept their nuclear plants open.
Yeah.
And so, like Fukushima has caused deaths around the world, but by way of coal.
Yeah. And unfortunately, it's also made their energy more expensive. It's really shocking. Even with the French reactors going offline for maintenance, and this is preventative maintenance that is, I'm glad they're doing it, but unfortunately it caused some headlines. So the difference is that their energy costs like 10 euro cent per kilowatt hour, and Germany's is about twice as expensive, unfortunately.
Yes, massive mistake, right? Because on a marginal basis, that the power they were getting from those plants were free because the cost of close to free because the cost of nuclear power plants is all up front,
right?
And you're basically paying almost nothing for the power that you get if you're not factoring in the upfront costs. And shutting down those plants, of course, doesn't give those upfront costs back to you. So it just becomes a massive waste. This incredible waste of money.
And it's not to say that the French regulator and the French operator are perfect. They did have to go back and nationalize. So I am a socialist-based, state-owned energy agency.
I think it's the only way to go, right? You can't. I don't think you can do nuclear in a capitalist system because it takes too long. It can take 15 years or longer to build a nuclear power plant, and then by the time you make your money back, it's probably another couple of decades, especially with
in the West. It can take up to 15 years. Somehow the Koreans know how to build them very quickly. The Russians know how to build them very quickly. The Chinese build them extremely quickly, and I'm honestly a little worried about them. I've interviewed people who say that Chinese regulator is no good. People involved in the U.S. regulation. I interviewed them on my channel a couple months, at least 1 month back. It was in this studio, so no more than 1 month back. And so, they're very cautious about the Chinese value proposition there.
That might be the next accident in China.
I hope not. I really would hate to see right on the edge of our third potential nuclear renaissance. We always seem to have some terrible international accident right before we finally commit to building again.
And that's back everything.
Yeah, China, get your act together. Please let in outside inspections. Please allow in third-party interrogation. Because at every nuclear plant in the U.S., like every worker has 3 people in the room when something goes wrong. It's them, it's their union rep, and it's the regulator. And so we need that tri-party system.
Yeah, honestly, Prime, we in academic debate, we have something called an impact calculus. It happens at the end of every debate where you're adding up like the policy consequences of an action in one direction or another. And it seems to me that, like, if you look at nuclear accidents, even if they were to happen regularly, the reason they catch all the news is because there's a spike over what's normal, right? But what's normal for coal is for X number of people to die from all of these externalities that we just talked about a minute ago. And we don't factor that in because we consider that to be normal. Whereas when somebody dies from nuclear, it's like a singular event, so it catches headlines, right? But if you do a true impact calculus on this, coal acting normally, doing what it's supposed to do, kills more people every year, than even if we were to have a couple accidents like Fukushima every year, or even like Chernobyl. The number, it's just not comparable, the numbers. And because we know that nuclear plants displace coal, one could argue that nuclear plants save lives on net rather than cost them.
Yeah. Um. So like I've had lots of conversations. And I watched like content, and I tried to dig into this. So it's it's difficult to dig into this topic past the surface level. That's why I'm glad that we have Seattle here, because like at some point, like and this is on both sides, someone's gonna be bullshitting you, right? Like, because they don't know the answer, because it's a complicated subject, and so it's hard to have like a deep conversation. But at least like talking about it from a policy perspective, like I've heard I don't think it was called impact calculus when it was proposed to me, but basically what you were just describing, Echo. Saying that you know like with our other options, our other viable options at this point, those are more dangerous, but they're constantly more dangerous, and like we are constantly dying from degraded air quality, and not just dying, of course, of people who would just have live lesser lives, in terms of their health prospects, because they have asthma or something else.
Right.
Cancers that develop but that don't kill them but still are debilitating. These types of things. So like my position has been actively shifting. I want to be the type of person who shifts when presented with evidence. So yeah. I guess the last thing, and we've talked about it before, Suero, but if you could help refresh me again, is waste, right? Like, is there no? Well, I'll leave it there. You just go where you want with that.
Well, the nuclear energy, let's be clear, the nuclear energy industry is pretty much the only industrial core business sector that is accountable for 99.9% of its waste. And so that's everything excluding the exposure to the public that comes from an accident. So every gram of used nuclear fuel will end up watched, essentially, because we're so afraid that some country, like Egypt, let's say, is going to get the nuclear bomb. And that's just the reality. And that's Pandora's box. You can't shut it down. You can't put away this technology and pretend like eliminating nuclear energy will eliminate that risk. So what's the best we can do? We can use it to make people's lives better. We can use it to strengthen the international community around nuclear technology, and watch each other and make sure that no more nuclear threats develop. So aside from that, having to watch it, it is absolutely possible to take every bit of used nuclear fuel in the United States and probably the world and put it in this 16 square mile repository called the Waste Isolation Pilot Project. And it's only an accident of politics NIMBYism, frankly, that has prevented us from moving all of our used fuel into that facility. Jim Conca is an expert on this. He's actually the advisor to the Washington State Nuclear Caucus, which is a new political group, bipartisan political group in our state legislature. And just last week, this caucus toured all of the nuclear startups in the Seattle area, and I was very sorry to miss that, but I had some important things to do with my daughter. So, what we're doing with nuclear waste is storing it on site at existing plants. And you think, oh, that's not a soy, it's not a solution. Well, it's much better than what coal plants do. It's sort of the standard of care for coal ash. And then unfortunately, you get things like the Kingston coal ash spill, which polluted an enormous section of the East Tennessee landscape. So do better than the coal industry, done. It might not be a panacea, but your lifetime of energy, if it came from nuclear, would fit in a soft drink can. And so I think that it's a fair trade that if I have to give this to my daughter, my used nuclear fuel, she will thank me, because in the future, that used nuclear fuel will provide 20 times the energy it's given me in a breeder reactor. And that's the real future. That's the future of SMRs. That's the future of these nuclear startups I mentioned. So I'm really excited to see that future arrive someday, hopefully before I retire.
So you said you actually said something you said it in a way that like it's never been said to me before, which is really useful. To say that the nuclear industry, all of their waste is accounted for, and like that is like I wish someone had said something like that before, because that really makes a lot of sense. Like compared to coal, where they just like it comes out of smokestacks, right? Like it just comes out of smoke, and like we know that waste is out there. We know it poisons our communities. But like it's just kind of tripling down on what Iko was saying previously. But like to the idea that the nuclear industry is like completely accountable for that kind of waste in a way that no other of energy industry that I know of is. That's incredible. Iko, do you want to say something?
Yeah, I'm dropping a study in your chat right now.
Okay.
As long as we're talking about accountability and tracking and all of this. This is a Harvard study that it's actually estimates like several impacts to put into the impact calculus. But the big headline number that sort of struck me was 1.37 million cancer cases can be linked to coal plants around the world. That's such a massive number that I mean, when we're talking about nuclear accidents, even if we're talking about Chernobyl, which I think was the worst, like it's utterly dwarfed by a figure that's in the 7 digits like that. So that's just one of what it's like. Anytime you're talking about displacing coal, that should be our number one priority, no matter what the energy source. And nuclear is the obvious one that can scale. Now I do love renewables. I want to put out as much as I can in terms of renewables. The problem with renewables is they can't scale. So yeah, we talk about how it takes a long time to build a nuclear power plant in the United States. Like I think it took 17 years to build Vogtle 3. Okay, but it's now producing so much power that the number of wind and solar plants that you would have to build in order to get to that scale, you just can't do it. Mm-hmm. So I love nuclear. I mean, I love renewables, but we can't scale them the way we can scale nuclear. And when you're talking about 1.37 million cancer cases, we need to scale to the point where coal is gone.
Yeah. Well, we can kind of scale. Like renewables will scale rapidly, and they will offset fossil fuel emissions rapidly up to 25 to 30% of a grid. You take California today, And this is pretty much the best case for where renewables have entered the grid in force and really driven coal and their dependence on coal away. It's not perfect, however, and that's where we see sort of like the failure of the liberal cap and trade policy is that gas, fracked gas, peaker plants especially are impenetrable in the California in the Western grid, and be careful about
Texas too.
Yeah. Be
now
careful.
We are at about 40% renewables, which I think is the best of any state in the.
It's amazing. I mean, the wind is so strong in Texas. It's really the best, and the solar in Texas is probably one of the strongest places it is in the nation.
If you look at a map of Texas, you got the wind corridor that runs north south, and you've got the sun belt, which runs east west. Texas is right at the crux of that, which is why I think solar is growing way faster than wind at this point in Texas because we've maxed out wind. I think we can get to 50% renewables, but it's just not gonna.
It'll take a lot of storage. It will, and
which Elon is providing after he moved to Texas. He started
getting we'll see. I know. It's either he builds it or he says, "Hey, by the way, all those batteries I sold you in your car, well, if you don't plug them into the grid now, you're going to get a negative review on your car, and you might lose your ridiculous speed upgrade." I don't know. It is, and this is what it is in the you saw in the Texas freeze where folks had their power bills shoot through the roof.
I lived through that,
because of demand control and because of this unbundled pay-as-you-go ratepayer system. And so when it comes to actually buying clean energy, you have this problem of it's not always available unless you have nuclear. But it's fine. With enough nuclear and batteries, wind and solar will be much more accessible and available. I think that nuclear can be a partner to renewables. Not to shill any specific product, but I'm really excited about some of the new stuff that's coming out. And so, it is very exciting to see that potential. But it either
we have
demand
nuclear
control.
In Texas too.
Comanche
Peak is ours. Although I will say in the 1980s when they first came in, we put the reactor in upside down. So that's Texas for you. But we fixed that.
Wow.
Yeah. It made big headlines at the time.
That's
a little bit scary. Still less scary than coal plants.
It's like literally like they needed like a right side up arrow.
They need the arrows for sure. Yeah.
Oh wow, that's really I hadn't heard of that. That's really funny.
That was what year was that? 70 some?
Early 80s, late. Yeah, no, I think it was in the 80s, like 81, 82, something like that. I can't remember exactly. But it wouldn't have been maybe it was the 70s. I can't remember.
74 is when it began.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll have to go back and see if there's old articles about it. But I remember hearing about it, and it was kind of funny, but also not kind of funny because I lived there. But
I mean that was back before we had the NRC, and so this was when the regulator was different. As I mentioned before, the standard for parts was the same as in every other industry. So we didn't have things like sonic testing, destructive testing, laser testing. It was the Wild West of almost unregulated. I mean, it was pretty well regulated for the time. Compared to today, almost unregulated.
Can I introduce now? I know Soyaddle's the expert, the technical expert, and I definitely want to keep picking his brain on that part of it. But there's a political opportunity here too, and that is Republicans love nuclear, and for a variety of reasons, and Democrats like nuclear because it displaces fossil fuels, and so that sort of convergence of potential bipartisanship should be able to get us somewhere when it comes to nuclear, but it just never seems to happen, even when there are big energy bills. Why is that?
All politics is local. I was just watching the Big Dig podcast episodes on my channel, and this is like, it's so fraught in that when Boston wanted to make a tunnel, you had the NIMBY problem, you had the transit problem, you had the
corruption
national
problem.
And the national subsidies problem. So it literally came down to Ronald Reagan vetoing the federal money to help this project. And frankly, we do need to invest in our infrastructure in America to get anything done. Honestly, our roads, our subway, our healthcare system needs, because the money is flooding out of our pockets, our states, and to do it without federal money, any big project, any project that is going to be around for more than 20 years, it really doesn't make sense to not have federal support. So unfortunately,
same thing happened with the Gateway project, right? That Chris Christie got rid of. Right as it was getting going, he just decided to make a big splash. He just got rid of it.
No, it was now because of a presidential campaign. He just wanted to do that so you could say oh, I stopped federal spending. The government tried to come in and spend money in New Jersey, and I put a stop to that. Meaning that you stopped a high rail system that would have by now would have been up and running, which would have helped commerce up and down the corridor. It was a completely fucking disaster.
It would benefit Jersey way more than anyone else.
And just now we're starting to restart that whole process, but because of him, just because he wanted to act like a big tough guy during that presidential campaign, we don't have this railway system. It's unbelievably maddening. Sorry.
You're right. And the same thing happened in Florida when Charlie Crist vetoed the big high-speed rail that was supposed to come down. That just keeps happening. People gumming up the works because it takes a tremendous amount of coordination from many directions in order to get a big project done, and it's so easy to fuck it up.
So not only will we need that federal money, but we also need the consent of the states. We need Washington State has an initiative required for any nuclear larger than 300 megawatts. California requires that central repository. Oregon requires a central repository. There's so many states that have this ban. And actually, I'm going to find a link for Generation Atomic. There is a campaign going on right now. We want to make nuclear legal in Illinois again. There's a petition you can sign. Here it is. Lift moratorium for advanced nuclear in Illinois.
Saxon in the chat, who's been a kind supporter of this community, they ask a question, and I don't know. Maybe you know this. What they're talking about. It says, why is Ontario Hydro having the issue they're having getting corporations to bid on new reactors? Can do, no problems in any way. I don't know what that means, but
so on OPG, Ontario Power is the operator and builder, I think, of these plants. They just had to fight to refurbish one of their plants and keep another one open. It is something that has they almost lost. Almost in the way that Germany lost, but not quite as bad. Also, they have their own central repository and sort of political fights about that as well. So it's not an easy time in Canada, even though Ontario has absolute cleanest grid on the planet. They're cleaner than France. It's amazing. They have no coal whatsoever. They have just the tiniest amount of gas, and most of it is hydro, nuclear, and wind. And so, OPG, Ontario's power grid, is amazing. And I really wish that we had more more businesses like the First Nations Power Corporation who were interested in nuclear. So yes, that's right. The Native Americans in Canada want nuclear because jobs, means of production, all the great things that come with society can be provided by nuclear. So that's why First Nations Power has put in MOUs with different nuclear companies to try and get into this industry.
That kind of reminds me too of something that we end up talking a lot about in academic debate circles, and that is environmental justice, right? The way, like for instance, the Navajo generating station. You remember the whole rigmarole for that, because the big argument was, it was the largest coal plant in the country, but getting rid of it also meant losing like jobs, like tribal jobs and stuff like that. So if we can replace it with something like a nuclear plant, like more wind and solar plants, things like that, which you have lots of in that area. Certainly, we have lots of sun in that area, and as well as wind. But I think that one thing that's overlooked is the fact that because whenever you build a coal plant, what happens is the property values go down, and as a result, lower income people end up living within 3 miles of any given coal plant, which means that people of color and low-income Americans more broadly will end up with higher cancer rates and all those other impacts that we talked about earlier. So if you're also concerned about helping marginalized populations, and that certainly includes the tribes, maybe especially the tribes, then you're going to want to displace as many of those coal plants as possible. And nuclear will certainly do that. Truth sweet.
We hope so. The big complication that I see is that the shell of a coal plant is really hard to qualify as a safe nuclear site because coal is radioactive.
Oh, yeah.
So you take the Geiger counter around and say, this isn't a clean space. We can't build here. You're crazy. We won't pass inspection. And so, yeah, they can do it. And Kemmerer, Wyoming is one example. But it's going to take a lot of energy, a lot of human energy to qualify a coal site to be a nuclear plant.
On the other hand, a coal plant already has all of those power lines connected to it, right?
Yes.
So that makes it sort of convenient to put something else that generates power in its place.
And if you can qualify the steam hull of the coal plant, the thermal plant, the steam plant part is also there. So
already
it would be great. Yeah.
So
what are we talking about right now? If you don't mind, just
no problem.
Nuclear.
Talking about nuclear policy, and like talking about like whether it's something that should be part of our energy diet. Oh my god, I can't believe I said that. It's awful.
Energy diet.
I think that's a good term.
It is.
I don't know. That feels like
portfolio. There you go.
That came off of like those like marketing groups they do to test things out. What are they called again? When you like gather a bunch of people and then you like test terms out.
I'm
blanking.
Focus group.
Focus group. Yes, it's a very focus group term. But what you just brought up there, so something I wanted to ask about decommissioning a nuclear plant. And like my understanding is that decommissioning these things takes like an extremely long runway, like a decade maybe. My understanding. And if it happens like in a disordered manner, then you have a really big problem in your hands. So,
right. Well, the good news, if you like to hear that it's good news, is that there are companies who are really, really specialized in tearing up nuclear plants. I mean, we give them so many to tear up. We've lost over 30 gigawatts of nuclear since the IPCC told us that we have to, this report up here, since they told us that we had to cut our emissions. So, 30 gigawatts lost, and there are companies who are really good at tearing them up. That yes, you do, to save money, you wait. So you unless there is a rush for some crazy reason, you encase all of the buildings, you let those fission products decay away. You give it 5 years to cool off. It's not hot anymore after 48 hours. Not really. But you let the fission products decay away, and then it's easier to clean up. So that's the number one reason it takes so long, is just to save money. The other thing, and by the way, that money doesn't come from taxes. It is paid as a part of your bill. Your electricity bill includes used to include two parts, one for waste storage, and two, it still contains money for decommissioning. And unfortunately, this is a fund that builds up. My theory is that when that fund matures, reaches a certain size, it becomes very, very attractive to get access to that money. And so the owner wants to start the decommissioning process so they can access those funds. Now, if selling that power is profitable, then no, they won't do that. But if selling the power is not really profitable, there's a lot of labor costs, there's a lot of regulatory review, you've got to refurbish the reactor, or refurbish the steam turbines, or anything else, relicense it. That's an expense. There's all of these cascading expenses coming in, and a mature fund ready to go for the investors. So again, socialism will save us. Give it to the state. Stop messing around with capitalism when it comes to, something that should not be disposable. You do not have a decommissioning fund for a bridge and decide, oh, hey, it's been a good 30 years. We've collected enough taxes to fund the decommissioning of the bridge. Well, now we got to tear it down. That's crazy. You keep inspecting the bridge and keep it. It's a community treasure that you don't throw away. And that's what we're doing with nuclear plants, is we're just deciding that because it's not the most profitable energy source, that we need to tear it down. And I hate it.
I guess the issue that I was this was very educational, what you just said. But where I was going with this is like, when there's emergency, like, nuclear just doesn't, like, as far as I understand, doesn't just coast by itself, right? Like a plant just can't coast by itself. It needs constant attention. But obviously there will be points in time where, like, we can't give it that. We are looking at what's happening in Ukraine with that plant. And luckily we have some very dedicated individuals who were there, who said, like, this plant will not, have any sort of accident, to the detriment of their own health. They were working there for so long. Just because of the
it's more complicated than that. But to address Zaporizhia directly, that has 6 reactors. It is the largest nuclear plant outside of China, I think. And so they shut down 5.5 reactors before the first bullet was fired at that plant. So it was essentially nearly 100% safe by the time we had a problem. Now, what's the worst that could happen? If all of the staff were executed by the Russian Federation, the Russian army, that would have been horrible, but it wouldn't have caused a really big global catastrophe. It would have been some local contamination, definitely expensive to handle. It would have denied Ukraine the benefit of that energy source, and denied Russia the benefit of that energy source. So overall, yes, nuclear plants do require some attention so that they do not fail. You need backup generators, that, like we saw in Fukushima Daiichi, when the water rushed into the basement where the reactors, the backup generators were. Bad idea. They lost it, and fortunately, the workers at Fukushima Daini, the sister plant, were able to save those reactors. And so, out of 10, I think 7 or 8 were vulnerable, and only 3 had a hydrogen explosion.
Sure.
Yeah, Rich.
Can I ask a follow up to that? Yeah. So there was a lot of reporting after the dam blew that they wouldn't be able to get enough clean water because like water that was too shallow that had like a lot of mud in it or whatever wouldn't be useful apparently for that because it would clog up too much of the system. And so they needed more deep water where they could, skim from the top or the middle or whatever where the water was clean. And that after they blew the dam, there wouldn't be any water for them to. How did they solve that issue, or do you know?
I don't think it's solved.
Okay.
I'll have to look it up, but yeah, there's the plant was mostly shut down. I think still before that dam was bust, and after that happened, of course, either they had to repair the dam. I haven't been following. Unfortunately, there's too many global conflicts and my own
so
geopolitical strife at home, I guess, is
we live in interesting times.
Yeah, it's occupying my life. So yeah, I think that if they can repair the dam, that they need to have a clean, filtered sort of a nuclear plant is a very well regulated thing, and they have to have a reliable pattern of failure for all their components, or bad things happen. So they don't want that to happen. So yes, you're absolutely right. They need to have well treated water.
So, fuck, what was I exactly was going to say? But so, yeah. For Ukraine, Zaporizhzhia. No, I'm not going to even bother. You know the plan,
right?
But
Zaporizhzhia.
Yeah, Zaporizhzhia. Thank you. So, if they had not been able to power down those plants, right? Like the sudden attack, they didn't see it coming. All of a sudden, Russians there, people have to evacuate, something like that. Like, which is not like completely unreasonable situation, right?
Kind of. Kind of is though.
You think it's unreasonable that there could be a some sort of military operation or some sort of disaster that causes people to leave immediately that they just can't?
Kind of, yeah. And this is what happened after Fukushima Daiichi. The entire world went through beyond design basis review. All of the reactors in Europe, all of the reactors in America, each had their own process to decide, okay, we've designed for this design basis. These kind of things we know can fail, but what if something else happens? Like I got my atomic merit badge, and after I did, I learned about all these weird backup systems, and my dad was a project manager who was trained civil engineer trained and had worked at nuclear in the past, unfortunately not at the time. But I was like, yeah, and what if like a volcano explodes and covers the reactor and you need another redundant backup? And he was so annoyed with me. He said, you wouldn't do that. And this is the answer, is that if you are in a area of strife, you're probably not going to put your reactor on the border with your worst enemy. Now, and yeah, the Chernobyl plant was on the border, and so they shut it down. They shut down the last reactor after I think the late 90s. But yeah, okay. So what if someone throws a missile at a reactor and something really bad happens? This is also part of beyond the design basis. There are plants in America that have to account for what is your course of action when a big pipe gets not just one guillotine cut through that pipe, but 2 guillotine cuts through that pipe. Through like primary coolant. What do you do? And so, yes, we have plans, and it is something that we need to protect, but it's such a strong piece of infrastructure, it's so difficult to damage, that it's much more likely that in a conflict or in a disaster, we're going to have bigger fish to fry. We're going and I just saw a debate on this actually, where Paul Dorfman and Energy Bants, Mark Nelson, debated this exact point, and Mark Nelson had an excellent point: is that human lives matter in disasters, and so we are absolutely going to expend a lot of energy to save human lives. Just like Hurricane Harvey in Texas, we expended a lot of energy to keep that plant safe, and in return, that plant gave us power that helped save people.
So
You got more
I
questions.
I promise you, I wasn't trying to be like
Oh, yeah.
reductive and you know like say like, well, you know, this can compound with this, and like did you account for all of that? I promise you, I wasn't trying to do that.
Oh, yeah.
All I was just present a situation in which that the plant staff is unable to perform their duties for some reason, right? And I was just asking, what would have been the worst case scenario there? Not that you know you necessarily that nuclear is a failure because it can't account for every case. I was just asking, you know.
Oh yeah, no, it's I understand. I just get on a roll, you know.
Fair enough.
But
fair enough.
yeah, it is that design beyond design basis review process that helped clarify. And who knows, like we had scenarios where a hurricane was coming and the access roads get wiped out, and you can look through the NRC reports. There are times when this has happened and there's not enough staff, or the staff have worked too hard or too long, and they have to power down. Or the water is too hot in the river in France, and so they have to power down a little bit, unless they're really desperate for power, and then they get regulatory override and kill a few more fish. So it's more of a choice of what's the worst harm and what's the worst that can happen.
Yeah, but I'm just like, for nuclear. The point is that like for nuclear reactors that are unattended to, right, for whatever reason, like you're saying, it's just a matter of contamination, or like what happens if they're just unattended?
It is contamination, because a meltdown, a hydrogen explosion is probably the worst realistic case. And we're talking Fukushima Daiichi. That is absolutely a triple meltdown hydrogen explosion, worst disaster ever, killed hundreds to thousands of people with an evacuation, gave us some large area of contamination. That's the worst case scenario. So if humans blinked out of existence, we would have over 400 reactors that slowly start to melt down, and probably most of those would do some local contamination. A few might have a hydrogen explosion and be another Fukushima Daiichi. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know like what that looks like. That's it. But I understand that, and like in the vast majority of cases, that won't be the situation. You'll have staff. They'll, you know, unexpected things will happen. But they'll have contingency plans, and if they don't have contingency plans, there are a lot of smart people like working on these things. So,
well, they're required to have contingency plans now. Except we don't know. Well, I mean, probably we don't exactly know about China, but I really hope that they do.
That's another question I want to ask, but if Aiko wants to say something, I'll. Do you have anything you want to add? Oh, you're muted, friend.
I just wanted to ask about Poland, because I have two questions about Poland. One of them is, like, they're, you know, close enough to this conflict and have made a lot of noise about Russia and stuff like that. And we know that they're transitioning heavily to nuclear. They announced that at least before the elections. And my worry is, should they build those reactors on the western half of the country for the very reasons that you stated, in case some sort of conflict does arise? And we're talking about now, not just in the near term, but like over the next half century, which is how long these like reactors might last. And my second question is, with the latest election, like a liberal coalition amazingly won with a surge in youth turnout vote in Poland. The conservative party is no longer in charge. Is that going to change what their plans are with regards to building nuclear there?
Yeah, it might, unfortunately. Unless we get this wonderful effect of seeing what happened in Germany, and they decide they're tired of coal. Poland has the dirtiest grid in the entire world, and I mean it has really terrible effects on people. This is some dark humor, but there is basically an epidemic of male sex workers coming from Poland. It's because Polish men are short, and this is not genetics. This is have a dirty grid. They have dirty air. They're stunted, and I want big, beautiful boys coming from Poland. I really do. I want
sure.
I want to see bigger boys, Poland, please. So, what could happen is I'm looking at Poland right now.
I know you
this
are.
river, this river going through Warsaw.
It's more like you're leering at Poland, but yeah.
And so it probably won't be that close to Belarus. If I'm gonna guess, it's not gonna be close to Belarus. Maybe. Oh, look at all these lakes around.
Because Belarus is scheduled to become Russia proper in the next decade. That's the plan.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in Belarus. I can't say
which means Poland would be bordering on Russia at that point.
Yeah, I mean, losing a buffer state is bad for either side.
For both sides, yeah. For sure.
Yeah, so that's why Russia's so freaked out about Ukraine joining NATO and having U.S. nukes sitting somewhere inside Ukraine.
Right.
They don't like that idea, and they don't like the idea of a ground war path for Ukraine. So similarly, yeah, it would be unfortunate to the Polish grid to have to secure a nuclear plant against invasion from Belarus or Hungary or Romania, anyone else who decides to go rogue. It is sort of a geopolitical question of what do you value as a country, and how do you position your resources so that they are secure. I guess we could look at where the coal plants are in Poland and like sort of theorize and whatever, but I'm sure there's some of those that are vulnerable, and so people are going to die when those get attacked, and they're probably softer targets than the nuclear plants. But yeah, they don't have that long-term contamination, and we're talking basically like Fukushima Daiichi. That thing has sort of stretched on for 10 years now. Was that 2013?
Yeah, around
there. I'm forgetting. Oh, 2011. So, yeah, a bit over 10 years to open the closest train station, basically. And that's kind of like the signs of life returning. So yeah, it's disappointing when that happens, and I don't want it to happen. So please know geopolitical peril, and that it is a consideration, undeniable.
Did you want to continue on with that question, Aiko, before I?
No, I mean it just fascinates me with what's going on with Ukraine right now and with Belarus. That Poland was on track to be adding all those nuclear power plants, and like the idea that all of them hopefully would be at a safe distance for that border, like seems like it should be a priority, but I don't know.
Yeah.
So but it does bring up something else about like the global south and countries that are like less stable for whatever reasons. A lot of times those are American reasons, but like for whatever reason those countries are like less stable, and like there's talks of like having like more smaller nuclear plants or something, like or nuclear. I don't want to say something that sounds stupid, but like I understand like more miniature power plants being put in those places.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So of course there are there's X energy, there's
SMRs,
terrestrial energy, NuScale, TerraPower, Oklo, the BWRX, I think that's Westinghouse or someone else. And then there's a European design. The British design. So yeah, there's like 6, 7, 8 new microreactor designs, and all of them are trying to, fill in a niche in terms of energy. So the question is, well, why do you need small reactors? Yeah, they have some nice safety features. They're smaller, so it's like an elephant. You can't throw an elephant very far or it will explode. You can throw a mouse pretty far and it'll just fine. So a smaller reactor vessel means less risk. That's good. A lot of these have different physical properties in terms of the coolant, and so they don't explode. Like boiling water, steam is very, very volatile in terms of a pressure gradient. As all you know, thorium, like liquid molten salt reactors, are fantastic because the pressure gradient isn't such an issue. It's close to atmospheric pressure, and so that's all like amazingly exciting, but not something that delivers the most efficient energy. And so while I think that reactors of all sizes, and my friend Nick says this all the time, we need reactors of all sizes. We need big reactors, we need small reactors, we need itty bitty reactors, and they all have their use cases. And so, yeah, I think that the big impetus to go for SMRs is financing. We have this disease called capitalism, and that requires us to turn a profit immediately. Like gas plants go up in months and they turn a profit months after that. And it's disgusting to say this, but it's the most profitable energy source. And we need alternatives. So making a smaller nuclear plant means that they will be profitable more quickly. But it's still a question of, is that the right kind of infrastructure to build? In some places, absolutely yes. Northern Canada, Alaska, Hawaii, amazing, like properly sized, properly scaled reactors for the community that wants them. And again, having a very small safety boundary because of that reactor scaling question that I talked about, that's really interesting, and I hope that we get more public acceptance for that feature.
So that that's all like really good. I guess where I was going with this is like in terms of conflict, right? Do you think that the global south should be the last place, or at least conflict zones? Conflict zones should be the last place to get nuclear energy, right? Like, yeah.
I think that in terms of places like Africa, we're talking about what's it, the Grand Renaissance Dam.
Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Ethiopia Grand Renaissance Dam. This is something that have produced, and they're slowly diverting the Nile River into it in order to provide power to their people, to literally build hospitals and industrial might, and that is causing conflict. So as you add energy to conflict zones, they become less conflict, except for issues like diverting the Nile, which is causing a conflict between Ethiopia and Egypt. So if they could replace the Grand Renaissance Dam with nuclear, they wouldn't be diverting the river. They would have energy without being so vulnerable to this geopolitical conflict. But that's just sort of one argument. The other argument is that we're not going to just give out nuclear technology or encourage countries to develop nuclear without really vetting what's going on. I interviewed another interview, Africans for Nuclear, Princey Thumbeni, or sorry, it's like Mbaku. So Princey Mthumbeni was my guest a couple weeks ago, and she told us all about how Africa for Nuclear is going into universities there, and they're finding projects, and they're finding students to support their national infrastructure in order to develop the expertise needed to do this correctly. So if I can find the video for that, I'll definitely share it. But it's looking really hopeful in Africa, in my opinion. I think Southeast Asia, many countries are much more stable than in the past. We look at places like Cambodia, Malaysia. They are they're growing so fast, and they really need something other than coal and fossil fuels for energy sources. And so as long as we can rely on the IAEA and our international community to stem the proliferation concerns, I think we're in a good situation. But as we've seen recently, like with Ukraine, non-proliferation really isn't it really isn't the worst geopolitical concern we have. If anything, we've got our hands full with conventional warfare, and I don't know that like, let's say another country like Australia got the bomb, no one's gonna blink at that. It will be unfortunate, but it's not going to be the end of the world.
Yeah. So like I'm trying to like drill down as to like exactly what I'm asking here. What do you think? So we have a country, right? A developing country that wants these nuclear reactors. Like, of course, we're not talking about nuclear weapons, but nuclear reactors. And whether they're large scale or small scale, whatever it is that best fit their needs, and which is going to change between like their population, location, all that stuff. But anyway, they want to do this, and I like, since it's so heavily regulated, there's going to be an examination of this region. If you were in charge of like deciding if this investment should be made here, if it was safe to make this investment there, what would you be looking for? So they're like countries like, and I believe Kenya, right? That has like is fighting like Boko Haram, and other places that like states that don't have full control of their territory. Now they have some places that are fine, right? That you can go as a tourist and whatever, but they don't have even full control of their own territory because there's an opposing force. Would that country, do you think that would be ineligible for these reactors?
I'm not going to say that you want to. Again, you don't want to put a reactor or any infrastructure next to your worst enemy. But yes, it is possible. Kenya has a nuclear power and energy agency, have students developing their industry, and hopefully with more plentiful resources, the conflict de-escalates. Maybe that's not the future. But yeah, we just like a geopolitical threat, you do have to be sort of aware of it. But just like at Zaporizhia, they're not going to walk away with that reactor running at full power. They will power it down appropriately if there is a local conflict. It's not like they're going to be able to sneak a saboteur into the plant and make it do something bad. There's so much backup in a nuclear plant that that's not a realistic scenario. It's a wonderful Hollywood James Bond style scenario. It makes great fiction, but it is not practical in terms of industrial sabotage or geopolitical.
Okay. Yeah. It's just like I'm just wondering, you know,
Yeah.
like how these things interact, because it's one thing to say about Ukraine. This is that like, well, Ukraine should like think about in the future what could happen geopolitically, and so like literally build your plants on the other side of the country, um because it's foreseeable that maybe the Russians would have a conflict on their border. So that's one thing to say. It's something different to say that, well, we have active conflicts and we actively don't control all of our territory. There's some places where these gangs, like, this is their place, not our place, right? And then within that sort of a nation, putting this type of technology in there. Like, I think the implication is a bit different. But I mean, I hear you that they can't like necessarily like sabotage it in the same way, but like that doesn't mean that we would maybe
Yeah.
want this technology in someplace that's unstable. But I don't know.
Yeah, it would be really unfortunate to see development of this kind stymied by geopolitical instability, but that's pretty much the realistic scenario, is that the IAEA is going to say, hey, we cannot verify your claims about the safety of these reactors because of this reason. And so we are recommending against starting up a nuclear program. That's what I see the reasonable scenario would be.
Yeah. All right. But then you've answered my question. Thank you so much. Um. And if you gotta go, let me know. Like, I've been hogging up your time, but like
Oh no,
this
this
is
is fun.
super informative. Um, like if you're well, let me ask this question, because it's on what we were just talking about. So other countries fucking up. Um, uh, like you were talking about China, and like you don't have like much insight into what's happening there, right? Like I we have a pretty advanced regulatory like infrastructure for just everything in this country, right? Doesn't always work the best, but like it's pretty advanced, pretty, mature. um but for other countries, like, there's all kinds of incentives to move to nuclear. um and some of those incentives don't include patience, and like being robust with your safety and your protocols. And so, since that's the case, like, should the public be worried about these other like other nations, right? Like, if I can have like, you can tell me about like how safe it is here in America. You've already done that. You've already laid it out very well. But then, if you're promoting the proliferation of this, right, in
Right.
terms of power, if you're promoting the proliferation, then you're also saying, well, you also have to trust these other nations that you aren't familiar with, and that
Mhm.
may have levels of corruption or whatnot that runs into it.
Right. And what we have to do is we have to, as a global community, really lean on everyone pursuing nuclear to say that we need you to be transparent. And guess what? If they're not a nuclear weapons power like China or North Korea, we can force them to be transparent, like Iran. If you look at what the US and Israel combined have done to Iran's nuclear program, you would not come anywhere close to fucking around with this technology. They will hack you. They will invent viruses to take you down. They will fire missiles at your engineers. You will not be able to fuck around with nuclear technology, because we need to know you're not building a bomb and you're going to do it safely. So I don't think that we're going to be so ham-handed with anyone who is inept at doing this. But yeah, the IAEA exists not to enforce, but to verify. And so for any good actor, they're going to have their own internal auditing capability. And the IAEA, the global community, comes in and verifies those activities are safe and are done properly. And so, yes, you're right that we can be concerned, but we have the infrastructure in place to make sure this happens safely. As long as we don't wish all nuclear energy to go away, we will have a funding source for the IAEA. We will have the expertise available to keep Pandora's box slightly closed, as far closed as we can possibly. We'll be pressing it, with those experts overseeing all the development of this technology. We'll be keeping our hands as tight around Pandora's box as we possibly can, though it's already kind of escaped at this point with nuclear weapons.
I'll give some space. Like, I have more questions for you. But like, if Aiko has anything else wants to add, I'll just give you a little bit of space. No, I think all right. Quickly, recommissioning. Like recommissioning a plant, is that like I understand there'll be a cost to that, but like, is that a possibility?
It depends. In Germany, there are some cases where the answer is absolutely no. In the U.S., there is one case which is absolutely fantastic. It's called Palisades, and right now, it's being recommissioned. It's being going to be reopened. We hope. We have one example of this working in the U.S. This was a plant that hadn't gone under criticality, and it's called Watts Bar 2. Watts Bar 2 went from pre-licensing to safe store to licensed. So that's one possible example of how this could work for Palisades. They went from licensed to announced to shut down. I don't know if they're technically expired license or if they need to relicense or if they need to go from safe store to relicensed. I think, and I'm not a policy lawyer, so I don't precisely know, but I think there's a pathway there. And Palisades reopening has been announced that they're going to pursue reopening. So it's really exciting to see that. Something like San Onofre, that's gone. They chopped up the reactor vessel and took it to Utah. There's all sorts of other plants like Trojan, like Vermont Yankee, that have been chopped up, or as in Germany, they washed acid through the pipes to try and wash out some nuclides for some dumb reason. There's all different scenarios. Yeah, it really depends.
Okay, good to know. Yeah, I figured. What were you gonna say something?
I do have one question, because when it comes to recommissioning plants or opening ones, like Vogel 3 just opened up this year, Vogel 4 should be next year, like, knock on wood. And if that happens, well, already with Vogel 3 opening up, I'm told a number of coal plants have to close in Georgia as a consequence of these things opening up. Do you know what the numbers are for that? Like, how many coal plants are displaced when a nuclear power plant opens up? Or is that not a number that is really transferable from state to state?
It is. You know what? You're right. This is something that we really need to look at. And with the modern examples of, in America, where our grid isn't wildly expanding like China's is,
Right.
We do have a really good example. And I hope we get some research papers written on this, where Vogel 3 and 4, Baraka 1 through 4, both places where they're very dirty electricity grids and nuclear comes online and fossil fuel use falls.
Right.
Versus Pennsylvania, Vermont, California, places where nuclear shut and emissions rose.
It's been half a year. We should know with Vogel 3 by now, right? Like, if it's had.
Yeah, and I think the big thing to look for is the BP statistical review of energy. That is pretty much because of the BP oil spill. They sort of have been funding this kind of sort of public service. I think that's the reason. But they've been funding this public service of accounting for our emissions and our energy use on an industry-wide scale. And so it is, as I understand, one of the best sources for that kind of data. You can probably estimate what's going on using the IEA.gov data browser, International Energy. Let's see. what's that website? IEA.org.
Electricity data browser. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes. Data and statistics energy browser. And so you can use that, and they have an API. They have all sorts of fantastic stuff. IEA.org, Energy Statistics Data Browser. So yeah, it's something that's you can definitely figure it out. But again, the BP report, the annual energy statistical review, that's going to be pretty much definitive, like what has happened as a result of those plants going online. And it's slow. Let's be real. These are complex machines. They take a long time to come up to optimum operations. And you know, we get scare headlines all the time when a plant doesn't live up to its full potential immediately, but eventually it will. And so I'll wait for that.
There was one plant that closed in 22. I wonder if that was in anticipation of.
Oh, cool.
Of this, I don't know. It was the Hal B. Wansley power plant, which was about 2,000 megawatt plant. It was really big plant, and it just shut down last year.
It probably closed because of natural gas, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still a good thing.
It is. It is.
It's anytime you go from coal to gas, that's
it's about half as much emissions, and that's been the biggest reduction in emissions in America has been gas.
Half in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, true, but I'm thinking more in terms of the environmental justice, like the health of the people that live around these plants. If you live close to a natural gas plant, I'm sure it has an impact, but compared to coal, like nowhere near, right? Like,
it's way down. It's I would guess like less than 10%.
Right.
Like you don't have the asthma, you don't have the heart
cancer
disease,
unless
and
you're
cancer.
living near like where they're fracking the gas, which then you get a whole different set of issues. But this is random. I just love that you're the type of person to browse the IEAE like data browsing data browser, like the type of person to know what that is and to have actually read it. Like that's it's a good thing. I have to say that's a good thing about
my debate kids use that browser every month
Nice.
although we use the electricity data browser, we don't use the one that you're doing, but
electricity maps is great. They use the same data source. You know, it's a whole software company built around providing public access to that information.
Yeah, and I also have a database that I maintain that's just ERCOT. It's just the Texas version of that, and we use that as well on our squad. The kids have to update it at least twice a month.
I was going to ask you about because something you mentioned previously, breeder plants. I know you've said this to me like before at some point in time, but like what is that again?
So when you use nuclear energy, when you fission it, when you get the Coke can of uranium oxide, the 4.75 or 3.75 235 and the rest 238, that gives up about 1 to 2% of its energy. It's called a burn up rate, and we learn about how much energy each different reactor and fuel configuration can do by in the research that I've done. It's tons of numbers, but basically it doesn't use up all of the energy that is potentially contained in there. And there's two options for how to address like that not all of the energy has been used. Is one through reprocessing, which France does, and they get like another 4 uses, I think it is, of the fuel cycle. It's not perfect either, but the future, the holy grail of this is to take that fuel and put it into a reactor that has a different configuration of neutrons, and that means that it has to have different moderator, different fuel cycle, different configuration all around. And what it does is it unlocks all of the potential of that fuel. So 20 times as much energy or so as we get today from nuclear, which is outstanding. But that's going to take decades, unfortunately, partly because of regulations and partly because there's no real motivation. It is expensive right now, and uranium is cheap. We've got hundreds to thousands of years of uranium available in mines and in the ocean itself. So we're not in a hurry to get to breeder reactors to get the extra 20 times power out of that used fuel. But as I said, it's sort of a generational issue that someday my daughter's generation is going to be really interested in making sure that a breeder reactor is more efficient and more economical than it is today.
So before I continue, Rob Noy, thank you for the kind raid. I hope you had a great stream. We are talking about nuclear reactors and nuclear policy. For our friend Seattle here, who happens to know a lot about it, Rob's audience will be happy to know that, as a filthy progressive leftist here, I've been moving my opinion on nuclear. And just, our friend Soy is honestly a huge part of that. And so we're just talking about where should that what place should it have within our society or energy grid. So I hope you enjoy that. Hit the follow button. I haven't done so yet. Follow this channel. We love to have you. We do debates here, and it's a lot of fun. Oh, you missed a really great debate earlier, a super great debate. We were talking about guns here in America. That was a lot of fun. And then we were also talking about school choice, right? And whether we should have private schools and the whatnot. But hit the follow
And a
button.
very frustrating discussion on taxes in that segment, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm sure. But all right. So you're saying breeder? Were you saying for the breeder reactors that there are 20 times energy, or you get 20 uses rather than 4 extra uses of that same energy?
It's okay. It's basically 20 uses because the amount of power you get out of a reactor is dependent on your steam generator. So either consider a much smaller amount of fuel where it lasts longer, or it you get all of the energy out of the fuel. It doesn't come out quicker unless you actually build the reactor for it. So pretty much we're just using less fuel or it lasts longer. I'm actually not a nuclear physicist, so I'm incredibly loose on exactly how it's going to work.
Fair enough. Thank you. You've already clarified so much for me. And I guess I had 2 more questions, at least for now. Would your opinion change on nuclear? Would you, if nuclear had all the, still has all the advantages that it currently does, but there was significant breakthroughs on green renewable energy, right? Where for solar, the amount of power that we can capture just massively increases. And somehow we do something with wind, or I don't know, whatever, right? And then our battery technology finally gets over the hill that we're stuck on, and our transmission rates maybe we have proper superconductors that can do all that. If that happens, we have some sort of revolution. Does that change your calculus on nuclear?
Yeah, it sure would. I mean, let's take batteries right now. You get about 300 watt hours per kilogram. I have 2 electric bikes myself. I'm probably going to get an electric car in the next 5 to 10 years. Batteries are great. New batteries coming online. might have almost 7 to 10 times the energy density of the current batteries. Gasoline has 25 times the energy density of current batteries. If batteries get closer to gasoline, that'll be something. So we need to do that.
Sorry, saw a headline today that said, and I can't remember what the time frame was, but there's recently been an 80% reduction in the cost of batteries as well. Of
That's
those
just
types of batteries?
regular. Yeah, that's regular production efficiencies. And so
Right.
the logistic curve unfortunately means that has come and gone in terms of cost efficiency. We're probably not
those
going
gains
to get,
are diminishing now.
yes. I'm in technology, so I know that we have seen enormous gains in semiconductors, in CPU, RAM, and wireless technology. Those three things have 5 or 6 compounding factors that mean every technological improvement is multiplied that 5 or 6 times over. You have smaller gates, so you use less materials and the frequency increases and the power requirement goes down and the ability to interconnect gets that much better. And so it's like this is the magic of communications technology. This is not the case for solar. This is not the case for batteries, and it's not the case for wind. Batteries are really outstandingly interesting in terms of unlocking future potential, but they are not going to do better than 2 or 3 doublings in the next decade.
Well, I've never seen batteries as a storage solution per se. I really like them for frequency regulation, though, and for anytime you have like price distortions, like kind of flattens those out. And you don't need a tremendous amount of batteries to get that kind of value out of them. You just add the big battery in Australia, for instance, was enough to flatten out those spikes, and
and break
the
up
arbitrage value alone made it worth
break
it.
up the monopoly of the gas industry in Australia. That was very important.
Right.
But that there might be hope, and I don't want to dissuade everyone from being hopeful. A battery is fantastic, and it works really well to charge up solar during the day. It works really well to charge up from nuclear at night. So buy a battery and nuclear, and you get 2 for 1. But so that's one of the things. Like what Prime says is like, what would it take to replace nuclear? It would take a mythological improvement in battery storage beyond like gasoline. It would take orbital solar. That's really the holy grail of solar, is put these things, you make a Dyson sphere or swarm and you beam the power back to Earth. That would do it. That would mean, we don't need fission. We can massively reduce the amount of fission we depend on, make it dedicated to our spacecraft. That's really the best case. Is to
we
take
did that
our,
this year for the first time, right? Experimentally, was that we were able to send some power back from panels that were in space.
I know that there is a local company near me that is talking about ultra low frequency radio do that, but I missed the article on that you're talking about.
I'll send it to you.
Nice.
It was like a month ago.
Oh yeah, put that in chat. I'd like to see that article too.
Yeah, getting that to scale up would be amazing. But it's going to take like the combination of all of these things to scratch the surface.
Yeah.
Fair enough. You're an anime fan, right, Seattle?
Yeah.
So my favorite Gundam 00. Did you ever watch that one?
I don't remember it. I didn't really get into Gundam.
Okay, all right, fine.
I mean, I've watched a few episodes, and and the PlayStation 3 game was amazing. Gundam Warrior, amazing.
Well,
it's pasted in chat right now.
Thanks. Gundam has a bunch of different timelines. It has a main timeline called Universal Century. But this is one of the alternate timelines. Anyway, it was like future casting, like what the world would look like ahead with technology, and a more grounded way than it like usually does these things, right? So it's called the Anno Domini timeline because of that reason. Any case,
Year of our Lord.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So they had space elevators. It was their answer, right? So there were three massive space elevators, and because of the expense of constructing these things, they split them up between blocks, right? So like there was like a Union block, and that was like the Americas, North and South, right? There was a China Russia block, and then there was like an advanced European Union block, to like for the cost of constructing this thing. Anyway, right, they they did these three elevators collaboratively, and they had a ring of orbital solar panels around the globe, and they were beaming that power back down to Earth, and then that was the fight. The fight was over, with giant robots. That part's important. The part was over that power, I just thought I would mention that. I'm just putting it out there. Okay. Now you know. But it's a good one. Gundam 00 is my favorite Gundam.
Nice.
Guys, check it out. It's really fucking good. But oh yeah, so I guess the next thing I was gonna ask you, and that was a really good answer. Like you were talking about like the energy density for the batteries, right? And like how far we have to go. And it's not impossible, of course. Like we're.
Well,
You think it's impossible?
You have to get down to like fundamental physics, like 10 times the current density. That is kind of that's crazy. It's crazy level energy density. And then you talk about like burning lithium is 7 kilowatt hours per kilogram. So you're never, and that's like what gasoline is 4 times more energetic than that. So even as inefficient as gasoline is, burning lithium is going to be almost a little bit more efficient than the best battery ever will be, unfortunately.
I'm just saying that we don't know what comes next, right? Like everything is always
if we
impossible.
discover a new island of stability in the periodic table, that is where your super battery is going to come from. But I kind of doubt it. I'm not a chemist, but I've talked to Alberta Nuclear Nexus. The dude Sean is a chemist and a nuclear advocate, and we like sort of go back and forth around like theoretically how good, like look at the orbital rings of all the atoms and how good could batteries really get. And I mean, I don't follow his explanations, but you're never gonna get anywhere close to gasoline, unfortunately.
I'm sure if there was a chemistry professor watching this, they would make fun
I hope to hear it
of my stupidity here. That's fine. What I'm saying is that like I believe in human ingenuity, and I think we don't know everything about like material science and or just like the possibility like what a battery could be, because I've seen like interesting things about like reformatting like our understanding of like a battery, like having really ingenious ways of creating and storing energy. Oh, damn, there was a power plant. Something else I wanted to talk to you about before, actually. It was a power plant that, like, oh, yeah, now I remember. It was like a gravity plant. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's like where they like have like a falling weight, basically. Like it stores energy and then uses gravity to drop down, and this creates it creates like kinetic energy, and it stores it like yeah. You know what I'm talking about. But it was basically this new way of like storing power just like using gravity. And so like I don't I don't limit my hope for human ingenuity. That like maybe something that we can't possibly think of today is out there.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm sorry to be a bummer. This is one of the many bits of data that's out there. Is that okay? There are things called supercapacitors, and those are really interesting. So you might be able to get more instantaneous power, but that is still going to be 1% of the density, and they call that here specific energy. That's energy density of a lithium ion battery. And so, yeah, it's combustion is unfortunately that much better. Fuel cells, that's turning hydrogen into electricity directly. That's probably one of the better things. But yeah, hydrogen is also takes energy to produce. So there's plenty of options. Maybe there is a future in it for us, but all of these things have their trade-offs. Maybe we'll invent some new science. I don't know. I am optimistic, but I can't rely on science fiction to be my solution for climate.
I absolutely can. Okay, you can't, but I absolutely can. So fuck you.
All right.
How about that?
All right.
But then
Let's go.
grounding this back more in science, and like there was that big media sensation over the nuclear fusion test, right? That happened a little while ago. And I like so my understanding, and I'm perfectly aware of this, like this technology is way off, right? Uh, so that's not what I'm really asking you about. It's just like, like how hopeful are you, for that, or is this like, or do you look at this as uh, you know how like in science magazines we always hear about like some crazy breakthrough, right? Like we're gonna have like ultra dense like data capacity with this new type of hard drive they're inventing, and then shit never shows up, right? Like is that what you're looking at this as, or are you looking at this, is this something qualitatively different from what we've seen before?
I have a complimentary question to that too when you're done.
Go, Ico.
Well, mine is that every time something like this happens, it becomes used as an excuse not to pursue the technologies that are available now. And that's my concern with these fusion stories. Not that it can't happen eventually, but that we, should hold off on fission, or we should hold off on renewables, or we should hold off on any number of technologies that are available now because this breakthrough is just around the corner.
Well, that's unfortunately the reality. I think that fusion is going to take quite a bit of time. I interviewed someone else or I've talked with other people on the topic of ITER. That's the French nuclear fusion project, ITER. And this experiment is not going to produce 1 watt power. It's the project after ITER that is going to produce power. We've also seen breakthroughs like the National Ignition Facility with inertial fusion. Was not a power producing project. It was a weapons verification project. Big tier for that one. So we've got, for the first time though, you could probably say the clock is ticking in our favor for fusion because of ITER and because of National Ignition Facility. We understand the science better. So yeah, maybe fusion will get us there. I don't see fusion as a replacement for fission, even in the far future. I see it as complementary for long-range space missions. It is the only way we're going to be able to get a generation ship to go between the stars. And that's really what it's going to be. It's going to be a giant spacecraft gathering hydrogen as it travels in order to keep its reactor running for hundreds of years. And then when you finally get to the space colony, it'll take its nuclear fission reactor and go down to the surface and produce that very compact, high gravity compatible, high density energy source. Whereas the spaceship needs to have a giant, like toroidal, or I forget the name of the other configuration, this giant fusion bubble thing, in order to have the most efficient reactor possible. On Earth, on terrestrial level, it is it's these things are enormous.
So Prime finally got his science fiction there.
Yeah. Oh no, I love it. This is practical science fiction. This is like I can taste it. It's within a couple hundred years we're gonna have it.
Look. When it comes to science fiction, I go all the way. All right, like I wear these lantern shirts all the time. All right, okay.
Of course, yeah.
So like
we need Phil to come back and like give the little
speech.
oaths.
Yeah, and the DC universe, you can use your emotions as a power source. Okay, so my anger, my rage, the future. So I that's
man,
like,
that would Phil. Yeah, it gets all the way there.
And in fact, there's another one, the blue one, that powers on hope. Okay, so this is what I'm looking forward to. I think it's just around the corner, guys. But no, this is like really interesting what you're saying. So like I hadn't even considered that like the way this talked about in media, and this is why I'm glad I have someone who has like an idea what the fuck they're talking about here, right? Because people like in general kind of just doing their best, you know, when they're discussing these things. But the idea that fusion would not replace fission, that it would just be complementary, that it would be just like different like use case, maybe longer range, like longer term stable power generation, and then fission's more for like urban city use or something like that. I don't know.
It's like your societal backup generator.
Interesting. Yeah, no one's never said it like that. It's always like a replacement. So you're saying, so was it the test that got attention like a few months ago? That was a weapons test? Is that what you're saying?
That so inertial fusion is a product of the National Nuclear Security Administration. It's NNSA. This is the governmental agency which is tasked with preserving our weapons arsenal. And so we have been preserving our weapons arsenal by maintaining the plutonium pits. That's the core of the weapon, the pit. And we know that these things decay over time and they get a new mixture of isotopes in them. And we need to be able to experimentally verify the situation that's going to happen when those things blow up next to some hydrogen or an H-bomb. And so we have computer simulations, and can only run so many computer simulations without experimental data. And the NIF is part of the project to provide experimental data to verify our simulations.
Wow. Okay. So I didn't hear that in a media discussions of this, right? It was just more about like power generation, but just
even the DOE tried to blow smoke up our ass about it and said, "Oh, fusion for power is so much closer now." Well, okay, that might be partially true, but the overwhelming motivation for this experiment is weapons.
I mean, that's what it was from the very beginning, right? That's the thing that gets the funding.
Yeah, that it's nuclear's original sin. I mean, just imagine. So we had this race against Germany to produce nuclear weapons. Imagine what we could have done if we had found nuclear energy without ever dreaming of turning it into a weapon. We would be in such a different world. I'm really disappointed that it turned out this way.
Okay, fair. Aiko, do you have any other questions?
Well, it was a similar the similar comment was about SMRs, right? SMRs are a lot closer than fusion is, but
What's
SMRs are
what's the acronym for that? Like you
small modular reactors.
Okay,
So
ahead.
it's just the ability to make a reactor small enough that it can be transported on trucks and stuff,
Yeah.
so that you can like get them where you need really fast, and you can build them, and they're modular, so you can grow the way you want. But they're being used as an excuse not to build traditional reactors. Because SMRs are just around the corner, and everyone's excited about them because they cost less money. They don't cost less money per megawatt hour, but they cost less money from an investor standpoint, that they can like get their money back faster. And that's one of the reasons I think people like SMRs, even though, as Soyatl has convinced me, traditional nuclear makes more sense.
I think they both have applications, but I'm not going to be able to work for a big reactor company. I'm going to I'm going to hopefully get my get the attention of someone who has a position open in one of the smaller or more novel reactor companies doing software. I hope.
So that's sort of just more realistic, just because of our politics and the way business works right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't, as far as right now, I don't have any more questions, but like this was like really interesting, dude. Like
Yeah.
And like and the thing you said about you know what would it take to switch your like to change your opinion on like green energy or something, like seeing that as a better replacement. Like I appreciated that honesty there. And like I said again, I want to be the type of person who changes his mind based on evidence, and I just don't have any evidence against the things that you've been saying to me for years, right? You've been working on me for a while.
Well, one of the things I like about Soyatl is he doesn't see it. He doesn't see renewables and nuclear as mutually exclusive. He supports both, and that's something I don't see out of a lot of nuclear advocates. Right? They tend to see any competition to nuclear as a threat to the industry, and Soyatl seems to come at it from a perspective of, look, anything that can get dirty energy out of the picture, whether it be nuclear or renewables or anything else, is worth looking into. So it's not, that's what I like about it. I don't think you have to be persuaded to that renewables are bad or something to like nuclear.
And I'll be happy if I can convince anyone we need to save existing nuclear. As I said, I've been in nuclear advocacy since like 2017, before we lost 30 gigawatts of nuclear.
Yeah, that seems to be the low hanging fruit, right? Like saving existing plants, because your marginal costs are relatively low, and the what happens to the grid generally when it goes away and has to go back to old fossil fuel plants is devastating.
Yeah. So, but consider me a convert, Seattle. Seriously,
Glad to have you on board.
He's been with me for a long time. We've like since I started streaming. Like I think we ran into each other, and immensely working on me. And with the things I've seen, like outside of Twitch, it seems like a formidable case for nuclear. So yeah.
So I want to give a quick plug, not to myself, but I'm going to play a silent video. Actually, it's right next to me. This is I've been volunteering for NAYGN, and so this is it's naygn.org, and they were kind enough to hire me for a very small video editing project, and this is the annual report for NAYGN. That's Matthew Maringer, who is a nuclear worker and the current president of NAYGN. He's giving their annual report at a clean power conference that I attended with him, and so this was this was a great opportunity and a little fun to use some of my media skills as well, make some new friends in the industry that I hope to work.
That's another topic that I'm really fascinated to get into, and that is the attempt in the for nuclear advocates to become counted as part of the clean energy industry. Like there was that big fight in the EU about whether, and it was odd that these two things were paired together, but they wanted to make nuclear and natural gas considered renewable, like under their sort of legal definition. And I'd like for those to have been considered independently rather than paired together the way that they were. But I think they ultimately decided that they were, which means that nuclear is officially renewable under the under the EU definition now, right?
Right, and I'm not 100% clear on what we're going to be able to do with those financial vehicles. But basically, I think that's
it
what
means
it
you can meet the Paris standards if you have it, right? Or
yeah,
does
it's probably slightly related to policy goals and targets, but
Right.
it's probably also related to finance and how you can allocate funds for development. And so it's all the policy soup basically of how are we going to be able to finally solve this climate problem. It'll be with all of the tools available to us because yes, nuclear is sustainable and just as sustainable as wind and solar, and uh, and so the different tools available are just all going to be there. Unfortunately, gas is also in that list, so I guess we'll see.
That was a
We'll
weird
see
pairing.
some coal plants in Europe being shut down for gas,
Yeah,
and maybe
yeah,
they will
that's
stop being so afraid of fracking. I'm getting less doomer about fracking. I mean, I'm not a fan of fossil fuels, but it's something that we got to be able to do cleanly, and we're going to be doing it cleanly, at least cleaner than it has happened in the past. Going forward, I think.
And the differential in the impacts between coal and gas are so tremendous, like especially when it comes to the health stuff, that I just don't understand. I mean, I suppose it's kind of sexy when somebody lights their faucet on fire, right? And it gets a lot of attention. But when you look at the actual numbers of people that are impacted, like I'm okay with gas so long as it's displacing coal. If that's the main effect, if it starts displacing renewables, then I'm not going to be so okay with it.
And getting methane leaks into your water supply is not good.
Yeah.
This is like that's one of those environmental problems that has to be addressed. But I'm kind of confident that as we get more desperate for energy, people are going to be working on that.
Thank you for this. This has been amazing. Shout out to my man Suero. Guys, check out Suero's channel. I'm gonna put it, shout him out there. On here.
Soyadle.tv is one way of finding my channel, or Soyadle here on Twitch.
Soil, yeah. Link here in the chat, or soil.tv if you're out there on YouTube land. Check him out. He's a man, as you've seen, knows exactly what he's talking about. If you happen to have anyone within the nuclear sphere, a nuclear power sphere, throw him his way, right? Because this man knows a lot, and he's actually converted someone on Twitch.
And I know what I don't know. That's important. And I can point you to excellent folks like whatisnuclear.com, Illinois Energy Professor, all sorts of other contributors to the debate around the nuclear energy policy that really supplement and have taught me everything I know.
Thanks so much. I'm gonna raid out. You're not streaming Soy, are you?
No, I think I just had a procedure done because I turned 45, so I'm feeling tired.
All right, no problem. I'll send you guys off to Jason Society's there. I want to give him a raid. But yeah, we'll be back for Thursday. So come through. We're just kindly, very patiently waiting for this raid to happen. It's always